Game of Thrones, the strongest mother of dragons. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 26 Lord of White Cloud City. The Dothraki often say everyone knows, but when they say this, it doesn't mean everyone present knows the specific event, rather, it expresses a tacitly agreed upon tradition. In fact, the Dothraki's everyone knows is quite a survival wisdom. For example, Daenerys' handmaids and bloodguards, fearing demons, advise her to avoid a dead city that could save her. Jiki says, when the gods depart, demons will hunt at night. Is there any truth to this? This makes perfect sense for nomadic herders who follow the grasslands and rivers. Why does a city die? In this era, there are usually only two reasons. First, plague. Second, war. Plague goes without saying, and should be avoided. The massacres caused by war leave cities littered with corpses, and these piles of corpses can also trigger plagues. The Dothraki are not afraid of war, but they are almost powerless against the plague, and the germs that cause the plague are what the Dothraki call demons. The ignorant Dothraki, through the bloody lessons of their ancestors over thousands of years, have summarized a set of survival rules adapted to this land. I have dragons. Any evil spirit that sees a dragon will flee. Dany could only reassure the centaurs. The fresh dead city didn't need reminding her, everyone knows it. Dany herself would instinctively avoid it, but the ruins were countless years old. Whatever the reason for its destruction back then, it could no longer harm them today. Without delay, Dany immediately ordered, recall the knights searching for water, change direction, and the first 20 warriors set off immediately to find food and water in White City. To appease the worried centaurs, Dany also sent a black dragon to accompany them. Yes, she would enter a dragon dream state and command a little dragon. Things progressed more smoothly than she expected. An hour later, the black dragon arrived at White City with the advance party. It was a white city, as bright as the moon and as beautiful as a maiden. White walls and white towers shimmered in the afternoon mist, so beautiful it seemed like a mirage. Upon reaching the outskirts of White City, at Dany's request, the black dragon struggled to fly into the sky from the bamboo basket on Ago's back. In just one glance, Dany saw a patch of lush greenery within the city through the black dragon's eyes. As she drew closer, Dany was so overjoyed that she snapped out of her dragon spirit form. There are orchards, fig trees, grapevines, and I even saw peach trees. She stood up and grasped Arya's hand, her joy overflowing. Our team is saved. We can settle there and farm until the little dragons grow into giants. Ha ha ha. In the afternoon, with the sun still hanging low in the sky at a 45-degree angle, Dany impatiently urged cars to break camp and set off. Don't hold back this time, it's only a 2 or 3 hour journey. Ago and the others have prepared fresh fruit and sweet well water. Everyone, give it your all, hope is just around the corner. Dany wanted nothing more than to gallop away on horseback. When they were 5 kilometers from White City, the black dragon flew over and landed on her shoulder. The sky was bathed in the golden light of the setting sun, and Dany and her cars finally arrived at the White City walls. I never imagined that such magnificent architecture could be found on this desolate red plain, Sir Jorah exclaimed to Daenerys in disbelief. Even in Westeros, cities like this are rare. That's your Westeros. This is my White City. Daenerys' violet eyes crinkled into crescent moons with laughter. I declare this city mine. Seeing Daenerys so happy, Jorah jokingly added, then please name your city, your highness. She tilted her head, thought for a moment, and giggled as she uttered the word, White Cloud City, before riding her little silver horse swiftly through the city gates. From a distance, it appeared as a breathtakingly beautiful pure white stone city, its 3-foot-high walls concealing all the ruins beyond. Entering, however, revealed only crumbling ruins. Demonweed grew between the paving stones, and vines spread through the collapsed buildings. Daenerys even saw a jujube tree, as thick as a thigh, growing where it should have been in the center of the street, laden with sparse, unripe green dates. Perhaps it came from a date pit decades ago? How long do you think this city has been abandoned? She asked the people around her. Judging by how well it's preserved, it should be 20 or 30 years, Jorah said uncertainly. Dany shook her head. Definitely more than that. She turned around and called to the old man who was leaning on a tree branch and picking dates from his saddle. Nasrudin, come here. Oh, Khaleesi, I'm a centaur. The horse made a crisp sound on the gray stone floor and came to Dany in no time. How old are you? Have you heard anything about this city all these years? Khaleesi, have some dates. Nasrudin fawned, offering 7 or 8 small green dates, each about the size of a little fingertip, to Dany. You eat them yourself. Dany shook her head. Nasrudin carefully tucked the dates into his horse's saddlebag, pondering. Khaleesi, I don't know how long I've lived. On the great grass sea, many years pass in the same season, and I'm so confused I can't tell the difference. I only remember seeing snow about 8 or 9 times. Let alone the centaurs who hadn't invented a calendar, even the nobles of Westeros couldn't distinguish seasons and years, relying entirely on the Maesters of the Citadel to send out raven reminders each year. The world of ice and fire doesn't have fixed seasons. For example, Daenerys only remembered seeing snow when she was very, very young. Like many teenagers of her generation, she was a summer child. When was the last winter? What season is it now? She turned to ask the most learned knight. A little awkward, under Daenerys' command, the Bear Island brute had become the intellectual powerhouse. Jorah Mormont scratched his sunburned scalp, pondering for a moment before saying, when I was still the Earl of Bear Isle, I think I heard a Maester say that this summer was particularly long. That was about 6 years ago, so it should still be summer now, 10 years ago. He looked at the sultry, dark red sky, unable to deny that it was still summer. You need a Maester, he sighed, suggesting helplessly. If a Maester were to come to my side, it probably wouldn't be long before every Westeros noble's desk had a detailed report on me and my dragons, Daenerys said softly, neither confirming nor denying. It's not that bad. Maesters swear allegiance to those they serve, Jorah murmured weakly. He suddenly remembered something. Noticing Khaleesi's questioning gaze, Avidar hesitated before saying, in my memory, the Red Wasteland has always been a forbidden place. Kalia, look. As they walked towards the palace in the city center, passing a junction of 6 alleys, a ghost suddenly exclaimed. He pointed to an empty marble base and said, the gods of White City have been taken away by the centaurs. Some Khals must have been here. It's very likely that some Khal plundered this city. Huh? Old Avanti rode forward, circled the marble base in the center of the street twice, and also asked in surprise, there really were centaurs here? When was that? How do you know? Dany asked, puzzled. Kalish, did you notice? Fenty gestured around the neighborhood, whip in hand. This is the intersection of 6 streets, practically the city center. So, the marble pedestal should hold the deities worshipped by the White City. Daenerys agreed, nodding. And then? Have you forgotten? Only the Dothraki have the habit of stealing idols from other nations, Jorah interjected. His reminder brought back a memory for Daenerys. After destroying a city, the Dothraki like to steal statues of their gods or heroes. The Dothraki holy site, starting from Horse Gate, had a main thoroughfare running through the city, the Avenue of the Gods. Countless statues lined both sides of that road, stone, bronze, iron, wood, and even Valyrian steel. There were statues of gods, kings and heroes, and even statues of the evil gods and demons of the Shadowlands. It seems the history here is much older than we imagined, at least a century old. The Dothraki army was able to reach this place because the river hadn't dried up yet. A few hundred centaur warriors alone couldn't possibly have taken this fortified city. As she spoke, Dany and her cars had already crossed the streets and arrived at the palace ruins in the city center. The centaurs were unwilling to live in the stone houses haunted by ghosts, so Dany had no choice but to let them set up tents against the walls of the tall palace. The walls provided shade from the sun. After everything was settled, cars sat around in the square in front of the palace. The warriors sent ahead had collected a lot of fruit, figs, grapes, peaches, and apples. Although the fruit was generally underdeveloped, small, and tasted bad, her people greedily reached out to grab it, pushing and shoving each other, stuffing the fruit into their mouths and making satisfied chewing noises. The walls are white, the towers are white, the buildings on the streets are white, the palaces are still a monotonous white, and there are white skulls on the streets. As far as the eye can see, it's a deathly white. It should be called the City of Bones, Jorah Mormont said in a strange tone, stroking his hairy arm. In truth, the city bore the marks of burning everywhere, but the blackened remnants of the flames had faded with time. In the darkness, Illuminated by the crimson glow of the red comet, only the mournful sound of the wind echoed through the city's alleyways. It was indeed somewhat eerie. Daenerys' two centaur handmaidens, already somewhat uneasy, trembled with fear upon hearing the knight's words. "Khaleesi," Jiki said, her voice trembling with tears, "we can't stay here. This is demon territory. Listen, they're cursing us in the corner." "What city of bones?" "Nonsense." Dany glared at Big Bear, her tone firm. "This is White Cloud City. I am the city lord of White Cloud City. This is my territory." Hiss. Big Black, receiving her message, opened its mouth at the opportune moment, spewing out a 30-centimeter long, thumb-thick, bright red dragon flame. The flame was mixed with a wisp of black smoke, looking quite terrifying. The two maids fell silent. Chapter 27, Farming begins. The next morning, after personally touring White Cloud City, Daenerys began to regret killing all the lambs so soon. The resources here were abundant enough for them to live here forever. Almost every street and every large courtyard had at least one well, and the wells were never dry. Naturally, Daenerys' water-fetching teams could draw water from pits a meter or two deep, and the stone wells, more than 10 meters deep, were naturally full. In the courtyards, clumps of demon grass grew in the cracks between the stone slabs, enough for horses and lambs to breed. It was a pity the lambs were all killed. Horses weren't good livestock for food, killing them for meat was too inefficient. After giving a general tour of the city, Daenerys immediately began a major construction project. The old woman was responsible for clearing weeds from the orchards and gathering fruit for Khal's daily needs. The strong women, led by Ser Jorah, were tidying up the abandoned palace. The palace had enough rooms for all the horsemen. The old man was responsible for feeding the horses and repairing saddles, stirrups, and horseshoes. Daenerys personally led the Blood Oath Guard and Centaur warriors to demolish the low-rise houses in the city's slums. Excess bricks and stones were used to repair the palace, and the vacated ground was plowed up by horses, the stone foundations removed, and the bare earth plowed up. Then, Daenerys and her Khals went out to gather large quantities of firewood and weeds from outside the city, spreading them on the freshly turned earth and burning them for a day and a night. They then plowed a second time, mixing the wood ash with the soil, and carefully selecting large grains of wheat to insulate the ground. In this world where summers can last for over 10 years, there's no concept of spring sowing and autumn harvest. If spring sowing and autumn harvesting were possible, the gap of over 10 summers would have starved humanity long ago. As long as the land is available, and as long as winter hasn't arrived, you can plant any crop at any time. There are no peaches in spring or pears in autumn. Fruits that only appear in different seasons on Earth can be seen here simultaneously on branches laden with fruit. Turnips are also a staple food in this world, and Daenerys' Khals always carried them. Meanwhile, the shriveled turnips were cut into pieces, first kept in damp cloth to sprout seedlings, then separated and planted. Besides turnips and barley, which they had always used as staple food, they also discovered beets, onions, garlic, blackberries, mint, pepper, and other plants in the White Cloud City gardens. Inedible flowers and plants in the gardens were pulled up to feed the horses, and the empty spaces were all planted with grain. The children weren't idle either, they wandered the winding alleyways, passing between house windows, searching for ancient bronzes, rusted iron pots, and weapons. In the Khals, there were old men skilled in blacksmithing. They had once been slaves of Drogo, abandoned by Bono, Jaco, and the other new Khals because they were too old to lift hammers. Daenerys selected 4 of the weakest centaur warriors and made them blacksmiths. "We are great mounted warriors, born to kill and be killed, not to do the work of slaves," the centaurs protested loudly, their faces flushed with shame. Daenerys wanted to mock them. "You'd only be killed if you didn't kill anyone. With your skills, what good are you besides honing your swordsmanship? Who says blacksmiths can't kill?" Daenerys said sternly, launching into a righteous tirade. "Do you know who I am? Princess of Dragonstone, born of the Stormborn. I was once the daughter of the King of Sunset. My brother Rhaegar was no weaker than any Khal Drogo, but he died at the hands of a usurper. That Robert Baratheon killed my brother, stole the throne that belonged to my father and my brother. He was almost as powerful as the greatest Khal Drogo." The 4 centaurs were confused. Of course, they knew their Khaleesi's lineage, knew she was the last princess, which was why the original Khal Drogo had married her. "Khaleesi, I don't understand," one centaur stammered. "Ah, that usurper, Robert Baratheon, "A man as strong as Khal Drogo," Daenerys said in a melancholy voice, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, "was just a blacksmith." Cough, cough, cough. Ser Jorah choked on his own saliva. "I just wanted to tell you that even by learning blacksmithing, you can become a great warrior," Daenerys concluded. "But that usurper, the Khal of Sunset, was he really a blacksmith?" the centaur asked doubtfully. Daenerys' expression turned serious as she looked at Jorah and asked, "Sire, in the name of the Seven and the Old Gods, tell them what weapon the usurper used." "A hammer," Bear said dryly. "Did you hear that?" Daenerys' sharp eyes swept over the centaurs. "Think about it yourselves. Can a hammer smash a man's head and kill him? The usurper smashed your brother's chest. The red dragon adorned with rubies on his chest was shattered, the rubies scattered on the riverbank, and later people called the place where Prince Rhaegar was defeated Ruby Beach," Bear added with difficulty. "You've all seen Ser Jorah's armor. His Arax scimitar couldn't cut it, but the even tougher red dragon armor was shattered by a hammer." Daenerys shrugged, glancing at the dumbfounded Malfoys, and answered herself, "What does this prove? It proves that blacksmithing has a bright future. Now, would you like to learn from a blacksmith?" she finally asked. "I would, Khaleesi. I want to be a blacksmith too," her blood-fisted guard, Jagger, exclaimed excitedly. Daenerys looked at him. Soon, the 4 blacksmith apprentices, under the master's guidance, began to remelt the collected artifacts. Not long after, the Malfoy children found a batch of scrolls in a stone hut, and Daenerys rushed over excitedly. However, she was disappointed to find that the long passage of time had altered the scroll's texture. Except for the first page, the rest were stuck together, crumbling into powder at the slightest touch. But she did have a significant discovery. In the stone hut, which appeared to be a library, she found a map. The writing and illustrations on the map were blurred, and the parchment was nearly decayed, but Daenerys still knew where she was. Yes, the center of the map was White Cloud City. To the west were mountain ranges, and further west, 3 cities were marked. Daenerys translated the name of one city, Meereen, written in Old Valyrian. To the east were also mountain ranges, and further east was the sea. The most valuable information was the geography south of White Cloud City. Due south was the ocean, and without a standard scale, the exact distance couldn't be determined. The only clue was the distance between White Cloud City and the Laser River. White Cloud City was roughly located between the Laser River and the Southern Ocean. Daenerys and her party had traveled for 5 days, covering approximately 500 to 600 kilometers, but they hadn't traveled in a straight line, and their starting point wasn't the Laser River. They estimated that another 600 kilometers south would definitely lead them to the sea. This was good news. The second piece of good news was that within 100 kilometers southwest of White Cloud City were 2 more cities, like White Cloud City, located in the Red Wasteland. That place, like White Cloud City, must have become a dead zone over time. As Dany had previously suspected, the map indicated that a river once flowed from the Laser River Basin, through White Cloud City and the other 2 cities. Now, the river had completely vanished. So, Dany had 2 new farms? She regretted for the second time that she had slaughtered all the lambs too early, otherwise, she could have used White Cloud City as farmland and the other 2 cities as pastures. That would have been perfect. It turned out she had been overthinking it. The knights sent the next day, following Dany's directions, indeed found the second and third white cities. Yes, just like White Cloud City, white walls, white towers, white buildings. Except for their smaller size, they were almost identical. But Jagger, who led the search party, told her, "Khaleesi, the nearest city is too eerie. There's a ring of iron spears with red rust stuck in the walls, skulls hanging from their tips. When the wind blows, I can hear them laughing, ha ha ha, the sneer of demons. I dare not go in." Dany was speechless. "You know there's wind? And the sneer of demons? If there were demons, they would laugh mockingly, laughing at your cowardly centaurs." Seemingly noticing Dany's displeasure, Jagger quickly pulled a gleaming iron bracelet from his pocket, its center inlaid with a thumb-sized, fiery red opal. The opal was bright red and translucent, naturally formed, uncarved. "Khaleesi, look, I found this in the second white city. It's just an opal, worthless." Dany shook her head. "How could it not be valuable?" Jorah asked, taking the bracelet from Jagger. His tone was familiar as he said, "This opal is fiery red and translucent, perfectly natural, uncut, and quite large. In the Free Federation, it's worth at least 5 gold coins. If you remove the gem and have a skilled silversmith set it into a gold-plated bracelet, the price could double. As he spoke, the knight's voice grew wistful, his rugged, bearded face gradually etched with a mixture of sweet and painful memories. How can a grown man like you be so familiar with women's jewelry? Dany, wanting to hear his story, deliberately prompted him with this question. Jorah glanced at the centaurs staring at him curiously, then hesitated, remaining silent. Dany looked at her blood oath guards. Ricallo, Ago, each of you select 3 warriors, 2 old horsemen, and 2 women who gather food. Each of you should have 3 horses and carry enough food and water. First, go to the 3rd White City in the southwest. Use it as a base to search for areas a day's ride away in the south, southwest, and southeast. Your search targets are threefold: town ruins, animals, and possible humans. Remember, your safety is paramount. Do not attempt to hunt unfamiliar animals, simply note their appearance and location. If you encounter humans, can we try to make contact? She asked the experienced driver, Jorah. Jorah pondered for a moment. 2 people per group, one goes to communicate. The other returns to report. Daenerys nodded and said to the centaurs, do it this way. Then she said to Jogger, who had just returned from the 3rd White City, blood of my blood, although there has never been any human habitation here, since we were able to come, others may also be able to break in. I want you to lead 2 teams of 10 to repair the city gate. We lack stiff, heavy timber, so we don't need to rebuild the wooden gate. You can pile up stones in the gate opening, leaving only enough width for a carriage to pass through, and then build a small barbican behind the city gate. However, the centaurs didn't understand what a barbican was, and even after Daenerys explained it, Jogger couldn't figure it out. Let's leave it at that for now. After the Blood Oath guards led the centaurs away, Jorah hesitated and asked, Your Highness, what are your plans for the future? Are you going to live here forever? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 28: The Story of Jorah Mormont. What do you think I should choose? Daenerys retorted to Ser Jorah. Possessing only 3 dragons in the world, no matter how glorious the future might be, she had to lie low for now. Quietly farming was the way to go. Taking 3 little dragons, who could be slaughtered at any moment, out to roam freely was truly idiotic. Jorah thought for a moment and said, There isn't enough food here, I mean enough blood and goat's blood to feed the 3 dragons. It's said that Balorion of Aegon can swallow a whole bison in one gulp, or the legendary mammoth that roams the cold wastelands. At the young dragon's appetites, they devour all the horses in Carleless in less than a year, and a year is definitely not enough for a little dragon to grow into a giant. Daenerys lifted the large black dragon from the basket on her back into her arms, trying to stick her little finger into its mouth. The scalding mucus burned her slightly, but she couldn't even get it down to its throat. When would it be able to swallow a mammoth whole? Didn't I just send Lacaro out to find prey nearby? She said, while teasing the struggling black dog. Have we encountered any sand lizards bigger than a mongrel along the way? Jorah retorted. Carnivores feed on herbivores, and the Red Wasteland doesn't have an environment suitable for feeding docile prey. Dragons shouldn't rely on others to feed them. Starting tomorrow, I'll train them to hunt for themselves, Dany said. What good are hunting skills if there's no prey? Jorah retorted, speechless. I don't expect those 3 to grow up to be Balerion here. As long as they become powerful predators, they won't be easily killed by humans who covet, fear, and hate them. Daenerys turned to the knight with a gleam in her eyes, her tone inscrutable. Viserys told me that the nobles and commoners of Westeros are secretly sewing 3-headed dragon banners at home. They are hoping for the return of the true dragon. What do you think? Jorah smiled bitterly. Your Highness, I dare not deceive you. The great nobles are obsessed with a game of power, while the lesser nobles and merchants are more interested in fine wine, women, and tournaments that represent honor. As for the common people, they only hope that every year is summer, preferably the legendary eternal summer, orchards laden with fruit, fields full of golden wheat and sweet melons. And then that the lords are merciful, not forcibly taking their wives and daughters, not using their sons as targets. As for the king, they don't care at all, and it's useless anyway, because their lives have nothing to do with the king. So even if I leave here, where can I go? Daenerys shrugged, seemingly indifferent. I'm not like Viserys. He wasn't naive either, he had no choice but to arm himself with lies. Regardless of my own will, the usurper knows that the last Targaryen has hatched a dragon, and they will definitely send their most powerful and ruthless assassins to hunt me and my dragon. I wandered Braavos for several years, knowing it to be the most powerful and prosperous free trading city-state, and also knowing that it is home to the world's most powerful assassins, the Faceless Men. All men must die, and for the right price, they will kill anyone. It is said that they have never failed. The price to kill me will certainly be top tier, but even if it is expensive, what does it matter to a king? Jorah frowned and thought for a moment, then comforted her. The usurper shouldn't send Faceless Men to assassinate you. The wine merchant who tried to poison you last time wasn't a Faceless Man. Why are you so sure? I have a dragon now, it's different, Daenerys said. Because of me. Jorah thought to himself. Daenerys had watched Game of Thrones and remembered a crucial plot point. King Robert, knowing Daenerys was pregnant, summoned the Lord Chancellor to discuss a decisive solution to the previous royal family's problems. Eddard, vehemently opposed to the killing of women and children, even fell out with his best friend and resigned as hand of the king in indignation. That must have happened a year prior, and just 3 months earlier, Daenerys had been nearly poisoned in Doflamingo. For King Robert and his hand, Eddard, that meeting of the Lord Chancellor was about whether to kill the remnants of House Targaryen. For the king and the other chancellors, it was a meeting about how to kill Daenerys and her bastard child. One chancellor even suggested hiring the Faceless Men, a decision it nearly passed. However, Robert was a spendthrift king, the treasury empty and the country heavily in debt, and Littlefinger, as chancellor of the treasury, believed a cheaper method was preferable. Jorah Mormont. Yes, that's the tall, seemingly unassuming man before her. He was an undercover agent, tasked with gathering intelligence on Daenerys and, if necessary, eliminating her as a King's Landing spy. However, Daenerys wasn't worried about Jorah harming her. Aside from unreliable emotional ties, from a purely self-interested perspective, Jorah had no reason to betray her. King's Landing's offer was to drop the warrant for Jorah's arrest and restore his title as Earl of Bear Isle. Compared to his role in Daenerys' survival, that was nothing. Not only was the title of Earl of Bear Isle insignificant, but Jorah hadn't actually lost the Mormont estate, his aunt had taken his place. It was just a case of the stew rotting in the pot. In fact, without Jorah's protection, or if he truly wanted to kill her, Daenerys would have been dead long ago. The key question is, if the King's Landing faction knew Jorah was unreliable, would they send the Faceless Men? In the original storyline, due to political chaos and the constant emergence and fall of new kings, the King's Landing faction seemed to have forgotten about Daenerys. But would she really entrust her safety to the unreliable original storyline? The Faceless Men are not invincible assassins, and the Targaryen kings throughout history have had their enemies, yet none of them have died at the hands of the Faceless Men. The Faceless Men are legendary figures to ordinary people, but against the King's Guard, who are themselves legendary, their tricks are less effective. Jorah comforted her softly, then promised firmly, "Have you forgotten? I am also a King's Guard, your queen's bodyguard." If White Bull or Buddha's Dawn had said this to me, I probably would have believed them, but you, a mere novice. Jorah is indeed a strong knight, but he might not be qualified as a bodyguard. Yes, with you here, I feel at ease. Daenerys smiled encouragingly. But let's try to stay here as long as possible. She then gestured for them to ascend the White Tower at the city gate, discussing the arrangements for guarding White Cloud City as they climbed. Upon reaching the top, Daenerys tossed the 3 dragons into the sky, letting them hiss and cackle as they soared. A few days passed. And following the black dragon, the white and green dragons also learned to fly and breathe dragon fire. The 3 brightly colored little dragons chased each other across the blue sky, sunlight filtering through their thin, translucent wings, refracting a hazy glow, a breathtaking sight. Big Black was the first to learn to fly, when he was only 7 days old. How does he compare to the Targaryen dragons of all time? Daenerys looked at the black dragon circling in the blue sky, a surge of pride rising within her. I don't quite understand. Jorah shook his head, puzzled. If there were a scholar who studied dragons, why such a vulgar name? Aegon's dragon was named Balerion, Visenna's dragon was named Vargal, and Rhaenys' was Miracis, all names of ancient Valyrian gods. Daenerys was equally frank. My dragon and I are too weak. We don't want overly aggressive names to arouse suspicion. I could name my dragons after my ancestors, like Regal and Viserys, but I want to distance myself from the Targaryens of the past. Why? Jorah asked, shocked. In this era, in this world, every noble family with even a slight family history takes pride in their great ancestors, sometimes even sharing the same ancestor's name for generations. For example, the Starks have countless Brandons, and the Targaryens have numerous Aegon and Rhaenys. Even Daenerys evolved from the virgin Daenerys, with only 1 or 2 letters added, and over 100 years ago, the Targaryen princess Ameradorn was also named Daenerys. I'm different from them. Previously, the Targaryens' foundation lay in the Targaryen family. Now, Daenerys' dragon is her child, the Dothraki are her people, and the Targaryens bring her only burdens and crises. Let's not talk about me, she changed the subject, smiling at Jorah. You know everything about me, but I know very little about your story. Tell me about yourself. Me? What do you want to know? Ser Jorah asked dryly. You are the Earl of Bear Isle in the north. How did you come to Essos, tens of thousands of miles away? Daenerys turned her head, looking at the dragons flying in the sky, and said softly, you seem to know a lot about jewelry, and you know their value perfectly. Does Bear Isle have gem mines? If Bear Isle really had mines, I wouldn't be stranded in a foreign land, the knight said with a bitter smile. He picked up a milky white stone from the ground and drew a rough map of Westeros on the stone slab of the tower window. Look, this is Bear Island, located in the remote frozen bay, almost as far from the border as the north. It's a beautiful but primitive place, an island 100 kilometers deep, with gnarled old oaks, towering pines, and hawthorn groves blooming in spring. But it's too remote and too poor. Unlike the stone castles of other nobles, my halls are built of massive timbers, and there are no high walls around it, just a fence. Most of my people make a living by fishing, barely enough to survive. There's no trade, so we can't collect large taxes. Our only specialty is bears, but where aren't there bears? Merchants only come here once every few years, bringing cloth, bronzer, porcelain, seasonings, and other daily necessities, and taking away furs. It's almost a barter system. Despite its poverty and monotony, I've always gotten used to living here, and I'm never short of women. Fisherwomen and peasant girls never refuse their count, princess, I never forced her. Before I even reached adulthood, my father picked a bride for me, a girl from Deepwood Fort, next to Bear Island, a woman named Glover. I wasn't sure if I loved her, which ashamed me. Although she was plain looking, she had a wonderful personality. In the 10 years of our marriage, she suffered 3 miscarriages, the last one of which she never recovered from, and she passed away soon after. Chapter 29 Martial Arts Tournament. Jorah certainly had reason to be ashamed. Daenerys noticed he hadn't mentioned his wife's name. Perhaps she had long since vanished from his memory. After all, she seemed to have never truly entered his heart. Yet she had suffered 3 difficult births for him, ultimately losing her life. The night continued. Not long after, my father joined the Night's Watch, and I became the Earl of Bear Isle. Many suitors came, but before I could make a final decision, the Ironborn rebelled, and Balon Greyjoy declared himself king. Daenerys frowned, interrupting him. When was that? Before I was born? Princess, I'm not that old, Jorah said blankly, his voice dry. Oh, go on, Daenerys replied casually. That was 4 years after the War of the Usurpers. You were about 4 years old. His voice trailed off. Seemingly no difference, both were equally old. Daenerys realized it must have been when Theon Greyjoy was taken hostage at Winterfell. She asked, puzzled, what was the Ironborn thinking? He didn't cause trouble during the chaos of the Usurpers' rebellion, but waited until the usurper had been king for 4 years, and the domestic unrest had subsided. Where did he get his confidence? Or is his reaction time too slow, and he's only just realized what was happening, hoping to create a hero in this chaotic era? I'm not sure, Jorah shook his head. The Ironborn are always erratic and unpredictable. Perhaps he thought the usurper's power base was unstable, or perhaps someone had been suppressing him, preventing him from rebelling. During the usurper's rebellion, Balon's father, Duke Corran, remained neutral. After your brother, Prince Rhaegar, died at Ruby Beach, he sided with Robert the Usurper. At that time, the Tyrells of Highgarden were on the Targaryen side. So Corran led the Iron Fleet, the main fleet of the Ironborn, out to sea, intending to raid Highgarden in the Reach. Unfortunately for them, the Highgardeners were prepared, waiting in the Shield Isles. They not only defeated the invincible Iron Fleet but also killed Corran in that battle. Then, Balon succeeded his father, by which time the usurper had ascended the throne and the rebellions across the land had been largely quelled. It took 4 years for King Balon to gain complete control of Ironborn Bay, and then he raised his banner in rebellion. Then, King Balon was defeated, his eldest and second sons were killed, and his 10-year-old son became the adopted son of Eddard Stark, Duke of Winterfell, and a hostage to keep the Greyjoys from rebelling. To celebrate the victory, Robert decided to hold the tournament outside Lannister Harbor. That's where I met Lyneth. She was only half my age at the time, and she and her father had come all the way from Old Town to watch her brother's tournament. The moment I saw her, my gaze was fixed on her, and for the first time, I felt such intense love. In a moment of impulse, I begged her for a token, to let me fight for her. I never dared dream she would agree, yet she readily agreed. "Your Highness," she said, "you must understand, tournaments are a chivalrous sport, not merely a contest of martial prowess. We Northerners have never been adept at this Andal sport, but with Lyne's token, I felt as if I were possessed by one of the 7 gods. For days, I was invincible, and finally, I crowned Lyne's with a crown of love and beauty. The wine and glory spurred me to do something mad. That night, I went to her father and declared my desire to marry his daughter. Given the wealth and status of our families, Lord Leighton should have been met with a ruthless rejection, but he wasn't. The Leighton Hightower family's fiefdom includes Old Town, Westeros' second largest port, the Citadel, the Maester's Sanctuary, and the headquarters of the Church of the Seven. House Hightower, being of the Garth of the Bluehin bloodline, could be considered dukes without the official title. Lord Tywin Lannister had once proposed marriage on behalf of his son Tyrion to the Earl of Leighton, hoping Tyrion would marry a Hightower daughter. The Earl of Leighton rejected him almost with humiliation. Jorah Mormont, on the other hand, had a stroke of luck. Unfortunately, the honeymoon was short-lived. Lenise was deeply disappointed with my hometown, finding it too cold, damp, and remote. The wooden longhouse on Bear Island was far inferior to her magnificent and warm castle. Moreover, life on Bear Island lacked the refinement that southern noble ladies craved: no masquerade balls, no mime performances, no lavish banquets. Even wandering singers had to wait years to come with fur traders. And those who did come were old, ugly, and technically inept third-rate singers. The food in the north was far more monotonous than in the prosperous Highgarden. My subjects were considered blessed if they could at least have enough to eat, but for Lenise, every meal was almost torture. At that time, I thought I would do anything to make her happy. So, I hired cooks from her hometown, found bards, and brought gold and silver jewelry for the ball. On Bear Island, where every coin was counted, I reluctantly became an expert on the prices of most jewelry. So, now you understand why I was able to estimate the value of that opal bracelet so skillfully, don't you? Jorah smiled like a husband using online loans to buy things for his wife on Singles Day. I try my best to satisfy her every need. As I said before, because of her, I unleashed my potential and won the tournament. The usurper is a generous, a decadent and extravagant king. He's incredibly wasteful and loves holding tournaments, and the champion always receives a hefty reward. That time, I not only gained glory and a beautiful woman, but also 50,000 gold dragons into my pocket. P.S. The tournament champion's reward for Eddard's inauguration was 40,000 gold dragons, but I think the significance of quelling King Balon's rebellion is even greater, so I added 10,000 gold dragons. So many? Daenerys couldn't help but exclaim. With memories of the original owner's arduous life in various city-states, she roughly understood the purchasing power of gold, silver, and copper currencies in this world. She remembered once, in the streets of the commoners' district of Mir, Viserys bought 2 sausages and a small bowl of goat's milk from a vendor for 2 copper coins. Viserys quickly finished his portion and then snatched the remaining half of a sausage from his sister. In terms of purchasing power, let's say 1 copper coin is worth $5. Since it was a pure meat sausage, and the portion was quite generous, that sausage could usually be considered breakfast. However, Viserys was still developing and his nutrition wasn't quite up to par. 1 gold dragon could be exchanged for 30 silver moons, and 1 silver moon for approximately 800 copper coins. That means 1 gold dragon equals 24,000 copper coins equals 120,000 RMB in purchasing power. 50,000 gold dragons would be roughly equivalent to 6 billion. Holy crap! Daenerys remembers that in the original storyline, Robert, during his 14-year reign, accumulated a debt of 6 million gold dragons, 720 billion? Of that, 3 million belonged to the Lannister family. Hearing Daenerys' exclamation, Jorah sighed. Yes, Beryl couldn't earn 5,000 gold dragons in 100 years. In terms of spending money, the usurper is more like a mad king than your father. Sorry, I mean. The knight blushed, somewhat flustered. Daenerys said nothing, only nodding calmly. Ser Jorah sighed and continued his love story, saying, "It was thanks to those 50,000 gold dragons that I was able to fulfill all of Lynce's requests. I even built her a large ship so she could attend festivals and banquets everywhere. She's been to Lannister Harbor, Old Town, King's Landing, Lys, Pentos. The farthest we went was to Braavos." "From Beryl to Braavos? Are you crazy?" Daenerys was shocked again. Braavos is actually very close to the north. The straight line distance from Beryl to Braavos by plane is about 3,000 kilometers. 3,000 kilometers seems a bit far. The key issue is that Beryl and Braavos are separated by a continent and a strait. If traveling by ship, one would have to circumnavigate Westeros. It's probably too far, and the sea conditions are extremely complex, potentially leading to detours. Only one thing is certain, the journey is definitely over 10,000 kilometers, farther than from Shanghai to Los Angeles. Jorah is truly risking his life for his wife. But this isn't the end. Jorah continues recounting his life-burning journey. For money, and because Lynese hopes to once again receive the crown of love and beauty, the highest honor for a true queen, I continue to participate in tournaments, but the miracle is gone. I've never won again. And each defeat means the loss of a warhorse and a set of armor, which must be redeemed or replaced with new ones. Daenerys asks curiously, how much does a set of armor and a steed cost? The original Daenerys, having mingled in the marketplace, knows the prices of ordinary food and drink, but is far removed from the weapons and pack horses of the nobility. A well-trained steed has at least 1 gold dragon, and my former warhorses were even better, averaging around 3 gold dragons. A good full suit of armor has about 4 or 5 gold dragons, so I must purchase superior armor, he solemnly told Dany. For knights like us, with our family traditions, our familiarity with armor is comparable to our understanding of the lines on our palms. Under normal circumstances, I can spot a flaw in an opponent's armor at a glance, if there really is one. Similarly, my opponents can spot flaws in mine. Therefore, I cannot have any obvious weaknesses, and I cannot use substandard armor, otherwise I will be in mortal danger during the duel. I am not afraid of death, but to die in a noble game because of armor would be the most humiliating thing. He paused, then Knight Jorah said with a complex tone, I have participated in many tournaments, and every time a knight has died, mostly free riders seeking wealth and fame. Almost no sons of higher-ranking nobles have died, because no one can break through their defenses under the rules of lance duels. If Daenerys had witnessed the Hands tournament held in King's Landing over a year ago, she would have understood Jorah's words much better. One of the matches was Renly versus the Hound. During the high-speed charge, the Hound stabbed Renly in the chest, sending him flying backwards from his saddle, traversing more than 10 meters in the opposite direction. The golden antlers on his helmet, as thick as a child's wrist, were broken off under the impact. And what happened? He was completely unharmed, dusted himself off, stood up, waved smugly, and responded to the cheers of the surrounding crowd with a polite smile. If it had been someone else, with thinner breastplates or less elastic lining to cushion the impact, they would have suffered internal organ damage, if not death. In this world, internal organ injury is essentially a death sentence. What's the difference between a free rider and a knight? She asked curiously. Chapter 30. Who dares to be more miserable than me? Free riders are a type of mercenary. They don't have the status of knights, but they have horses and know a little about mounted combat. The only difference between them and ordinary mercenaries is that they have horses. Dany nodded. A fine horse, at least a golden dragon, plus the cost of tack, daily feeding, and care, is something that ordinary mercenaries without stable assets simply cannot afford to maintain. Knights, it's rather complicated. Generally, a child aspiring to be a knight is sent to knight's side as a page around the age of 7, doing easy tasks like pouring wine and running errands, tasks that allow them to build a close relationship with a knight. Of course, this process doesn't mean they won't receive martial arts instruction. There are sword instructors specifically responsible for helping the children build a foundation. When they get older, around 12 or older, roughly during puberty, the page is promoted to squire. The knight will personally teach the squire how to use weapons and horses, imparting battlefield survival experience. And, yes, chivalry is also a very important part of the curriculum. Squires also have the obligation and right to accompany their knight into battle. In the process of preparing horses and armor for the knight and fighting alongside him, the squire can learn even more about warfare from the knight, if that knight actually has those skills. Many squires remain squires their entire lives because they can't afford to buy themselves horses and armor. Dany clicked her tongue. Could his knight just give him a set of armor and a horse? Knight Jorah gave Daenerys a deep look, then said self-deprecatingly, because I repeatedly lost my armor and horse to my opponents in tournaments, I soon ran out of my last savings and had to borrow a huge debt from the Bravis treasury. I am an earl with fiefdoms. The Mormont family has a history of thousands of years. I heard the Lannisters borrowed millions of gold coins from the usurper, Daenerys added. That much? Jorah asked doubtfully, then shook his head and sighed. There's a saying in Westeros that even Tywin Lannister's shade is gold. Nobles are not all the same. The Westerlands are mountainous, and many mountains are buried with inexhaustible gold and silver mines. So he has mines at home. Continue, Daenerys gestured with her chin. Continue what? The knight or my story? Jorah licked his lips, feeling that he had said a lot and his mouth was dry. Let's talk about knights first. Any knight can knight another. So, if a knight believes his squire, now of age, is qualified to be knighted, he will place his sword on the squire's shoulder, kneeling on one knee, and loudly announce the name and family of the knight to be knighted. The process is more complicated than I've described. The newly knight will also be anointed with holy oil by monks and spend the night in the sanctuary. It's a process of conversion to the seven gods, which is why few northerners who believe in the old gods become knights. So you're a fake knight? Daenerys tilted her head to look at him. The knight blushed and argued, there's no such thing as a fake. Northern nobles are recognized as knights without being knighted. He quickly added, I am one of the few knights in the north who has been baptized. Besides the formal methods mentioned above, there is a faster way to become a knight. If you perform meritorious service in war, the Lord can directly knight you. That's how I became a knight. The war in which you helped the usurpers destroy the Targaryen dynasty? Daenerys raised an eyebrow. No, he quickly denied. It was the one that quelled Balon's rebellion. He didn't know that Daenerys, now with a different soul, didn't care at all about the war against the usurpers that caused the Targaryens to lose their throne. He immediately changed the subject, saying, besides free riders, there are also hired knights and sworn knights. Sworn knights are knights who are affiliated with other nobles, swearing an oath to serve them, hence the name. Most are minor nobles with knighthoods but no fiefdoms. Well, I was your brother Viserys' sworn knight before, and later I became your sworn knight, until you bestowed upon me a higher honor, making me a member of the Queen's Guard. Listening to his emotional narration, Daenerys thought to herself, you shamelessly came to me wanting to become Viserys' sworn knight, and when you became my king's guard, it was you who took the initiative. At that time, I was only testing the waters by having Jogger and the others become my blood guards. Knight Jorah, unaware that someone was being hypocritical, continued, great nobles often hire free riders to patrol their territories. Compared to the lifelong loyalty of sworn knights, hiring knights is more flexible and cheaper. Bear Island isn't small, I can't afford to maintain sworn knights, but I do have a few free riders patrolling the forests under my command. At this point, he sighed deeply, his voice heavy with emotion, and said dejectedly, I'm bankrupt. I can't even pay the cook and the harpist's wages. And when Lenise heard I was thinking of pawning those jewels, for money, to keep Lenese's jewels, the singer, the cook, my hired riders captured several poachers. Traditionally, they could only choose between having their hands cut off or being sent to the wall to join the Night's Watch, but for money, I finally abandoned all honor. I sold them to the Tarathi slave traders, which violated the laws of the Seven Kingdoms. Slavery is forbidden under the faith of the Seven. You've been exiled? That's a bit harsh. You could have fined them first as a warning, a reminder not to do it again, Daenerys said. More honorable than exile, and more cruel than exile, I have committed a capital crime and am to be beheaded. According to the tradition of the first men, Eddard Stark will personally judge me, and after hearing my dying confession, he must personally cut off my head with ice, the Stark family sword, made of Valyrian steel, used by the Duke to execute criminals, regardless of rank. All can equally enjoy the sharpness of ice. Daenerys looked at the Westeros sketch Jorah had just carved on the stone slab and said, Winterfell is quite far from Betrayal, didn't it? You escaped? About 1,000 kilometers. With constant horse changes, it would take at least 2 days to reach the sea, and 3 days to reach Betrayal. But 3 days was enough for me, enough to escape with Rhaenys and her jewels. If I remember correctly, you are the only son of House Mormont. Jorah nodded. Yes, I am my father's only son, and I also have an aunt, but all 5 of her children are daughters. Your father is wearing a black robe. Yes. You served as Eddard Stark's bodyguard during the War of the Usurper? Daenerys asked again. I also fought at the Battle of the Trident, he said softly. His voice like a gentle breeze brushing his temples, carrying a cautiousness and a hint of pride. You've risked your life for Winterfell for so many years, betrayed him alongside him, helped him quell the rebellion, and yet, because of a few poachers, he wants to behead the only male member of House Mormont. Daenerys' tone was complex, though the question was stated bluntly. That's just the kind of person Stark is, Jorah said, still indignant, clearly feeling that his lord was too harsh on him. After a long pause, the knight sighed again. That's one of his rare charms, isn't it? Fair and just, strict with himself and strict with others. Should it be strict with oneself, lenient with others that counts as personal charm? Jorah's actions would be unimaginable in any dynasty of the great Celestial Empire. This goes beyond mere impartiality. Even Beojang, a legendary upright judge, has moments of compassion. Otherwise, how could the 7 heroes and 5 gallants have survived? It can only be said that Eddard Stark lived too comfortably and was too inflexible. Daenerys couldn't help but think, is maintaining a kingdom so easy in this world? The Starks acted so recklessly, yet the king in the north remained firmly in his position. How did the Targaryens lose their kingdoms? Was this Bobby's father, the Mad King Aerys, even more reckless than Eddard? It's a miracle they, lacking any political acumen, could maintain their kingdoms for hundreds, even thousands of years while acting so recklessly. The last emperors of the great Celestial Empire would probably be drooling with envy if they knew this. Actually, only the people of the north are inflexible. Families like the Lannisters, Tyrells, and Martells are no less cunning than any famous monarch in the great Celestial Empire. Alright, continue, she said. She felt she still had much to learn. This world was vastly different from the survival rules of the East she was familiar with. She could only adapt. To change things, the dragons had to be strong enough to be unkillable by crossbow bolts, and there didn't seem to be any dragons that couldn't be killed by bolts. Should she let the dragons learn from the knights of Westeros and wear full armor? In a bare-knuckle duel, even the current little Carl of Ellis could find 10 centaur warriors capable of killing Jorah. But if he donned armor, none of her Blood Oath guards would be a match for him. Daenerys was lost in thought when Jorah continued, I told myself that as long as Rhaenys and I truly loved each other, honor, status, homeland, titles, family, none of that mattered. I took her to Rhys, that big ship was still worth some money, and we lived a comfortable life for 6 months. Upon hearing the words true love, Daenerys knew Jorah was doomed. Sure enough, his bear-like, fierce eyes turned red, his gaze becoming watery, and his square, bearded face contorted into a single word, bitterness. I could only become a mercenary. I had no survival skills other than fighting for others. That day, I received a mission to leave Rhys and go thousands of miles to the Norn River to fight the Bravis for territory. His tone turned inexplicably sorrowful. I gave her the deposit, and she took the gold coins and her jewels, and the day after I left, moved into the palace of the trading prince Trevor Morin. How tragic. Daenerys now saw the word bitter on Jorah's face as a blatant tragic. In the original story, Daenerys, whom he loved and who gave him her life, always gave him the friend zone card. If Jorah Mormont stood up and shouted, who's more miserable than me? Daenerys thought hard, and it seemed only the future Theon could timidly say, maybe I can reach your hum. In fact, she was blinded by her own situation, forgetting that there was someone 10 times more miserable than Jorah Mormont. That was herself. Chapter 31 The Dragon Among Dragons. Princess Daenerys of Dragonstone lost her elder brother and father before even being born. As the last princess, her birth caused her mother to die in childbirth, followed by 13 years of hardship and displacement, until she was sold into slavery to the centaurs. Fortunately, her shrewd husband, Drogo, treated her well. But death soon befell her. Her brother was killed by her husband, and her husband and son were sacrificed by a witch to the other side of Arheller, the Lord of Light. This was only the tragic first half of her life. During her years of turmoil in Slaver's Bay, while freeing others from their chains, she herself put them around her own. After years of arduous struggle, she finally fought her way back to Westeros, only to discover that she was not the child of prophecy at all, but rather a stepping stone to help the true child of prophecy reach the top. Loyal followers died one by one, and those who survived were all treacherous. Mormont, who loved her, died tragically, and those she loved betrayed her. The dragons, treated like children, became a prize for the victors of the Game of Thrones. P.S. Daenerys is doomed. Even if A Song of Ice and Fire isn't finished, her fate is sealed. She was a reformer of the corrupt old world, but what revolutionary pioneer doesn't die? It seems the two most unfortunate people have come together, adding misfortune upon misfortune. Well, now that she's in a different person, Daenerys doesn't consider herself unlucky, except when she first arrived. She won't allow herself to be a jinx. If she encounters her, only others will suffer. Lynn's a Hightower heiress, isn't she? Daenerys recalled for a moment, trying to say, I remember the former King's Guard captain, the legendary White Bull, was also a Hightower, wasn't he? Yes, Sir Gerald Hightower is Lynn's great-uncle. That's the Hightower family. Doesn't what she did bring shame to the family? She asked incredulously. I've already brought shame to my family. I'm a man without honor, he said painfully. She can go back to her family. Has she gone back yet? She asked. It's said she's now Prince Traeger's most favored concubine. Even the principal wife is wary of her. Jorah spoke with difficulty, as if a large walnut was stuck in his throat. But Dany had to keep him in pain. She asked, have you gone to see her again? After you returned from the Norn River, did you go to Rhys? Jorah's eyes showed even more pain. This towering man seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The trade prince is wealthy and powerful. I was still on my way to Rhys when he personally intercepted me halfway. He wanted to kill you, she asked hesitantly. This was an insurmountable hurdle. Dany didn't need to know all of Jorah's secrets, but if this matter wasn't clarified, what would happen if she encountered Lyns again in the future? Would she still trust him then? He only used words to make me see the situation clearly. Don't make a futile struggle and make things ugly for everyone. But if I'm not sensible and insist on bothering them, I'll soon disappear silently from the western continent of Essos. I'm not afraid of his threats, the knight emphasized solemnly. I only left after making sure Lyns wasn't coerced in the slightest. Those two adulterers have probably been hooking up behind your back for a long time, Daenerys thought. Do you still love her? She asked seemingly casually. Love? Love. A mix of love and hate, Sir Jorah replied, seemingly unable to hold on any longer. Your Highness, please allow me to take my leave, I'm a little tired. Wait, she called after him, asking directly, do you also have feelings for me that go beyond that of a subject and a lord? Like the original Daenerys, she couldn't reciprocate his love, but she didn't want to use him as a backup plan. They spoke frankly, deciding to stay together if possible, and part ways if not. Without Jorah, without the ties of Westeros, she relied entirely on the centaurs and integrated into their community. Ser Jorah's expression was complex, a mixture of embarrassment at being seen through and delight that she had noticed his feelings. He paused, a forced smile playing on his lips. The moment I saw you, I thought she bore a striking resemblance to you, Daenerys. In truth, Jorah was merely expressing his feelings sincerely and subtly. He felt the same intense love for Daenerys that he had felt for Lyns when they first met. But for Daenerys, this answer was a zero. She was utterly doomed, you know? I don't resemble her at all. Even if Drogo is dead, I will never marry another man. She stated her rejection decisively. Drogo was a complete stranger to her, but that dead man was also the best shield, and an excuse to give suitors the friend-zone treatment. Who knows, if the Church of the Seven found out about this, they might follow the precedent of Saint Pilar and give Daenerys the title Saint Daenerys. Jorah understood Daenerys' refusal and said, Your Highness, I am your King's Guard, Queen's Guard. He bowed deeply and left with heavy steps. The King's Guard renounced their right to inherit fiefdoms, vowed never to marry or have children, and considered serving their king their sole duty and honor. The next morning, at the crack of dawn, Daenerys mounted her little silver horse, a modified wicker basket slung over her back. 3 dragons stretched their serpentine necks, probing her waist and shoulders, occasionally emitting harsh, Screeching cries. The horses' hooves clattered crisply on the cobblestones of the street. A thin mist hung over the deathly silent city, making Daenerys feel as if she had entered a dream world. Kalish. Kalish, are you leaving the city? Approaching the city gate, two centaur warriors emerged from the archway, yawning and greeting Daenerys. I want to tame dragons, the plains outside are much wider. She instructed the horsemen to move the gate for her, a wooden door made of several tree trunks nailed together like a raft. Although the three dragons could already fly, Dany's requirements were even stricter. Thinking of the clumsy, fat cattle-like dragons in TV dramas, she worried about her future. Difficulty changing direction, slow movements, weak lower limbs, unsteady stance, crippled upon landing, wings as fragile as rags, scales that couldn't even withstand a crossbow, long and brittle necks, a whole host of weaknesses. How could she dominate the world? Last night, she melted down all of Drogo's golden medallions, forging them into sections of gleaming golden chains. Now, she held the dragon in her arms, locking a section of chain, about the thickness of a little finger, onto each of its two lower legs. There were only 3 sections, less than 10 centimeters long, adding about a pound of weight to each leg. Come on, Blackie, you're the eldest brother. Set an example for your younger brothers. As before, she tossed the dragon into the air. Whoosh, plop. Big Black flapped its wings with all its might, but after flying less than 10 meters, it crashed headfirst onto the sand. Hiss, the black dragon turned its head, staring at Dany and hissing in grievance. Crawl back yourself. Without looking up, she continued to bind the white dragon with shackles. Whoosh, plop. The white dragon was even worse than Big Black, almost arcing through the air before crashing to the ground. Hiss, boom, the white dragon angrily spewed a thin stream of red flame into the sky. Don't waste your energy, come back and continue. Dany shouted. The white dragon ignored her, circling aimlessly, struggling to flap its wings and spewing dragon fire haphazardly. Dany was furious, walked over and flicked its little head. Hiss, the white dragon roared at Dany, seemingly angry too. Unlike the black dragon, Dany couldn't use her mental connection to soothe and comfort the white and green dragons. Their words and actions were also difficult for them to accept, making the training process extremely troublesome. Left with no other choice, Dany had to bend down, support the white dragon's body, and help it stand upright, walking step by step back to the basket. She couldn't carry him. If she did, he'd do it again. The main reason she let them walk back on their own was to train their lower limb strength and balance on land. Over the past few days, Dany had discovered that dragons had a natural sense of space, but when they landed, they were less stable than ducks. Ducks only have 2 legs, while dragons, in addition to their legs, have wings that act as 4 legs. Even walking was difficult, let alone running fast. Dany didn't expect them to outrun a galloping horse, but without the agility and speed of running, once they landed, the dragons, having lost their momentum, were easily surrounded, trapped, and injured. Dragons' wings could never be trained to withstand dragon-slaying crossbow bolts, and their wingspan was so vast. While their torsos might dodge bolts, their wings were too vulnerable. If they were forced to land in enemy territory, the lack of high-speed escape would be disastrous. After a morning of training and carrying the dragons, Dany still hadn't unchained them by noon, and continued carrying them to find food. Some horsemen specialized in finding prey for the dragons. In the morning, Afanti and his fellow horsemen herded their horses while keeping an eye out for small animals in the sand and hills. They were truly tiny. Big Black's first prey was a scorpion the size of a palm. Boom! A thin stream of dragon fire burned the scorpion, making a hissing sound, and soon only a clump of black ash remained on the sand. Don't burn it, it's so small, it's not worth it, she said, patting Big Black's head. Constantly maintaining a dragon spirit state, Big Black was almost telepathically connected to her. Kalashi, there's another poisonous scorpion here. Afanti shouted from a sand dune. This time, the large black dragon pecked at the ground like a chick pecking at rice, its long, snake-like neck flashing like black lightning. Dany's vision blurred, and the scorpion was in its mouth. Dodo. The scorpion's tail thrashed wildly at the corners of the large black dragon's mouth, making dull thuds. Dany saw several times the venomous stinger, gleaming with a cold, eerie purple light, pierce the soft flesh of its mouth. Are you poisoned? Feeling unwell? Dany quickly asked. She had heard from the horsemen that these red scorpions could paralyze a horse with a single sting. The horsemen dared not eat the horse's meat, so Dany had it smoked into jerky to feed the dragon. Jorah had told her that in the hundreds of years of Targaryen dragon history, there had never been a case of dragons being poisoned. Dragons are made of fire, and beneath their skin lies magma, Jorah said. Dragons have muscles and bones, beneath their skin certainly isn't magma, but the temperature must be extremely high. Touching the young dragon's scales now felt like holding a hot hand warmer. Their blood temperature must be even higher. After a while, the black dragon showed no signs of discomfort, and Dany finally felt completely relieved. Chapter 32 Dany's Dream. 5 leisurely days passed, and the knights Daenerys had sent to the Third White City returned. Ago, though weary, was exceptionally excited. He said, "Khalish, I traveled west for half a day and saw the distant mountain ranges. Because you told us not to leave the plains unnecessarily, I only explored the outer perimeter. There are sparse forests and endless mountains there, where antelope and deer roam. I hunted a deer with my bow and arrow, intending to bring it back for you, but the weather was too hot, and it was infested with maggots after only half a day in the red sand plains." "Half a day's ride," Daenerys said thoughtfully. "Scouts don't need to worry about horsepower, 1 person and 3 horses. Half a day can probably cover 100 kilometers. This distance is a bit awkward, not too far, not too close, but it solves most of the dragon's food problem." She could ride with the dragons to hunt in the western mountains. "Could you see any traces of human presence?" she asked. Argo, unfamiliar with methods for estimating time, thought for a moment and mumbled, "We set off before sunrise, and when the sky became hot but before the sun reached its highest point, we encountered collapsed stone houses. The houses were low and few in number, and now they are half buried in the sandstorm." Daenerys nodded. "It must be a village in White City." Without city walls to block the way, the sandstorm and time were quickly erasing any trace of them. Jorah interjected, "Your Highness, if I'm not mistaken, after crossing the western mountains, we'll enter Slaver's Bay." "Sir, we discussed this before," Daenerys said seriously, looking at him. "I won't leave here until we can no longer sustain our lives." "Yes," Jorah replied. "And you?" she asked, looking at Lucero. "No human presence, no large animals, and even the demon grass is becoming sparse as we go south." Lucero's lips were cracked, and his skin was a dark reddish-brown. It was clear he had suffered greatly these past few days. "At least we know the southern environment is harsh. We can focus more on developing the western mountains," Daenerys comforted him. "Khalish, the south isn't entirely worthless. Look at this," he said excitedly, untying a long, thin charcoal stick from his saddle. "Khalish, guess what this is? Isn't it charcoal for filtering mud?" Daenerys exclaimed, taking the stick in surprise. "Oh, it's so heavy, no, so light." She uttered 2 contradictory words. From afar, it looked like a piece of grayish-black charcoal, but it felt much heavier than charcoal. Upon closer inspection, it had a metallic sheen and the texture of black iron, yet it was much lighter than an iron rod. Suddenly, the name of a weapon flashed through Daenerys' mind, the dragon bone bow she had retrieved from the Drogo crematorium. Dragon bone? Unprocessed, raw dragon bone. How is this possible? "Did you find a dragon carcass?" she exclaimed in horror. "Oh, you guessed it," Rekindling said, quite surprised, then smug at the look of astonishment on Daenerys' face. "It's a dragon carcass, just a skeleton bigger than a stone house, mostly buried by sand. But the carcass is so enormous that the sand couldn't completely bury it. I think it's even bigger than Balerion, the Black Death." "Impossible." Before Daenerys could react, Jorah Mormont shook his head repeatedly, as if insulted. "You haven't seen Balerion? Besides the old legends, I've seen its skull in King's Landing. Its mouth was big enough to fit a horse. Ha ha ha. I personally rode through the mouth of that dragon skull." Rekindling laughed triumphantly. "Oh my god, by the 7 gods." Daenerys' mouth dropped open in disbelief. "That must be a dragon that fell on the Red Plains during the ancient Valyrian era. Of all the Targaryen dragons, the Black Death was the largest. Leaving aside the significance of dragons to the Valyrians, dragon carcasses have always been the most precious treasure. Why didn't the Valyrians retrieve them?" Jorah asked, puzzled. "I've got a possibility." Daenerys' eyes flashed with a sharp light as she murmured, "He was the 6th dragon to escape the cataclysm in ancient Valyria. The Targaryen family was originally one of the dragon aspects of Valyria's freehold. Before the volcanic eruption destroyed Long Summer, the land of Valyria, The Targaryen virgin Daenerys received a prophecy in a dragon's dream: ancient Valyria would be destroyed. The current head of the family, Daenerys' father, believed his daughter's prophecy. Ignoring the ridicule of the Valyrian nobles, he sold all the castles, manors, and shops in Valyria, leading his entire family and 5 dragons away from Long Summer by ship. During the cataclysm, dragons in Valyria perished in the scorching lava erupting from the Earth's core. Even the dragons could not withstand the intense heat and toxic fumes of the lava. Thus, only the Targaryen family remained with dragons, and the Targaryens became the last dragon aspects. Now, hearing Raquel's description of the dragon's corpse, she immediately wondered if a dragon could have escaped the cataclysm. He was mortally wounded, struggling to fly to the Red Wasteland, where he soon died in agony, leaving behind only a colossal corpse for posterity to mourn. Ser Jorah nodded in agreement after hearing Daenerys' conjecture, sighing, "As long as there's enough food, dragons will keep growing." Belial, having reached its limit, naturally died of old age, so it's unlikely any dragon could be larger than it, unless. Also, the Red Wasteland is next to Slaver's Bay, and west of Slaver's Bay lies the land of Long Summer. Ancient Valyria is right at the mouth of Slaver's Bay, very close. The dragon's corpse had fallen quite a distance from the Third White City, nearly 300 kilometers, and another 200 kilometers south was the sea. Daenerys allowed the 2 blood guards to rest for 3 days, then left her handmaid and Khal in White Cloud City, personally leading Jorah and 30 centaur warriors, 3 riders each, setting off at 4 or 5 in the morning, arriving at the Third White City before the sun had dispelled the last vestiges of shade at 8 a.m. When they passed the Second Devil City, Dany stopped to take a closer look. A ring of 2-meter-long iron spears was planted around the White City walls, like guards protecting the city. The spearheads held pale skulls, which crackled and popped in the breeze, as if smacking their lips. No wonder her Blood Oath guards were horrified. Even Dany herself felt a chill run down her spine. Fortunately, the Red Wasteland was dry and arid. After hundreds of years, the spears had only developed a layer of reddish-brown rust, not completely decayed into dust. "It's really strange," Dany turned to Go and asked, "Do the horsemen have this custom?" "No," the Blood Oath guard replied uncertainly. "Khalish, every Khal has different habits and methods. This doesn't violate our traditions," a Fanti interjected. The old man had come along too, in charge of feeding the horses for the next few days. Perhaps the city's residents resisted too fiercely, causing heavy casualties to that Khal's Carl, Jorah murmured. Before leaving, he suggested, "Even if the horse people don't want to settle in the city, we should still send someone to clean it up. Perhaps we can find a lot of valuables, like that opal bracelet." Jago shook his head repeatedly, shouting, "We can't take the devil's things." "Then what about last time? I found the iron bracelet in another white city." "I didn't even go into this one," Jago quickly explained. "Our purpose this time is to explore the dragon bones. Let's put everything else aside for now," Dany decided. From outside, the Third White City looked almost like a smaller replica of White Cloud City, but Dany, once inside, keenly noticed the differences. First, the density and height of the houses were lower than in White Cloud City. Second, this city lacked a luxurious palace. There were originally 7 or 8 horse people remaining in the Third White City, and when Dany and her group arrived, they had already prepared food. 3 dragons had flown to the city's skies beforehand, and the horse people knew Khaleesi was coming when they saw the dragons. During the midday break, Dany also went to the library Jago had mentioned, only to find it was actually the city lord's office. Like the parchment found in White Cloud City, the books were unreadable, only a few scrolls were available for viewing. Through one of the maps, Dany roughly deduced the significance of these white cities. A Silk Road of another world. Karth, a jewel on the strait connecting the Jade Sea and the Summer Sea, held a position similar to the Suez Canal on Earth. Meereen, the largest and most prosperous city in Slaver's Bay, was also the world's largest slave trading market. At this moment, on the map, Meereen, White Cloud City, and Karth were connected by a straight line. Compared to the circuitous sea route, crossing the Red Waste reduced the journey by 70%, and land was safer than the unpredictable sea. Therefore, for a time, the white cities were very prosperous, like the famous cities on the Silk Road of China. So, there's an ancient road between Meereen and White Cloud City? Dany's finger lightly slid across the map, her mind racing. If White Cloud City ultimately couldn't support the three dragons, she could travel northwest along the Silk Road, eventually building a city in the mountains near Meereen. She was certain that only by following the roads on the map could she encounter the fourth or fifth White City. Perhaps not as grand as the White City, but at least she could find small villages where travelers had rested centuries ago. Thus, she could carry out her plan to farm to the bitter end. Entering the Red Waste didn't seem like a dead end, but rather a paradise arranged by heaven. No one paid attention to her, no one knew she had dragons. What prophecies, what White Walkers, what Jon Snow, what Game of Thrones in Westeros, to hell with the White Walkers. When the dragons grew to full size, she would ride them north, sweeping across the Dothraki Sea, and be crowned the only female Khal to unify the 8 wastelands. Then, with 3 dragons and hundreds of thousands of roaring warriors, she would roam the world at will, and the entire world would tremble before her bound-leg riding sandals. Qin Shi Huang, Genghis Khan, Alexander the Great, Caesar, Napoleon, all were her. And none were as good as her. Hetty? Daenerys chuckled involuntarily at the thought of the wonderful possibilities. Khaleesi, what's wrong? A ghost shout woke her from her reverie. What do you want? She snapped back irritably. Ago paid no attention to her attitude, only staring wide-eyed at her almond-shaped black eyes, and yelled, "It's getting dark. Dark is dark. Oh, we should get going." Dany finally understood. Their mission this time would be like their previous crossing of the wasteland, traveling by night and hiding by day. Chapter 33 The Corpse of the Demon. The Blood Guards, on their last mission to scout the terrain and resources, couldn't travel by night and sleep. Although the blood-weeping star painted the sky crimson, its dim light made it impossible to see distant objects clearly. Therefore, Ago and his men had a truly arduous journey last time. This time was different. Their objective was clear. They didn't need to investigate for human presence or large animals. With a blood-weeping star of blood and fire overhead, and without the burden of Khale's elderly, weak, women, and children, Daenerys led the way, her silver horse galloping merrily across the red sand, its hooves kicking up a thin trail of red dust. Jorah and her blood guards followed 3 horses behind Daenerys, closely followed by 20 Dothraki roaring warriors. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed far across the land, and sand lizards with reddish-brown scales poked their heads out of the grass, seemingly sensing the tremors. Hiss, ga, boom, a sharp, harsh cry suddenly rang out overhead. The sand lizard, about the size of a wildcat, instinctively tried to retreat into the grass, but it was a string of dark red flames falling from the sky. Black smoke, mixed with the smell of sulfur, instantly ignited the demon grass beside it. The sand lizard squeaked as it fled from the sea of fire, and the next moment, the sky darkened, and it was lifted into the air with nowhere to hold on. The stinging pain from the sharp teeth piercing its tender belly had not yet dispelled the panic in its heart when, boom, a ball of flame swept over, and the sand lizard completely lost consciousness. Thump thump thump, the horse's hooves trampled over it one after another, and the demon grass, ignited by the dragon flame, quickly disappeared into the light red sand, leaving only wisps of white smoke swaying in the wind. Dany looked up at the young dragons fighting for blood in the sky, a satisfied smile curving her lips. The centaurs had an excellent sense of direction, and their group hardly went astray, finding the dragon bones at midnight. Thinking about it, it's true. Someone with a poor sense of direction couldn't be a scout for Khal LS, because the Dothraki grasslands are even less distinctive than the Red Wasteland, and scouts scatter in all directions, sometimes a day or two's ride away from Khal LS 7 Gaunts. Is this really the skeleton of a living being? Even though she'd heard many times that Balerion could swallow a bison whole, Daenerys couldn't help but exclaim in surprise upon seeing a dragon skeleton the size of a destroyer. The bones protruding from the sand were grayish-white, darkening as they went deeper into the ground. Originally, only a small portion of the skull was visible above the surface. Last time, Lacaro had dug up the sand covering the skull to investigate its size. Completely digging up the sand would be too much work and would take too much time, Daenerys thought, climbing to the top of the 2-story-high dragon head, looking at the burial ground that had formed a winding hill, her heart filled with hesitation. Jorah frowned, examining the massive skull. "Your Highness," he said, "what do you plan to do with this dragon skeleton? Taking it all back seems unrealistic." Daenerys smiled wryly. "To be honest, I really did intend to take it back. Leaving aside how much gold it's worth, just the power of a dragon bone bow, a must-have weapon for any warrior. The Mammon don't have the technology to forge dragon-bone weapons. Only the most skilled blacksmiths, like the Khal, can mold dragon bones into weapons. Jorah shook his head. What do you suggest? Just leave it here, she asked. Jorah stroked his chin, suggesting, select some easily portable pieces of dragon bone to take back, bury the rest on the spot, and come back for them later as needed. The skull is too large to handle. Take bones from the wings. At Daenerys' command, the Mammon began working feverishly. They dug along the dragon's neck towards its belly, not needing to dig too deep, just enough to search for broken bones. The bone that Lacaro brought back was a broken bone. The dragon seemed to have indeed been severely injured and unable to fly, just as Dany had guessed, and had fallen to the ground halfway through its flight. Huh? This bone is so thin, something's not right. A centaur stopped digging, picked up a 40-centimeter long bone from the sand, and examined it with puzzlement. Following the root of head, neck, back, wings, the centaur dug a winding trench. The sand was soft, making it much easier than expected, and the trench was 2 or 3 meters deep. When the sky turned a deep indigo, they had reached the middle of the neck. Khaleesi, something's wrong. It's not a dragon bone, I've dug up a human corpse, the centaur shouted, his voice trembling with fear. This isn't a human, it's a demon, a demon's corpse. A human shouldn't look like this. A demon. A demon's corpse. The other centaurs who were working rushed over to look and also cried out in terror. As the big boss, Dany naturally didn't need to work, she'd been busy training the little dragons. Hearing the commotion coming from the pit, she quickly ran over, peered into the centaur, and shouted, "No demons. Demons wouldn't dare approach a dragon, not even a dragon corpse that's been dead for years. That must be a human." At first, she shouted with great vigor, but as the crowd parted to make way for the twisted skeleton half buried in the brown sand, she was horrified and stammered. The corpse was simply too terrifying. It was a body curled up in the position of a fetus, not just a skeleton. Its skin resembled purplish-black demonic scales, tightly wrapping the bones. You could see thumb-sized, rough scales, like old tree bark, densely covering its entire body. The arms curled up in front of its chest. Were those really arms, or perhaps the claws of some creature? 10 dagger-like fingers pointed towards the sky, as if poised to pounce and devour someone. The corpse was as thin as an emaciated child, yet its sharp teeth and claws were 20 centimeters long, completely disproportionate. Even more horrifying, the eyeballs within the corpse's sockets showed no signs of decay or decomposition. Around the deep purple eyeballs was a black, tar-like slime, staring at everyone with a malicious glare, its mouth almost split 180 degrees as if roaring a devil's curse. Fuck, Daenerys cursed in Earth language, then immediately switched to local custom, the Seven Hells. Seer Jorah, you're so knowledgeable, do you know what kind of people this is? She hadn't forgotten this was a fantasy world, where even the children of the forest and giants existed, goblins and gnolls weren't unusual. He should be human, Jorah said, also digging in the pit. Hearing this, he walked over to the centaur who had first discovered the corpse and took the pale white bone club from him. Your Highness, look. He held up the bone and waved it at Daenerys, then gestured with it near the demon corpse's left leg. The corpse is missing a shin bone, this is the one I'm holding. According to your previous theory about the dragon's origins, a dragon escaped Valyria during the cataclysm. Could it be that it was ridden away by a knight? The dragon was mortally wounded and fell from the sky, breaking the knight's leg, thus separating the shin bone from the corpse. Ago retorted, look how long the shin bone is, completely disproportionate to the small corpse. If the corpse was truly human, then he was a dwarf. A shin bone without a foot exceeding 40 centimeters indicates its owner must have been a tall, imposing man. The curled-up corpse, however, was probably no more than 1.2 meters tall. It is said that the ancient Valyrian ruins, from the land of long summer to the sea of smoke, are still shrouded in ichors. Seer Jorah stood up, his eyes grave as he looked at Daenerys. From Valentis to Slaver's Bay, there is clearly a Valyrian road left over from the Freehold era, yet they preferred to sail around the Valyrian ruins, taking several times the distance. That road to Matarith was called the Demon Road. Wasn't Valyria destroyed by a volcanic eruption? How is it related to curse? Daenerys asked, puzzled. I don't know, Jorah guessed, frowning. Perhaps it's the vengeful spirit of the ancient Valyrian Dragon King? As everyone knows, Valyria is a civilization that wields dragon and blood magic. How? You just said that this Dragon King died a gruesome death because of a curse. Daenerys pointed to the demon corpse in the pit, amused. Isn't that a contradiction? If it wasn't a curse, why didn't anyone, not a single dragon, escape from Valyria? Dragons can fly, you know. Earth, fire and lava are terrifying, but they can't burn the dragons, so how could they kill all of them? Jorah retorted in quick succession. Perhaps he's cursed, riding a dragon to Qarth to seek help from the wizards, Argo interjected. The Malfoys, initially terrified, gradually regained their courage after seeing Khaleesi and Jorah arguing in front of the demon for so long without the demon retaliating. The wizards of Qarth are indeed renowned, Jorah said sarcastically, but their fame stems from their tendency to deceive the world with false magic. Even Westeros has seen its share of blue-lipped charlatans. Then, Argo thought for a moment, pointing east, he might ride a dragon to the Shadowlands across the Jade Sea, where wizards and shadowbinders abound. The witch burned at the stake by Khaleesi learned the art of communicating with demons there. Why are you so sure he's seeking help? And where could magic be more powerful than in Valyria? Jorah scoffed. Whether he intended to go to Ashel to find a wizard, or was simply blinded by the subterranean fire and flew here randomly, it's none of our business, Daenerys said, pointing to the demonic corpse. Don't touch it directly. Find tree trunks and wild grass nearby and burn it on the spot. Valyrians believe in cremation, so I won't disgrace this Dragon King. The minions immediately stopped digging, climbed out of the pit, and went to collect firewood. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, Daenerys' 3 dragons breathed fire together, igniting the firewood in the pit. Then, dozens of people nestled against the giant skeleton to avoid the sun, waiting to continue working in the evening. Daenerys was the most comfortable. She made her home in the dragon's mouth, the thick head completely blocking the sunlight. Lying on the clean jawbone, it was cool, comfortable, and quite interesting. Chapter 34 Teaching Dragons. Kalish, something's up. As evening fell, the scorching fires of the earth sank below the horizon. The centaurs emerged from their sleeping bags, ate some dried meat strips with mare's milk, and resumed their digging. First, they had to clear away the ashes left from the cremation of the ancient Dragon King's body. At first, nothing seemed amiss. Both the demonic body and the cursed Valyrian Dragon King were reduced to charred bones in the flames. Even the virus that Daenerys feared was likely burned to death by the intense heat. After jumping into the pit, the centaurs, seeing no difference from Drogo's cremation site, grew bolder and began digging at the ashes with their bare hands. A moment later, a centaur raised his arm, covered in black soot, and held a palm-sized, black iron plate in both hands, shouting to Daenerys, "Kalish, I found a piece of iron. I think it's a relic left by that Dragon King." Jorah took it first, washed away the dirt with sand, examined it carefully, and then handed it to Daenerys. "This is Valyrian steel, with a dragon emblem and ancient Valyrian runes. Our previous guess should be correct. This iron plaque should be similar to an identification badge, like the hand-shaped brooch of the Hand of the King. The Hand of the King in Westeros is called the Prime Minister, and he can design his own badge, a brooch, a cloak pin, or a necklace, but always featuring a small metal hand." The iron plaque felt slightly heavy, barely covering Daenerys' small hand, reminding her of her newly acquired 6.5-inch Huawei phone. It was similar in thickness and weight, but only a third the size. Valyrian steel is essentially a type of steel. If you were to do elemental analysis in a lab, you'd find it's no different from ordinary steel. However, its forging process incorporates magic unique to Valyrian civilization, giving it almost indestructible properties. By the way, weapons forged from Valyrian steel also possess powerful anti-magic properties, such as slaying White Walkers. Ignoring its considerable weight, the inscriptions on the plaque were also exquisitely beautiful. The front of the plaque depicted a colossal dragon with wings poised for flight, its claws gripping a gleaming greatsword. The design was exquisite and lifelike, conveying both the dragon's imposing presence and the jewels on the sword's cross-shaped hilt. A ring of runes surrounded the dragon. Daenerys, who recognized the most authentic Valyrian script, couldn't decipher a single rune. The other side of the plaque was equally perplexing. A mountain peak was carved with a rougher style than the front. Gently touching the mountain's design revealed distinct raised and recessed patterns. Wisps of smoke seemed to emanate from the mountain's summit, but the carving was too crude for Daenerys to discern whether it was black smoke or a large tree. If the front design is indeed the emblem, with a dragon holding a sword, perhaps it's a hint at the Dragon King himself. Everyone, pay close attention. There might be a Valyrian steel two-handed sword buried in the sand. Daenerys exclaimed excitedly, encouraging those in the pit. However, it turned out she had been overly optimistic. The moon was high in the sky. The Marmons dug through the nearby sand, going 4 or 5 meters deep until water seeped out, but found nothing. Jorah shook his head and sighed. Under those circumstances, escaping Valyria was already a feat. How could he have had time to go home and retrieve his clan sword? If the sword the dragon wielded was real, its weight and size must be no less than the Stark clan's sword, Ice. Then the seer described Ice to Daenerys, wider than a hand, as dark as black smoke, and a head taller than Daenerys when erect. Daenerys was taken aback. Although she was only 14 years old, aside from being a little underdeveloped, lacking both breasts and buttocks, she wasn't short. Without measuring, she knew she was at least 1.6 meters tall. A head taller than her, even if not 2 meters, would be over 1.8 meters. It's so long, even if you could lift it, it wouldn't be convenient to wield, would it? She asked curiously. Edward Stark used that sword to behead dozens of people every year. After decades, he was incredibly skilled, Jorah said with a tone full of resentment and sarcasm. He almost became experience points for Ned's greatsword skill. In the end, Daenerys agreed with Jorah's analysis. Under normal circumstances, two-handed greatswords could not be carried around, and the dead Dragon King had no chance to go back to retrieve the sword. Before midnight, the centaurs dug more than 20 black dragon bones of varying lengths from the sand. The longest was over 10 meters long, and the shortest was as tall as Daenerys' waist when standing upright. Many of them had obvious breakage marks, further proving that the dragon was too badly injured to fly and had fallen to the ground from the sky. Alright, let's stop digging here. That's enough for everyone in Khal Drogo to have a dragon bone scimitar. Daenerys clapped her hands, stopping the centaurs in the pit. Your Highness, dragon bones can only be used for sword hilts, not for forging blades. Using dragon bones with ordinary steel is a waste. In fact, aside from Valyrian steel weapons, there's no need to use dragon bones for other steel weapons, Jorah reminded her. You said dragon bones are very valuable, Daenerys said. They are very valuable, there are only so many dragon bones in the world. But don't you not need money? Who would complain about having too much money? Daenerys waved her hand casually. Before leaving, Daenerys had the dragon skull buried, piled up into a small hill. This was her treasure, she couldn't let others get it. As long as the raw dragon bones showed any trace, even a fool would know she had found a dragon carcass in the Red Wasteland. Now that it was buried, even she wasn't sure if she would find it again. There were simply too many similar low hills on this plain, and no special landmarks nearby. Piling up stones and wiping down wooden poles would only be effective in the short term, they would eventually be buried and blown down by the wind and sand. Big Black, have you remembered? She asked her black dragon. The black dragon does possess some intelligence, but compared to humans, it's suddenly brain dead, truly brain dead, the kind that's underdeveloped. However, dragons have an exceptionally strong sense of direction. Often entering dragon dreams or dragon spirits, merging with a black dragon's soul, Dany can clearly sense that dragons possess more than just sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, perhaps even more than 6 or 7 senses. Well, her dragons haven't grasped the concept of the microcosm. Just as birds can orient themselves using the Earth's magnetic field, dragons have similar abilities. For example, Dany once left a dragon in White Cloud City. Then rode her little silver horse in a random direction for several kilometers, finally hiding in some bushes. All 3 dragons were able to find her precisely. At that time, she deliberately severed her dragon dream state. Dany can receive the 7th and 8th senses transmitted from the black dragon, but she doesn't know what they are, nor can she analyze or utilize them. After asking several times, and even moving 2 kilometers away to have the big black dragon fly back to test it, Dany was exhausted and sweating profusely before finally managing to barely confirm that he might actually remember. Sir Jorah Mormont, did the Targaryens of over 100 years ago have any methods to help dragons increase their intelligence? My dragons are too stupid. In the early hours of the morning, on the way back with the caravan, Daenerys complained to him, being stupid is one thing, as long as they obediently listen to me. But dragons are naturally unruly. Black dragons are alright, but even I have trouble controlling the green and white dragons, communication is too difficult. I don't know. Betrayal is too far from the center of power. I'm not familiar with the nobles outside the Starks. Bear shook his head. You are the legitimate son-in-law of House Hightower, and House Hightower controls the Citadel, Daenerys reminded him. In any case, Jorah Mormont had been a guest of House Hightower for several years and should have visited the Citadel a few times, at least getting to know a few knowledgeable professors. Yes, Meesters are also ranked, Meester Apprentice, Meester, Doctor, Grand Meester. Their rank is determined by the depth and breadth of their knowledge. Back then, I had absolutely no interest in scholars or the City of Scholars, and in fact, I still have no interest in them now. Without any unexpected incidents along the way, they returned to White Cloud City 2 days later with the dragon bones. In the days that followed, Dany would carry the dragons out of the city to exercise during the color mornings and evenings. During the hottest hours of the morning and afternoon, she began giving the 3 dragons cultural lessons. Their bodies grew larger and larger, from skinny cats to massive Pekingese, now showing signs of becoming mongrels. The larger they grew, the more their daily food intake increased. The sand lizards, scorpions, and sand snakes of the red sand plains were no longer enough to satisfy them. So, Dany used food to entice them to study. This process was extremely difficult. In math class, she demonstrated elementary school math operations to the black dragon in her dragon dream state. In language class, she opened her mouth wide, making sounds while explaining the meaning through a soul connection. There was also physical education class. Dany would tap their scales with a stick. At first, the baby dragon scales shattered like hard eggshells, and blood, seeping from their bodies with white smoke, would burn away before it even dripped. Because the black dragon had a soul connection with her, she constantly comforted and encouraged the little dragon in her spiritual sea. Although the black dragon roared angrily, it could barely cooperate with her. The white and green dragons were not so well behaved. A month after their birth, Dany completely lost her dragon spirit connection with the little white and green dragons. The closer she became to the black dragon, the greater the distance between her and the other 2 dragons. Not only could she not attend Chinese and math classes, but she also couldn't attend physical education classes, which were supposed to be for physical training. Once, Dany tapped the little white dragon's back until it bled, and the little guy ignored it and spat a stream of dragon fire at her wrist. The dragon fire was hotter than the flames of burning firewood, and for the first time, she was injured in the flames. A ring of blisters the size of cockroaches appeared on her wrist, painful and itchy, and it took 4 or 5 days to heal. The only consolation was that no scars were left. Perhaps she truly could draw power from the flames, or perhaps it was her increasingly close dragon spirit bond with the black dragon that caused her injuries to heal faster and more completely than others. Take, for example, the scar on her stomach. To prevent others from discovering her plan, Daenerys didn't allow her maids to bathe her for the next 2 weeks. She explained that water resources were scarce, and from then on, everyone would use fine sand to cleanse their skin. She even had a sand bed prepared, covered with fine white sand. Every night before bed, rubbing her naked body on it would cleanse away the dirt, oil and dead skin flakes burned away in the flames. But after 2 weeks, Daenerys began living a decadent slave owner life. She was surprised to find that the scar on her stomach was becoming lighter and lighter, eventually disappearing completely, and her skin regained its previous smoothness and softness. Perhaps the high temperature promoted blood circulation, and the cells were too active in the flames? That's the scientific explanation. A more fantastical explanation is that dragons and fire possess the magic of restoring the body. Just over a year ago, when the original owner, Dany, had just married Drogo, she was physically weak and unaccustomed to life on horseback. Every day, she was exhausted and on the verge of death, her inner thighs chafed raw and bleeding. But after a dream with a dragon, in just one night, all her injuries disappeared, and she became as strong as a native centaur girl. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 35 The Dragon Seeker. After repeatedly complaining to Jorah about the disobedient dragons, he suggested simply expelling the 2 troublesome children so that he could focus solely on teaching the big black dragon. If the black dragon was powerful enough, Daenerys could use it to subdue and control the white and green dragons. Jorah also believed that Daenerys' teaching would benefit the dragon's growth. He told Daenerys that in the history of House Targaryen, dragons were not invincible, and there had been many dragon-slaying incidents. The most famous example is undoubtedly the death of Daenerys. Your ancestor Aegon, with the help of his 2 sisters, conquered the other 6 kingdoms besides Dorne. But during the attack on Dorne's gate, Queen Rhaenys' dragon was accidentally shot in the eye by a crossbow bolt, and Daenerys fell to his death instantly. Jorah looked at the 3 small dragons flying in the sky searching for prey and sighed, if even such a small, vulnerable spot as the eye can be hit, their bodies and wings are constantly attacked. In every respect, they are still far too immature. Daenerys accepted some of Jorah's advice. She didn't completely abandon Little White and Little Green. Actually, any student in the Great Celestial Empire should know what to do in this situation. That's right, divide them into classes, fast and slow classes, and rocket classes. Little Black is a top student, 1 dragon in the rocket class, the other 2 are mischievous underachievers. Just getting a diploma would be enough to make Daenerys' mother greatly gratified. While she was busy training dragons, her Caecilius wasn't idle either. The elderly and women plundered the treasures buried by time in the 3 white cities. The young and strong went hunting in the western mountains in batches, bringing back smoked bacon in addition to food for the warriors. Jorah, at Daenerys' request, taught the centaur children the ways of chivalry. To put it bluntly, the Dothraki howling warriors were light cavalry. Even Daenerys, who was militarily illiterate, knew how poor their siege warfare capabilities were. Westeros knights in full armor were undoubtedly more impactful and had greater battlefield survivability. The centaurs fought desperately in just sleeveless leather vests not because of bravery, as they claimed, but primarily because they were poor in every way, both in their level of civilization and their social system. They lacked the resources to buy armor, the ability to produce steel, and the technology to forge armor. In the Great Grass Sea, a suit of armor was worth far more than the life of a howling warrior. But now things were different. The centaurs had Daenerys. She would inevitably bring more advanced systems to the Dothraki and greatly improve their productivity. In the future, the centaurs will be able to produce a large number of knights, and Dany will inevitably need a large number of loyal Iron Knights. 3 months after settling in White Cloud City, Dany joyfully held up a turnip the size of her fist and loudly announced to the surrounding centaurs, "The first batch of grain is about to ripen, and we no longer need to worry about famine." This world is truly bizarre. A 2-year-old turnip bears fruit in just 3 months, though a bit small, and in such a hot environment. But then, thinking of the strange scene in the orchard where peach trees are blooming on one side and dropping fruit on the other, she felt relieved. It's long summer now. In long summer, the poor eat until they're stuffed. In the dead of winter, even nobles starve. The centaurs showed her no respect, not cheering loudly, but instead, Ago stepped forward and shouted, "Kalashi, we are centaurs. Centaurs don't become cowardly farmers. I think we should abandon the city and go hunting and herding in the western mountains. We have too many people, and our main food source for nomadic herding, lambs and fattened cattle, has long been killed, leaving only horses with a very low meat yield. Hunting is too unpredictable. We need a stable food source. We need this safe and prosperous city," Dany said, glaring at him. "There's no one else on the Red Plains. Where's the danger?" her blood guard retorted. "Report." With a long shout, a horse galloped to the edge of the field. Report to Kalashi. "Someone is trying to enter our city," the warrior on horseback shouted excitedly. Ago was slapped in the face by reality. "It's all your fault for jinxing me." Dany glared at him again, then asked the knight, "Who came? How many people?" 3, the centaur warrior said with a strange expression. "They call themselves Dragon Seekers, and they asked me if this was White Cloud City, and if any Targaryen girls had hatched dragons." "What?" Startled, Dany blurted out in English. "How is that possible?" "Are you sure they asked about White Cloud City?" she asked hastily. "Yes, that's what the Shadowbinder said." "Shadowbinder?" Dany was startled again. Although she had named the city White Cloud City, she had always believed that no outsiders would come here, so there was no sign for White Cloud City at the city gate. "And, where are my dragons?" She looked up at the sky and asked the people around her, "The white dragon and the green dragon, have they flown back?" "No." The centaurs all shook their heads. The black dragon was in advanced class, with a heavier workload, and spent most of his time with Dany. At this moment, he stood on the saddle of his little silver horse, flapping his wings, and surveying the people around him with his deep red eyes. The 2 mischievous wild children, Little White and Little Green, weren't good at academics, so they could only be athletic students. Daenerys reduced their training, letting them spend the extra time hunting. If they weren't going to study hard, they'd better go out and earn money to support themselves. Could they have encountered my dragon outside? Daenerys pondered, stroking her chin. But even if they saw a dragon, how would they know it was a Targaryen? Kalish, they not only know you're a Targaryen, but they also called out Daenerys. It must be that Shadowbinder. Everyone knows the wizards of the Shadowlands can use prophetic magic, the centaur exclaimed. Yes, everyone knows, Agil nodded seriously. Everyone knows, the centaur handmaiden Kitty echoed. Here we go again. Daenerys secretly rolled her eyes inwardly and said to Agil, go and call Ricallo and Jogger. Oh, and Ser Jorah too. At that moment, Jorah was teaching the children swordsmanship in the square. During this time, Daenerys herself would occasionally go and learn for a while. Over the months, despite only practicing basic swordsmanship, she had significantly improved her strength and skill. Quillo, come with me to meet the guests. She turned to the messenger knight and asked, you didn't let them into the city, did you? No, Khaleesi, you said that outsiders could only enter the city with your permission, the centaurs quickly replied. Dany paused, surprised. Had she given that order? But after thinking for a moment, it seemed she really had. It was the second day after entering White City, when she had stone stuffed into the city gate. It had been so long, she had forgotten. She hadn't expected the centaurs to be so strictly following her orders. The centaurs, though straightforward and often contradicting her regardless of the situation, were undeniably loyal and efficient. As they rode along the street, Dany, lost in thought, found themselves at the city gate. The wooden gate was raised high, and she led Quillo and a dozen or so roaring warriors through the narrow archway to the outside. The moment Dany stepped out of the city gates, a chill ran down her spine. Putting aside the three men, their mounts were camels. She wasn't a strategist or an elite politician, but her mind was quick, and almost instantly she understood, the Red Wasteland, a death trap for the centaurs, was merely a slightly more difficult path for others. The Red Wasteland wasn't a death trap, meaning it was no longer her little LS's protective shield. This place was no longer safe. Why was it so difficult for the centaurs to cross the Red Waste? Dany and her group had endured countless hardships on their southward journey. Had she not watched Bear Grylls survival shows, she would likely have ended up like Dany, dying along the way. Why was this? It was simple, the centaurs' vehicles were inappropriate. Like a muscle car versus a road car, their uses are different. If you mix them up, using an off-road vehicle for commuting would cost you enough in fuel to buy a new car in a year. Driving a BMW to challenge the unpaved wilderness, well, you'd probably break down the moment you left the road. The steppe horses ridden by the centaurs were strong and powerful, possessing top-notch impact, speed, and endurance. The Dothraki people have existed for thousands of years, and their steppe horses have been selectively bred for millennia. The Dothraki roam the vast plains of the Dothraki Sea and the Norn River, their war horses bred for this environment. However, they are ultimately only suitable for the steppes, their heat and drought tolerance is too poor for the Red Waste. Therefore, Daenerys cannot overwork them, cannot push the horsemen's mounts to their limits. Even with horses, the Khal people can only travel 100 kilometers a day. Camels, on the other hand, are known as ships of the desert, traversing the demon grass-covered wasteland as if strolling in their own backyard. I am Daenerys Targaryen, the dragon brooder. Welcome, guests from afar. It's hot outside, let's go into town, Daenerys said, introducing herself without even asking her identity. The three camel riders were also very polite. They skillfully unwrapped their headscarves, fully equipped, and then introduced themselves one by one. The pale-skinned, blue-lipped man with the goat cheek spoke in rough Dothraki, Great Mother of Dragons, Khaleesi of the Great Grass Sea, I am Pei-Iapiri, the Great Wizard of Qarth. He was speaking to Daenerys, but his gaze was burning as he stared intently at the large black figure sitting cross-legged above her. The bald, obese man in the middle also had very pale skin, a milky white, even paler than Daenerys, who was white. On one side of his nose, which was larger than Jackie Chan's, was a green jade the size of a thumb. He spoke in Valyrian, the language of the Free Cities. Princess of the Targaryens, thank you for your invitation. Your kindness is as striking as your beauty. I am Zarazin Wandithus, one of the 13 wizards of Qarth. This man spoke words of admiration for Daenerys, but his gaze was more like that of someone assessing the value of goods. However, Compared to the other two, Daenerys preferred to deal with him, because only he lacked supernatural powers. Chapter 36 Invitation. The third person was the Shadowbinder from Ashbury. Wearing a lacquered wooden mask, she spoke fluently in the common tongue of the Seven Kingdoms. Greetings, Mother of Dragons, I am Khal, Shadowbinder of the Shadowlands. The red lacquered wooden mask concealed her eyes and facial expression, making it impossible for Daenerys to discern her inner thoughts from her flat voice. Daenerys nodded, signaling the centaurs to make way, and she and her guests proceeded first, followed by the others. Just as they passed through the city gate, Daenerys saw Ser Jorah and her Bloodfist guard approaching together. On the way to the palace, she introduced them again. You have come seeking dragons, Jorah asked, voicing a question that had been lingering in Daenerys' mind. But how do you know there are dragons here? The stars in the sky guide us, Khal replied succinctly. Stars? Jorah asked, puzzled. It is. The warlock pointed to the red comet still hanging in the sky. 3 months had passed, and the comet hadn't completely disappeared, though it was much dimmer than before. Perhaps soon, when people looked up, they would wonder when it had vanished completely. The weeping star? It keeps changing direction, how can it guide you? And what does its appearance have to do with dragons? Jorah asked. To mortals like you, it's just a comet that appears only once every 1,000 years, but we who possess magical powers have personally felt the enormous changes in the world. The wizard stared at the large black figure, his voice low and eerie. Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? Dragons have existed before, although everyone says they've been extinct for over 100 years, but that's only in Westeros. The Ironborn say there are sea dragons in the depths of the Sunset Sea, and the legends of ice dragons are still told. Even the giant dragons have news from the hidden places of the world. Jorah thought the wizard was exaggerating, probably trying to deceive his princess. Hey, the wizard's eerie blue lips curled into an obvious sneer. He didn't even bother to answer the question of mortals. Tisk tisk tisk, this is a city filled with sand and decay, completely unworthy of the noble mother of dragons. The Karth merchant, his head round like a boiled egg, whipped his camel's rump, hurried over to Daenerys, and invited her in an exaggerated tone. Khal, you were born to wear the most exquisite jewels, fine robes woven from Myrcene cloth, surrounded by servants, and live in a magnificent palace closest to the gods. Only Karth, the center of the world, can provide all this. And, coincidentally, I have the ability and the most sincere heart to offer you these services. Please leave this wretched place and come with me to Karth. Haha, Mr. Dassus, you are a noble and generous gentleman, but I have a large group of people to take care of, Daenerys said with a smile, politely declining. Ha ha ha, Xaro laughed heartily, his laughter filled with pride and superiority. Khal, you really should go to Karth. This desolate land has polluted your vision. Even the smallest corner of my house could easily accommodate all your men. In fact, the kings and nobles from all over the world who come to Karth to visit me have more servants than you, and I once hosted 35 distinguished guests. In simpler terms, my bathroom alone is bigger than your entire house, and I have 35 bathrooms. Daenerys wanted to say, I have 3 cities. Alice, you may not know. Khal Drogo is dead, she sighed. Of course we know, Xaro immediately replied. The most powerful knight is dead, and the great grass sea has gained several more Khals, the whole continent of Essos knows. Daenerys was stunned, surprised by the bizarre speed at which information spread in this world. Actually, after witnessing the absurdity of the ravens firsthand, she wouldn't be so shocked. The problem is, the usurper hasn't let up on hunting me. Last time, he even dared to send someone to poison me in the sacred city of Malfoy. Without Khal Drogo's protection, what if he sends someone again after I leave? Khal, don't worry, Robert Baratheon, who usurped your father's throne, has been dead for almost half a year. Xaro then began to recount the news from the Sunset Lands. Just like the plot of the TV series Daenerys had seen, Old Man drank Lancel's spiked wine while hunting and was gored to death by a wild boar while in a daze. The greater his life, the more pathetic his death. Lancel Lannister, Queen Cersei's cousin, and also a self-heating self-defense weapon. As for Old Man, he was incredibly powerful in his youth. His mace could rank 3rd on the weapons of ice and fire list, second only to the modified mountain in Arthur Dayne, the Sword of the Morning wielding the greatsword Dawn. A Baron Martell, Khal Drogo, and Syrio, the first swordsman of Aquaman's court, are all a level below the Old Man. Rhaegar and Bull are another level below. Jorah Mormont, standing beside Daenerys, is somewhat embarrassed, probably a level or two below Bull. This isn't meant to elevate the old man. In the entire A Song of Ice and Fire series, he's the only one whose physical talents in both strength and agility are at their maximum. Skill can be honed, but talent determines a person's ceiling. We won't mention his youthful victory over Rhaegar, but let's talk about the old man's last battle. Yes, the one where he was gored to death by a boar. He drunk several large bags of spiked liquor, and unable to dodge in time, the charging boar's tusks pierced his genitals, tearing a half-meter-long gash from his lower abdomen upwards. Had it not been for his ribs, he would have been severed in two. His intestines and internal organs, like a constipated bowel movement, suddenly and happily spilled out onto the ground. Most people would collapse immediately after being kicked, but this old man fought back fiercely, killing the boar hanging on his chest with his spear despite his severe injuries. His bravery was extreme. He even persevered for several days afterward, leaving a will and reminiscing with his best friend Ned about their glorious past before finally dying with the help of poppy milk. Yet this valiant warrior was tragically cuckolded countless times by his wife, Cersei, and all three of their sons were not his own. Yes, they were the children of Cersei and her brother. Cersei didn't want to have children with her husband, not even for sex. Every time the old man came to her drunk, she deliberately created the illusion of intimacy, never actually touching him. After Cersei first became pregnant with the old man's child, she seemed to intentionally cause an abortion. P.S. This differs from the TV series Game of Thrones. Cersei didn't love Robert at all, and even refused to sleep with him. When fulfilling her duties, she deliberately got Robert drunk. She herself was often drunk. In 14 years, the number of times Robert and Cersei held hands could be counted on one hand. After Eddard became Hand of the King, he quickly discovered, through the subtle hints of several treacherous individuals, that his best friend was raising someone else's child. Then, he let Cersei know he knew. Knowing he knew, Cersei preemptively had one of her lovers, her cousin Lancel, poison Robert's wine. Robert, as described above, died a gruesome death at the hands of a wild boar. Of course, Xaro's account to Daenerys wasn't this detailed. He only mentioned rumors that Robert was killed by Cersei. So, you don't need to worry about the usurper harming you anymore, he reassured Dany. In Qarth, under my protection, no one can hurt you. Dany nodded, following his lead. How far is it from here to Qarth? How many days did it take to get here by camel? About 1,000 kilometers. It took us almost a week to get here. Dany estimated in her mind that their speed seemed to be about the same as her Khal's southward journey. The only difference was that the camel could continue for another 1,000 kilometers in these conditions, while her Khal's was on the verge of collapse after only 500 kilometers. As they talked, they arrived at the palace gates. A group of old people and children in the square watched in amazement as the three guests on the camels rode. Dany prepared water and mare's milk for the guests to quench their thirst and also set aside 3 bedrooms near the garden for them to rest in. In the evening, she hosted a bonfire party in the square, serving roasted horse meat with plum sauce, mushroom and smoked venison stew, butter beets, turnip stew, and the wine she had saved. It was almost the best food her cows could offer. 3 guests from Qarth also took out wine, sausages, and caviar from the trunks hanging on their camels. Daenerys even brought out her 3 hound-sized dragons for them to see, and let them touch the cubs. She and Jorah had been carefully observing their reactions to the dragons. Quelsay's movements as he stroked the black dragon were filled with awe, and the sorcerer's eyes couldn't hide his longing. The wealthy merchant Xaro's eyes, narrowed to slits, seemed to gleam as he expressed his amazement at the dragon's intense heat. Overall, the guests were very satisfied with Daenerys' hospitality that evening. Finally, as she escorted them to their rooms, Daenerys told Xaro that she would seriously consider the possibility of a trip to Qarth. What do you think? Daenerys didn't go to sleep immediately. She called Jorah, the blood guards, several elders, and 3 handmaids together for a meeting to reach a consensus on whether to go to Qarth. Unlike other Khals who treated the elderly as useless burdens, Daenerys highly valued those who could survive to be over 60 years old in the harsh environment of the Great Grass Sea. Aside from Watson's slight misjudgment, the horse herdsman Fenty and the old blacksmith Solomon both brought her tremendous surprises. Fenty, for example, was practically a horse-breeding genius. In the desolate Red Waste, not only did the number of horses not decrease, but over a dozen new foals appeared in just a few months. In modern society, World-renowned horse racing clubs would probably fight tooth and nail for him. Solomon was a green-haired, green-eyed foreign tribesman. The Dothraki lacked blacksmiths and relied on foreign slaves to repair their weapons. When Drogo's father asked Kor for a gift, the city-state's trade prince presented the imprisoned Solomon as a gift to the centaurs. Indeed, after Valyria's destruction in the Cataclysm, Kor's blacksmithing skills were the best in the world. The prostitutes of Rhys, the handicrafts of Meir, the cloth and blacksmiths of Kor, the spices and dairy products of Pentus, the iron treasury of Bravas, the slaves of Volantis, the 9 free trading cities naturally traded everything, but each also had its own unique characteristics. Chapter 37 The Second Plenary Session. Whether or not to go to Qarth is like the question of whether or not to lead Carlels south, seemingly uncertain and not easy to decide, yet there seems to be no other choice. Your Highness, Jorah said after a moment's thought, it's clear they've come in search of the dragon, and they have a concern for your dragon that goes beyond mere interest. If any of them intend to seize it by force, it will be more dangerous for you to stay here. Oh? In all trading cities, whether ordinary merchants or trading princes, they all prioritize profit over righteousness and have no sense of honor. But there is only one thing they cannot trust. A glint flashed in Jorah's eyes. That is the foundation upon which they live, and the very foundation upon which trading cities exist, trust. Simply put, on the open sea or on the main roads, any merchant might become a bandit, using force to rob what they desire. But in trading cities, they will skillfully use deception, extortion, and enticement to profit, but they will never forcibly seize the other party's property. Seeing Daenerys' thoughtful expression, he smiled and said, the greater the merchant, the more insidious and subtle their methods. Yet, this world is vast and information flows freely. If Zaro and his companions extended an invitation to you, theoretically, they also bear the responsibility of protecting your safety. It's not that they are particularly noble, but rather that their reputation among other merchants is far more valuable than any immediate profit. Your Highness, you have wandered through the various city-states of the Western continent for a long time, you should have a deeper understanding of this. Daenerys nodded. The usurpers' bounties on the Targaryen siblings had never ceased, yet none of the trading princes or governors who had hosted them had chopped off their heads for the money. The interests were unequal. But the world's only 3 dragons were enough to make anyone willingly abandon honor and credibility. Even the guest rights prevalent in the 7 kingdoms can be trampled on, she said. Jorah seemed stunned by her words, his eyes widening incredulously. Besides the legendary rat chef, who tramples on guest rights? The most foolish, the most insane, the most ignorant wouldn't intentionally violate guest rights. In a couple of years, when news of Robb Stark's death arrives, you won't be so surprised. Who is the rat chef? She asked. The rat chef was a cook in the Night's Watch, serving at Long Night's Keep. He harbored a deep grudge against the king of Casterly Rock, whom the Night's Watch entertained when the Andal King, accompanied by his son and vassals, toured the wall. One night, the rat chef seized his opportunity, assassinated the king's son, and then used the prince's flesh with onions, carrots, mushrooms, and other ingredients to make a large pie, sprinkled with pepper and salt, served with bacon and dark Dornish wine. He presented the pie to the king, who ate his own son's flesh pie, praising its deliciousness and demanding another. Even the gods could not tolerate this, and they transformed the cook into a white rat as fat as an old sow, forever condemned to eat only his own offspring. The rat chef roamed Long Night's Keep, driven by an insatiable hunger, endlessly devouring his own descendants. In the dim light, Jorah's blurred face had an inexplicable sinister quality. Daenerys' 2 centaur handmaidens huddled together. Their almond-shaped eyes filled with panic as they looked around, seemingly searching for a white mouse that might appear out of nowhere. Ahem, a very good bedtime story, but isn't it a bit too weak? Daenerys coughed a few times. It's true, even children in the north know it, Jorah protested. The first half of the story is probably true, but the later part about the god's punishment. Daenerys shook her head and asked him, which god do you think punished the rat chef? Jorah immediately replied, gods are gods, of course all of them couldn't stand the rat chef's wanton disregard for the guests' rights. How, the north, especially the area around the wall, belongs to the old gods, while the Andals worship the 7 gods. Perhaps humans, for the sake of political harmony, will accept the coexistence of the 7 gods and the old gods. But the 7 gods doctrine only recognizes themselves as the sole god. If he is real, why would he cooperate with the old gods to punish a human? Jorah sighed, his expression helpless, and said, "Your Highness, the purpose of this story is to warn the world. A person has the right to seek revenge, but killing a guest under one's own roof and trampling on the guest's rights will never be forgiven by the gods. Whether the gods exist or which god punished the rat chef is not important. What is important is that we understand through this story the importance of respecting the sacred rights of guests," he concluded in the tone of educating a mischievous child. "Alice, you're the one who doesn't understand, Big Bear. The story's didacticism is so obvious that it greatly diminishes its realism. This story teaches intelligent people one thing: exploiting others' trust in the power of guests allows for easy and satisfying revenge, yet the gods will never punish him. The rat chef's end may be tragic, but the only one who will punish him is the heartbroken king, not the gods. For the rat chef, a commoner banished to the Great Wall, he has almost forever lost his chance for revenge, especially since his target is a king. The power of guests means absolutely nothing to such a person. However, some things are better left unsaid. If spoken aloud, others will definitely look at her differently. I never thought your highness was that kind of person." As if she had already done something. "So," Daenerys simply asked, "you suggest we go to Qarth?" Jorah nodded, earnestly. "Qarth is a great city connecting the east and west. It has what you need, like ships and sailors. If we find the Carlians to be hostile, we can leave immediately. Robert Baratheon is dead. You really have no thoughts?" He stared intently at her, as if trying to pierce through the violet mist before him and reach the depths of her heart. "Let the White Walkers be the king of the Seven Kingdoms," Daenerys thought to herself, but her face remained impassive, instead revealing a longing look. "I have a chance?" Westeros was Jorah's homeland, and he had willingly become Robert's spy to return home. Undoubtedly, between Baratheon and Daenerys, the scales in his heart had already tipped significantly in Daenerys' favor. But if he knew Daenerys had no intention of returning to the Seven Kingdoms, then the other side of the scales would no longer hold loyalty to King's Landing and the current king, but rather the temptation of returning home. Homesickness and love were of equal importance. Besides, someone had already given the poor knight a good guy card. "Here. We can't receive any information, and I can't judge the situation in the Seven Kingdoms. Only one thing is certain: even if the usurper is dead, he still has 2 sons, and the queen is a Lannister. At least the Baratheons and Lannisters will hinder your return. Eddard Stark practically considers Robert a brother, so he won't support you. And Irene of the Vale and Tully of the Trident are related to the Starks by marriage, so they also," Jorah said with a troubled expression. He didn't know that none of the queen's sons were Baratheons, nor did he know that Eddard had been imprisoned by the queen and might already have his head chopped off by the new King Joffrey. In recent years, the political situation in Westeros had been more unpredictable than a storm at sea. Qarth was still too far from King's Landing, resulting in high information delays and errors. "Alice, your highness, let's avoid Westeros for now and wait for the dragons to grow up," Jorah offered a mature and prudent suggestion. Daenerys nodded. In truth, Jorah had always been cautious and realistic. "What suggestions do you have?" she asked the centaurs who had been watching the drama unfold. "Kalish, you are my blood of blood, go wherever you say." Jorgen scratched his bald head, looking anxious. The centaurs didn't actually want to go far from the grasslands. They believed the seawater was poisonous and should be avoided. But their stupid minds couldn't come up with a better suggestion, leaving them both anxious and helpless. Seeing that the other 2 blood guards shared the same attitude, Daenerys asked the old representative, "Avanti, Solomon, what are your thoughts? How about we sneak away tonight and go to the western mountains?" Avanti offered a rather absurd suggestion. The old man Khal immediately shook his head, advising, "If we deceive the Qarthians, we will no longer be their friends and guests, but their enemies. Have you all thought about how they found this place? Prophecy, the Shadowbinders can prophesy." Jickie cried out in terror. Elizabeth corrected her, "It's the stars guiding them. I heard it from that blue-mouthed wizard this afternoon. They can find us even if they go west." Dorian nodded. "Quelrad, starting tomorrow, you must guard my dragon without leaving its side," Daenerys said to her dragon guardian, having made her decision. "Kalish, as long as I live, no one can steal your dragon," Quelrad said firmly. A consensus was reached at the meeting, and early the next morning, Daenerys told her 3 guests her decision. Quelrad remained expressionless, while the wizard and the merchant directly expressed their welcome and joy. Both solemnly promised that in Qarth, Daenerys and her Khalees would be under their protection. That morning, Daenerys sent knights to inform the shepherds of the other two white cities to bring Khalas's caravan to White Cloud City. The hunters in the western mountains were also notified. Thus, 4 days later, Daenerys' Khalas set off again. Their destination, Qarth in the southwest. Of course, Daenerys didn't do nothing during those 4 days. She arranged for Aggo to travel ahead of her with 3 horses, carrying enough food and water, to head towards Qarth. Xaro wrote a letter to Aggo, instructing him that once Aggo arrived in Qarth, he only needed to hand the letter to a steward, and a group of servants would lead a camel caravan towards the Red Moor. The camels would carry a large amount of food and water, and more importantly, Khal wouldn't need to worry about the horses' strength. Once the camels arrived, the centaurs could transfer to more comfortable camels. Chapter 38 Mysterious Power. Aggo spared no effort, and 3 days later they encountered a village affiliated with Qarth. Before Dany and her group even set off, a caravan of 300 camels laden with supplies headed towards White Cloud City. Qarth traveled for 4 full days, losing 70 or 80 horses, and the caravan nearly ran out of water and mare's milk, finally encountering a scout from the camel caravan. Thus, this relay race, spanning 1,000 kilometers, was finally completed. Dany felt relieved and began to focus on her own problems. The 2 events, the Witch Millie's prophecy and the Dragon Hunter's prediction, had made Dany fully aware that besides dragons, magic and witchcraft truly existed in this world. She wanted to consult Quexy. As for why it wasn't a male witch, well, the merchant Xaro had been speaking ill of male witches to Dany these past few days. The wizards did have a period of great power, even the Valyrian dragon kings treated them with respect, Xaro whispered to Daenerys when the other 2 guests were absent. But things are different now. Those blue-lipped fellows are like the weak old soldiers in the dockside taverns, boasting only of their past glories, completely forgetting that power and skill have long since left them. They hide in the Hall of Dust, reading decaying scrolls, sipping the waters of nightshade until their lips turn blue, suggesting they possess terrifying power, but compared to their predecessors, they are nothing but empty shells. And what about the Quothuzid? She asked again. That woman, the merchant stammered, a hint of awe in his eyes. She comes from Ashel of the Shadowlands. As the saying goes, it's better to swallow a poisonous scorpion than to believe in the Shadow Children. Her power will only make her more dangerous. Khaleesi, don't believe her. With that, Daenerys understood who had prophesied her existence. It wasn't the sorcerer Peah who kept talking to her about metaphysics and strange arts, but rather the unassuming Khaleesi, whose presence was so subtle that it was easy to overlook. That woman was no ordinary person. Finding an opportunity, Daenerys moved her camel closer to the woman wearing the wooden mask and whispered, Miss Khaleesi, do you know the art of prophecy? Since there was a camel to ride, Daenerys naturally wanted to free her little silver horse. Khaleesi not only wore a wooden mask but also had an Arabic scarf wrapped around it. Her head was turned towards Daenerys, making it impossible to see her eyes or expression. Daenerys, people in the land of assassins don't commonly use the term miss, she said in a clear, crisp voice. Very well, Mage Khaleesi, Daenerys pressed on, can you predict whether I will be able to have another child in the future? Alice, my poor Rego, that witch named Mary cursed me, saying that my womb can no longer bear life. As she spoke, her eyes welled up with tears, and her head sadly turned away. Quexy paused, finally uttering words that made Dany inwardly cheer, please cast aside your past sorrows, more important things await you in the future. As for the child, Alice, I cannot foresee such things. Why? You've never even seen me, yet you know I've hatched a dragon and am still in White Cloud City? Dany, seemingly trying to hide her red, tear-stained eyes, wrapped the silk scarf around her head several times. Quexy said, prophecy is an elusive magic. When the weeping star appeared, I sensed the power of magic rapidly reviving. Like a tide sweeping across the towns along the riverbank. So, I opened my eyes, trying to see this world clearly, the world at its most essential. And I saw you taming dragons in the wasteland. So, do you understand? Not quite, Dany replied honestly. Mortals fear and denigrate magic and witchcraft, but it's a wisdom that ordinary people are not qualified to learn. Essentially, it's as simple and clear as seeing the eastern horizon tinged with crimson, knowing the sun is about to rise. Quexy looked at Dany, seemingly asking if she understood now. Perhaps I'm just an ordinary person, unworthy of that kind of wisdom. Dany smiled bitterly, still not understanding. Hell, an ordinary person can cause another magical tide in this world? Quizai actually laughed. Then, she explained for the third time, I saw the eastern sky turning red, so I knew the sun was about to rise. If I couldn't see it, or didn't look, then I wouldn't know anything. So-called prophecy is just the world presenting information to me, and then I looked at it, and I knew. Regarding whether you can have another child in the future, the relevant information has never appeared, cannot be summarized, cannot be speculated, so I don't know. This time Danny roughly understood. Prophecy is a bit like big data analysis, but in addition to the prophets collecting and summarizing information themselves, the broader world consciousness also transmits vague messages to them in the dark. Dragons bring magic to this world, their influence is too great, like a surging tide, so Quizai can clearly see the waves, and then see the instigators above the waves, Danny and her dragon. As for the child, it may have a great impact in the future, but at this moment, the tide has not yet stirred up any waves. Before Quizai, the sea was calm and still. Unless there is a stronger being, whose vision can penetrate the seawater and see the surging undercurrents of the deep ocean. Like the Green Prophet. Can you teach me magic? Daenerys asked the Quizai with expectant eyes. Yes, you can come with me to Assassin's Lair. There you'll find all the knowledge you need, Quizai replied quickly, as if to say, I've been waiting for you to say that. Daenerys hesitated, then suddenly realized, no one is kind to you for no reason, unless they love you. Clearly, Quizai wouldn't love her. So who did she love? Her dragons. I am the Stormborn Princess of Dragonstone. Restoring the Targaryen dynasty is my duty and mission. My goal is in the west, in Westeros. I cannot go south. At this moment, she was not fighting alone, Murenfu was with her. Murenfu said he would restore the great Yan. Who could disbelieve him? Quizai believed him without question. And so, she returned to her previous taciturn state, as if she would ignore Daenerys if she didn't go to Assassin's Lair. When the path to Qarth failed, Daenerys had to find a backup plan. Your Excellency, I've heard that magical spells are a special language besides the standard spoken language. This time, she didn't hold back, not waiting for others to be present before asking. As everyone finished eating and prepared to rest, she asked directly and loudly. The wizard Payapuri enjoyed talking to Daenerys, praising the greatness and prosperity of Qarth and telling strange and unbelievable wizarding stories. Hearing Daenerys' question, he said happily, Kalashi, you have the courage and wisdom to explore mystical knowledge. Indeed. There are many professions in this world involving mystical powers, such as shadowbinders, wizards, alchemists, moonsingers, red monks, dark sorcerers, necromancers, cloud wizards, pyromancers, blood witches, torturers, inquisitor knights, poisoners, priestesses, nightwalkers, and shapeshifters. The wizard rattled off dozens of magical professions in one breath, leaving Daenerys speechless and dumbfounded. Is this a world of low magic and low martial arts, a world of ice and fire, or has she arrived at a Baldur's Gate on the continent of Pharaoh? Pai took a breath and said, your ancestors Valyria also had its own blood magic system. Basically, every mystical system with real power has its own magical language, that is, spells. Why don't we all share a single spell system? Daenerys asked, puzzled. This. The wizard's blue lips parted, his expression hesitant. Perhaps it's because each wizarding school originated from a different place, just like our wizards and Valyrian blood wizards, two different civilizations, and their languages are different too. This was complete nonsense. Even if two civilizations were 100,000 light-years apart, the physical formulas they developed would be exactly the same. In their math classes, it would still be 1 + 1 = 2. Truth may not be eternally unchanging, but it must have certain commonalities. It couldn't be as arbitrary as he made it out to be. Besides not having grasped the truth, their spells couldn't touch upon the essence of the world, they were just a deceptive charlatan. Seemingly sensing Daenerys' thoughts, Quel'Thuzad spoke up. What is this? She asked Daenerys, holding a piece of wood. It was a short, smooth, yellowish-brown stick. She honestly told her what she saw. Quel'Thuzad nodded, then pointed his palm at Jorah. What is this? A man? Jorah hesitated. Quel'Thuzad nodded again, then pointed his palm a third time at the centaur-made Elijah. What is this? A woman? Elijah glanced fearfully at the shadowbinder and said weakly. When Quel'Thuzad pointed the wood at Ago, he said it was a lion. Finally, Quel'Thuzad opened his palm completely, and in the torchlight, A small, exquisite wooden sculpture could be seen standing in his pale palm, a body with 3 heads, a roaring, short-haired warrior, a gentle-faced, long-haired woman, and a bearing, roaring lion. Now Daenerys understood. Quilthuzad had only shown each person a part of the sculpture, which was why the 4 people had made 4 different interpretations. Now you understand? Quilthuzad's wooden mask faced Daenerys, reflecting a flickering red light in the firelight. Even the greatest wizards cannot grasp all the truth, Dany nodded. Simply put, it's the wizarding world's blind men and the elephant. Jorah suddenly asked, Your Excellency, the shapeshifters you mentioned earlier, are you referring to the former children of the forest? Every northerner grew up with terrifying stories of shapeshifters. They might not have heard of names like the Moon Singer or the Cloud Wizard, but shapeshifters were as memorable as the Rat Chef. Formerly? The wizard shook his head and chuckled. Andals, I understand your thinking. The children of the forest are legends, and shapeshifters are legends too. The world, as your maester hoped, has no power of miracles. They've been gone for thousands of years, Jorah frowned. They never disappeared, they were simply deliberately isolated and forgotten by you. When I left Ashel to seek my destiny in the west, I bought potion ingredients from a shapeshifter. His falcon could pluck the red lotuses from the mountain tops, Quixie said coldly. All the shapeshifters have gone to assassin? Jorah was surprised but also greatly relieved, seemingly thinking, it's good that the monsters and demons have left. Daenerys, however, was unsettled. She clearly remembered that Game of Thrones explicitly stated that shapeshifters were exclusive to the old gods. How could there be shapeshifters outside of Westeros? Chapter 39 Karth. I've heard that only those who worship the old gods in the north of Westeros can become shapeshifters. Does Assassin also have a weirwood tree? And does he also worship the old gods? Daenerys asked. Daenerys, do you know what the old gods are, and what shapeshifters are? Khal countered. Daenerys looked at Jorah. The old gods are a tree etched with human faces? That's the heart tree. The old gods are a collective term for many ancient deities, Jorah said slowly. The old gods are a belief in animism. As believers, shapeshifters awaken the spirits of nature and can merge with sentient animals, Quilthuzad told Daenerys. This was told to me by an old shapeshifter seeking wisdom, from beyond the wall on the Sunset Continent. Wild men from beyond the wall? Jorah exclaimed. How did they end up in Ashel, tens of thousands of miles away? The wild men you speak of are also intelligent beings. They yearn for wisdom and civilization. But beyond the wall, he felt a profound despair because you so deeply resent shapeshifters. So he came to the Temple of the Mysterious, Ashel in the Shadowlands, Quilthuzad said slowly, his wooden mask always facing Daenerys. Daenerys, Westeros of the Andals cannot contain you and your dragons. These words floated lightly in Daenerys' ears, but no one else reacted. Telepathic communication? Daenerys was astonished. For the next few days, Daenerys was filled with unease, afraid to be alone with Quilthuzad. She had asked Jorah and the Warlock, and they learned that neither wizards nor sorcerers could perform materialized attacks like conjuring fireballs or throwing ice spikes. They could only harm others indirectly through spells, shadows, and blood. Fearing that Quilthuzad might secretly cast a shadow-binding spell on her, she began having her maids take turns accompanying her to bed at night. However, Daenerys seemed to be overthinking things. After that night, Quilthuzad never spoke to her again, nor did he seem inclined to seek an opportunity to be alone with her. It wasn't until they left the Red Waste and entered Karth's territory that Daenerys finally couldn't help but ask the Shadowbinder, Your Excellency, do you know any ancient Valyrian sorcery spells? You want to learn? Quilthuzad, though not speaking to her directly, had never refused her either. Alice, the world is treacherous, I don't want to be harmed by evil wizards again, Daenerys sighed sadly. I don't understand Valyrian spells, because they were useless to me. But if you'd like, you can go to Ashel, someone there should be able to teach you. Quilthuzad said quietly, there are rumors circulating in the Shadowlands that the descendants of the ancient Valyrian blood witches are still active somewhere. Too far. I'm going to Westeros to be queen, Daenerys shook her head. The next day at noon, Daenerys met Karth, a city that the great merchant Zaro had always described as a heavenly city. Clang, a crisp, clear sound of a gong suddenly rang out from the sandstone walls of the city, the same color as the Red Waste. The stormborn Targaryen, Daenerys, mother of dragons, has arrived. Someone shouted into the city, a shout that even Daenerys, who was half a mile from the city gates, could hear. Before she could ask Zoro what was going on, woo woo woo, another long, resounding horn sounded. Looking up, a circle of burly black men with gleaming, oily skin stood atop the 10-meter-high city wall. Their upper bodies, exposed above the battlements, were completely naked, their muscular forms coiled around strange horns resembling bronze serpents. Clatter, clatter, clatter. A caravan of camel riders galloped out of the city in an orderly fashion. The camels were draped in colorful blankets, their humps adorned with exquisitely ornate saddles, inlaid with rubies and garnets that shimmered in the sunlight. The riders were also well equipped, clad in uniform red copper scale armor, their heads adorned with long-snouted helmets studded with bronze fangs and covered in long black feathers. Danielle couldn't discern what animal's head they were imitating. As if prepared specifically for Dany, the city gate facing the red wasteland was deserted. Two lines of camel riders stretched orderly from the gate outwards for a full 200 meters. Ho ho ho, the riders cried in unison, raising their gleaming bronze lances. The spear tips were tied with colorful ribbons, which billowed like clouds as the arm rose and fell. The people of Qarth didn't shout polite greetings like "Welcome, Mother of Dragons," they welcomed their guests with the most enthusiastic gestures. Daenerys rode her camel alongside Zoro at the head of the procession, followed closely by Jorah, the Blood Guards, the Warlocks, and the Quilthuzid. As they approached the walls, Daenerys discovered that the red stone walls were carved with all sorts of animals, slithering snakes, soaring kites, gliding fish, wolves howling at the moon on the hills, and even zebras and elephants. But as Daenerys neared the city gate, the bronze-inlaid wooden doors that had just been closed creaked open again. Qarth had 3 walls. Passing through the outer gate, a group of children immediately ran over, carrying flower baskets, laughing and following Daenerys' camel, showering her with colorful petals. Daenerys returned their sweetest smiles. In her heart, she was inwardly criticizing the strange customs of the Qarthians. The children wore only golden sandals and nothing on their bodies, but they weren't naked, their bodies were covered in brightly colored paintings. The central wall, 12 meters high, was built of gray granite and was also carved with many scenes, but not wild beasts, but lifelike battle scenes, warriors clashing swords, spears clashing, arrows raining down from below, heroes fighting, infants being slaughtered, and blazing crematoriums. The ironclad wooden gates were wide open, and a cacophony of noise and cheers, like a floodgate bursting, abruptly rushed towards Dany as she entered the gate. Countless people were cheering and shouting. Between the central and inner walls was a long street, crowded with buildings of rich colors, dreamy rose-colored stone buildings, violet-painted towers, and bronze arches inlaid with emeralds. The balconies of these buildings were filled with Qarthians watching, the women wearing tocas that exposed one breast, and the men favoring silk skirts adorned with beads. The fair-skinned Qarthians either showered red rose petals down, waved colorful scarves, or shouted "Dong Dong Dong" at Daenerys. The bells of the city tower rang out, and Daenerys suddenly gave a strange smile. At this moment, a dead man's overture should have been played. She was Arthas, the one who, while receiving cheers from her people, rushed to the palace to kill her father. The inner walls were 15 meters high, built of black marble, and carved with scenes of lovemaking, commonly known as erotic art. This revealed some of the Qarthian customs. As Daenerys approached, the gates of the inner city, studded with countless golden eyes, slowly opened like the mouth of a giant beast. Only pedestrians on the street stopped, observing Daenerys and her party with curious eyes. There was no special welcoming ceremony within the inner city. Daenerys saw the towering towers, a marvel of this world, their spires densely packed like a jungle. In every square she passed, there was an exquisitely crafted fountain shaped like an animal. Under the midday sun, a small rainbow arched, incredibly beautiful. The wealthy merchant Paia proudly told Daenerys, "Qarth is the greatest city of all time. It is the center of the world, the gateway between north and south, the bridge connecting east and west. Ancient and timeless, it surpasses human memory. It makes all other cities in the world ugly and pale in comparison. This boast is ridiculous. I don't believe it. Back when ancient Valyria still existed, would you dare say such things to the Dragon King? Yes, of the 9 free trading cities, except for Valentis, I've been to almost all of them. None of them are worthy of being compared to this Pearl of the Straits," Daenerys complimented cheerfully. She couldn't help but notice the statues lining the arcades, the city's ancient heroes standing majestically on white marble pedestals. They seemed to be waiting for the Dothraki to arrive one day, plunder them, and place them alongside countless stone statues of gods on the Avenue of the Gods. Passing through the arcades, Khal stopped in front of a market. This was the intersection of several streets and alleys, and Daenerys now had to decide which way to go and which house to visit next. The market was housed in a massive, multifaceted building, its lattice-like ceiling a haven for thousands of colorful birds. Lush trees and flowers grew on the platforms above the shops, while inside, a dazzling array of goods, exquisite creations from all over the world, was displayed. "Oh, Daenerys, my beautiful lady, whatever you desire, just open your lips, and I will bring it to you in an instant," the wealthy merchant boasted. "All of Qarth is hers, she doesn't need these trinkets," the blue-lipped Pyaburi shouted from the other side. "Listen to me, Khaleesi. Come with me to the Temple of the Immortals, where you will sip truth and wisdom." "Ha, what can your Temple of Dust offer her?" Xaro said arrogantly to the High Priest. "The 13 grapes will present her with a crown made of black jade and firestone." Daenerys immediately beamed with joy, politely declining the High Priest's offer. "Lord Pyaya, you know my origins and understand my desires. A beautiful garden is not a place to linger. I will not hide it. I yearn day and night to return to the Red Keep of King's Landing, that is my palace. You'd better not harbor any ill intentions, or one day I will lead over 100,000 Slark-howling warriors to sack this city." She was ruthless inwardly, but outwardly she had to convince the people of Qarth that she posed no threat or ambition to the city. Pyaya's blue lips curled upwards, seemingly in a graceful smile, but inwardly he scoffed at Daenerys' naivete in believing the shameless merchant's words. "Just wait," he thought, "one day you'll come to me of your own accord." "Khaleesi," he said, "you possess wisdom beyond your years. Please accept my gift, we can talk another day." He handed Daenerys a jar of ointment. Nodding in acknowledgement. "On your way to Qarth, you showed a thirst for mystical powers, this holy oil will help you see the spirits of the air." After Daenerys accepted the gift, he rode off in another direction on his camel. "Your Majesty," the merchant murmured, watching the wizard's departing figure. "There's a saying in Qarth, a wizard's house is a place of bones and lies. They're all birds of a feather, why laugh at someone else's misfortune?" Chapter 40 Guest writes. Xaro, as expected of one of the 13 great men of Qarth, prepared a mansion for her that astonished even the well-traveled Daenerys. A vast garden blooming with exotic flowers, a wide marble bath, a towering crystal divination tower, also an observatory, reaching into the clouds, and even a garden maze. The entire palace was larger than any marketplace she had ever seen before. It could easily accommodate more than 200 Carls, let alone twice as many. In fact, Xaro had prepared 200 servants for her. After the Carl's many centaurs were settled in the palace, Daenerys sat by the pool, enjoying the soothing sensation of fish nibbling at her toes, marveling at how the people of Qarth even had nibbling fish. Suddenly, the sky above darkened. She turned her head, surprised to find Quel'Thuzad silently appearing beside her. "I'm leaving," she said. "Oh, goodbye." Daenerys was startled, wondering what was wrong. "Watch out," Quel'Thuzad said abruptly. "Oh." She hesitated for a moment before stammering, "Be careful of what?" "Be careful of everyone. From this moment on, they will behold this miracle reborn into the world day and night, and then greed will arise. For the flesh and blood of dragons are made of fire, and fire is power. Dragons are the source of all mystical power." Although the red lacquered mask concealed her expression, Dany could still hear the solemnity in her tone. After warning Dany, Quexy left as quietly as she had arrived. Dany lost interest in enjoying the luxurious life of the court and immediately summoned Jorah and the blood guards to the fish spa. While letting them enjoy the gentle touch of the cuddling fish, she also repeated Quexy's warning. "I don't like her because I can't see through her," Jorah spoke first. "Every Shadowbinder deserves our wariness, but this time she didn't intimidate us. From the moment we entered this city, I felt a very unfriendly, unsettling atmosphere. I don't like the way the milkers look at us," Ricallo said gravely, gritting his teeth. "Like they're looking at exotic animals captured from the savage lands. The Qarthians have unusually fair skin, a milky white, noticeably whiter than other white races, hence the Dothraki call them milkers." Daenerys glanced at him in surprise, not expecting her blood-fist guard to have such keen perception. Yes, the Qarthians had indeed given them a warm welcome today, but there are many kinds of welcome. Welcoming distinguished guests is certainly different from welcoming giant pandas to the city. Therefore, As Daenerys walked through the streets of the central wall, she unconsciously put herself in Arthas's shoes. Lordaeron welcomed Arthas home with the sound of victory bells, cheers, and a shower of flower petals. That very day, Arthas unleashed the scourge upon Lordaeron and annihilated the city. "They want to see the dragons," Daenerys turned to Quilthuzad. "Argo, Jorah, you two, men and women, must thoroughly investigate the terrain, the structure of the houses, and the palace's security around our encampment." Finally, she looked solemnly at Jorah. "Seer, I understand our current situation. Therefore, I want you to go to the markets, the docks, the taverns, even the brothels, to find out the attitude of the common people of Qarth towards us, and to gather information about the upper echelons of Qarth." After a moment's thought, she added, "Since this is the trading center connecting the east and west, there must be Westeros people and merchants from other city-states here. While you gather information, you can also spread the word about me and my dragons." This. Seer Jorah hesitated. "You were worried that the usurper would send assassins to kill you, but now you're actively proclaiming to the merchants of the Seven Kingdoms that you will bring the dragons back to Westeros. Even if the usurper is dead, there's still his son. Alice, times have changed. The dragon hatching has been exposed. If King's Landing has been keeping an eye on me, they will know immediately. It's better to make this a focal point, protecting ourselves while also distracting everyone and concealing her true objective." That evening, Daenerys enjoyed the lavish food befitting her luxurious palace, stir-fried peacock tongues. Damn, cooking with peacock tongues? Even the most gluttonous ancient Chinese wouldn't have thought of that. Early the next morning, just as Quilthuzad had warned her, the powerful figures of Qarth arrived at Xaro's palace in palanquins, surrounded by a large retinue of servants. Xaro accompanied them to Daenerys' quarters, claiming to be captivated by her beauty and noble birth. They sincerely presented her with gifts of silk, jewels, exotic animals, dwarfs with special skills, and so on. Finally, they praised the dragon's greatness while weeping, their eyes wide with wonder. The people of Qarth love to cry. They consider it a symbol of greater civilization. Dany understood their meaning and, without refusing, pulled out the chained dragon, causing the Qarth nobles to weep even more fiercely. The upper echelons of Qarth were composed of three major power groups: royalty, merchants, and sorcerers. In an era where dragons had vanished and magic had disappeared, the once powerful sorcerers, without power, had lost their authority. The royalty controlled Qarth's camel cavalry and city fleet, nominally ruling the city. Merchants formed the three most powerful guilds: the 13 Masters, the Tourmaline Brotherhood, and the Spice Guild. In a trading city, actual power naturally rested in the hands of the merchants. However, the internal struggles among the three merchant guilds were extremely fierce. If not for the need to restrain the royalty, they would have long since broken off relations over control of the city. The first day, Dany was visited by the other 12 of the 13 Masters, and the second day by the Tourmaline Brotherhood. After seeing the dragon, the jewel merchant spent a week crafting a three-headed dragon crown for Daenerys. The dragon's coiled body was gold, its wings silver, and its three heads carved from jade, ivory, and agate respectively. On the third day, the Spice Guild sent Daenerys 77 chests of precious spices from around the world. Indeed, when the Targaryen family unified the Seven Kingdoms, in order to assimilate into Westeros as foreign conquerors, they abandoned the ancient Valyrian gods and converted to the Church of the Seven. Theoretically, Daenerys should also worship the Seven. And for followers of the Seven, 7, 77, and 777 are all auspicious numbers. On the fourth day, Daenerys began receiving people from the lower echelons of Qarth's power: small merchants, government officials, fleet commanders, and camel cavalry captains. When she asked if the royal family would come, he replied disdainfully, "What do the royal families have left now? Besides their supreme dignity and ancient glory? You should just go and see them yourself." However, seeing the royal family was not so easy. To be summoned by the royal family, one had to possess certain qualifications, and these qualifications were held by a few powerful individuals. Simply put, just as Tang Sanzang needed to bribe Ananda and Cassiopeia to obtain the scriptures from the Buddha, Daenerys had to smooth things over and offer sufficient bribes to see the royal family. Even if she wanted to use connections, she needed to have the right channels. Randomly offering gifts without knowing the proper channels was nothing but a waste of manpower and resources. Xalo righteously declared that he was an expert in this area and could teach her who to approach, who to bribe, and how much to give to each person. Daenerys wanted to say, "Screw you, I'm not buying it." But Jorah had already gathered enough information about Qarth over the past few days. The royal family had indeed lost actual control of the city, but the camel cavalry and the city's defensive fleet remained under their command. Daenerys couldn't understand why the royal family, who held military power, had lost its ruling position. Perhaps this was a characteristic of trading city-states? Or perhaps merchants were wealthier, and wealth allowed them to hire more armed forces, such as mercenaries? Xaro's advice for Daenerys to use her connections to gain an audience with the royal family was no secret among the upper echelons. The royal family was probably already opened their pockets, waiting for her to throw in gold coins. If she didn't go, it would be disrespectful to the royal family, and disrespecting the royal family meant they weren't friends. HMPH, not friends, not guests, then I can make my move on you. Jorah tried to dissuade her. This is the custom of Qarth. Even in Westeros, just because you go to my house doesn't mean you're entitled to guest rights. Guest rights only come into effect when a guest arrives under the host's roof and accepts bread and salt offered by the host. If the host places his drawn sword across his lap, it means he has no intention of establishing a guest relationship, and the guest rights naturally do not exist. But isn't this extortion too low class? Is it common for hosts to demand gifts from guests in the Seven Kingdoms? Daenerys said indignantly. Cough cough cough. Jorah coughed as if he had choked, his full beard unable to hide the blush on his face. No way. Daenerys' mouth dropped open, her face full of disbelief. Not as blatant as Qarth, Sir Jorah quickly explained. Guests give guest gifts to their hosts primarily to express gratitude for the food and lodging provided. And when a guest leaves, the host might also give them a guest gift. This tradition usually occurs when the guest is in a weaker position, because they fear the host will disregard their rights. Daenerys hadn't noticed the details while watching the show. This point Jorah made was particularly evident in the relationship between the Night's Watch and the wildling Castor. Castor, the wildling, was the first truly monstrous father in the world of A Song of Ice and Fire. He married his own daughter, and then married the daughters of his daughters, continuing this pattern until he had dozens of wives who were both daughters and granddaughters. He also had sons, but all of them were sacrificed to the White Walkers immediately after birth. It could be said that almost all the White Walkers, except for the Night King, were his sons. Yes, White Walkers are different from Whites. White Walkers are transformed from living people, while Whites are resurrected corpses. Without Craster's shelter and food, the Night's Watchmen leaving the Wall for the north would have nearly doubled their mortality rate, so the Night's Watch relied on Craster. They not only turned a blind eye to his incestuous behavior but were also frequently extorted by Craster for iron weapons, or guest gifts. Because of these guest rights, even though Lord Commander of the Night's Watch knew of Craster's connection to the White Walkers, he couldn't harm him. Guest rights are reciprocal. Not only can the host not harm the guest, but the guest cannot harm the host, even if the host is making a deal with the devil. Seeing Daenerys deep in thought, Jorah again urged, the first men had a tradition of guest rights, and the Andals had similar laws. Perhaps guest rights are universal, only their specific manifestations differ. Well, I'll send gifts to the royal family, hoping they'll send me some guest gifts in return, Daenerys sighed. Chapter 41 Backdoor Dealing and Opening a Zoo. Daenerys hadn't intended for Xaro to pay for her connections, but the man, despite his professed admiration, never offered to help. Daenerys would have to pay for the favors herself. He would only guide her on who to approach. First, Daenerys, accompanied by a chestnut mare, a gray buffalo hunted from the edge of the Red Moor, and a large black dog purchased from the market, arrived at a Qarthian temple. The milkmen worshipped a god of memory she had never heard of, so she offered a sacrifice to the priests. The mare represented the milkmen's offerings, and the buffalo was an ancient custom. It was said that before the establishment of this trading city-state, the primitive milkmen survived by hunting creatures from the Red Moor. Indeed, the closer to the center of the Red Moor, the hotter and harsher the environment. The plains near the sea, however, were rich in water resources, supporting a large number of wild animals and plants. As for the black dog, it was peculiar. The Qarthians, like the Chinese, had a particular fondness for dog meat. The priestess was pleased with Daenerys' understanding. The old woman, with hair and skin as white as snow, told Daenerys that she could come to the Temple of Memory to seek memories of time. After asking again in detail, Daenerys understood that this place was also the library of the Qarthians, and the priests of the Temple of Memory were also the historians of the city. For thousands of years, They had recorded every major event that occurred in Qarth. Mother of dragons, you and your dragons, your centaur warriors, your great feat of crossing the infernal plains to come to Qarth, even your journey to the temple today, has already become, or will become, a part of the god of memory, the old woman said with a smile. If it were the original Daenerys, she might not have had any interest in books recording history, but at this moment, Daenerys was inwardly shouting, worth it, so worth it. 2,000 Qarthian gold coins completely recouped the cost. On the surface she only gave 3 beasts, but actually last night, Aggo led 4 centaurs, carrying 2 chests of newly exchanged radiant coins, and quietly entered the old priestess's backyard. Yes, it was a real back door, a back door tucked away in a side alley, leading to the backyard of the old priest's most favored 13-year-old mistress's residence. Qarth used radiant coins, round currencies popular since ancient Valyrian times, with a crown on the obverse and a grotesque skull on the reverse. Radiant coins were relatively small, each weighing only a third of a golden dragon. 2,000 radiant coins would have a purchasing power of approximately 4,000 equals 8 million RMB. This was equivalent to the Middle Ages, with productivity far inferior to modern China. 2,000 radiant coins were an absolute fortune. This explained why the old priest was so amiable to Daenerys. After obtaining the borrowing pass to the Temple of Memory, Daenerys' second back door was through Qarth's register custodians, the city's administrative officials. After handing out bags of gold coins, Daenerys suddenly realized that half of her privately hoarded Drogo gold had been used. She tearfully told Xaro, I'm broke, all I have left are some antique jewelry I unearthed from the City of Bones. Faced with a plea for help from such a stunning beauty, Xaro remained cold-hearted, showing no intention of spending his own money. Instead, he offered her a terrible suggestion. The news of the existence of true dragons had spread throughout the East, attracting more and more dragon hunters. Now, countless people in Qarth wanted to see you and your dragons. Why not accept their requests, and ask each person who met you for a gift? Daenerys considered it would be advantageous to her. Regardless of how many zoo tickets she would receive, simply spreading her fame and making her and her dragons a well-known fact in the East would deter some from using the most direct and ruthless methods against her. Wasn't that the purpose of having Jorah spread the news of dragons in the docks and taverns? As long as no one knew she had dragons, she preferred to hide in White Cloud City for a long time, trying to prevent the news from leaking out. But as soon as one outsider learned of her and her dragons, her carefully laid plans would be completely ruined. When no one knew of the dragon's birth, she was at her safest, a threat level of 1 star. When a few knew of the rebirth of true dragons, she was at her most dangerous, a threat level of 4 stars. In the Far East, when everyone knew her story, some became hesitant, and her danger actually decreased, a threat level of 3 stars. When the news traveled tens of thousands of kilometers to Westeros in the far west, the danger increased again, the threat level soaring to the most dangerous 5 stars. But whether a few knew or all of Qarth knew, the speed at which information about her dragons reached Westeros would not change. Given the distance from Qarth to King's Landing, she had a buffer period of about 2 years due to the speed of news transmission. Either her dragons would grow up within the next 2 years, or Daenerys would establish a sound security system within 2 years, commonly known as building her own power. Therefore, she needed money. Daenerys agreed to Xaro's plan to establish a dragon zoo. That afternoon, Jorah brought a captain to her palace drawing room. Your Highness, I bring you a merchant from the Summer Isles. It was a middle-aged black man, his dark skin light-polished obsidian, black and gleaming. Your Majesty, my name is Kuhirumo, captain of the Laurel Wind, from High Tree Town in the Summer Isles. The black man, dressed like a peacock and wearing a yellow-green feathered cloak, bowed and introduced himself. He brings you news from King's Landing, Jorah said. You've come from King's Landing? Daenerys asked. No, I set off from Old Town 6 months ago, bringing a ship full of wine from Green Tree Isle. You've been away from home for a long time, I imagine you miss the taste of home, just as the people of the 7 Kingdoms miss you, Kuhirumo said. His gift to Daenerys was 3 barrels of fine wine, which, if sold at the Qarth market, would fetch 4 radiant coins. A bit stingy. But she quickly realized that this captain's business wasn't large. 4 radiant coins were already a considerable fortune for him. Thank you for your gift, Dany nodded to the Summer Isles man, sitting on a sofa made of cushions. I'd much rather you brought me news of the 7 Kingdoms. It would be even better if you came from King's Landing. Your Majesty, King's Landing is at war. No foreign merchants dare go there anymore, it's pointless. After the usurper's death, King's Landing is in chaos. They can barely feed themselves. Where would they sell us goods? The black captain sat on a small stool below, his words carrying a hint of disdain for the current rulers of King's Landing. Old Town has the citadel. News of the Seven Kingdoms converges there. After all, every noble has a maester serving them, and all the maesters come from the citadel. During my stay in Old Town, I inquired quite a bit about the current situation of the Seven Kingdoms. Danny found him a bit verbose and asked directly, how exactly did the usurper die? Killed by a monstrous beast. I want to know who plotted to kill him. You don't really believe he died from a boar's tusks, do you? Danny said calmly. Seemingly sensing Daenerys' impatience, the captain of the Laurel Wine spoke rapidly. There are indeed many conspiracy theories circulating about the cause of the king's death. King Joffrey, now 14, has ascended the throne, but everyone knows that the Lannisters hold the reins of power. The maesters and apprentices in the tavern swore that the queen betrayed the king, fathering an illegitimate child with her own brother, and that she murdered her husband after her affair was exposed. Thus, the throne fell entirely into Lannister hands. This explains why our Robert's two brothers fled King's Landing. Rumors also say that the Baratheon brothers intend to launch a counterattack on King's Landing and claim the throne themselves. When I left, there were whispers that Lord Renly intended to join forces with the Tyrells of Highgarden in a rebellion. With Highgarden and Stormlands combined, the young king's position is very precarious. Besides the rumors of the queen murdering the king, some say the hand of the king killed him. The new king and queen immediately declared that Eddard Stark had murdered their king. Some believed it, some doubted it, and it was said that most of the citizens of King's Landing believed it. Gods above, I clearly remember that the hand of the king was King Robert's best friend. How could anyone think he was a traitor? Yes, even the White Walkers don't believe Eddard Stark would betray his country. Have the people of King's Landing gone mad, or are they stupid? Jorah nodded in agreement, saying with great certainty, even if the eternal summer comes, that guy won't tarnish his precious honor. Hell, didn't Eddard Stark betray his country once 15 years ago? To the people of King's Landing, he already has no honor, losing it again won't matter. Daenerys said with a grin. Jorah immediately shook his head and exclaimed, that's different, your highness. Although it's very disrespectful, you must understand that His Majesty Aerys killed his father and brother, and even demanded that the North hand him over. His rebellion against your father is an honor, not a loss of honor. Having spent several months with Daenerys, he knew her character. If it were the original Daenerys, Jorah would never have said such a thing. What was the North's reaction after the Starks were imprisoned? Jorah asked the captain again, his face tense. He was from the North, and his family were all Stark vassals. It's said that the young wolf summoned his vassals and prepared an army the moment his father was arrested. About 20,000 Northerners crossed the neck and marched south. Sigh. Jorah sighed, his eyes glazed over as he murmured, I wonder how many of my cousins will die this time. It seemed that only a little girl named Lyanna was left. Daenerys looked at her knight with pity and asked, how many children does your aunt have? 5, all daughters, the youngest is only about 6 years old. Jorah said. Oh, how tragic. Only that 6-year-old is left. And soon, his father will also meet a gruesome end at Custer's Mud Castle because of the violation of guest rights. Thinking of this, Daenerys almost told him to accept his fate. This was only because she had watched the TV series. The director had cut many of Mormont's daughters to simplify the characters. In the original Song of Ice and Fire books, only one member of the Mormont family died at the Red Wedding, Jorah's eldest cousin. So, she didn't need to worry about him at all. Is Robb Stark the young wolf? He asked the black captain. Yes, Robb Stark is the commander. He's only 14, isn't he? Jorah's expression darkened. I've seen that boy, he's half a year younger than Her Highness, as tender as a summer flower bud. What are we going to do? This time, that brat is probably going to kill the entire North. What a prophecy. Perhaps he's a natural-born hero? Daenerys comforted him. Then I have even more reason to worry. Jorah rubbed his face and said quietly, if he loses as soon as he leaves Neck, the Northerners will immediately retreat back to Neck, and then they will never lose in this game of power. For over 10,000 years, no army has ever defeated the defenders of Neck head-on. If that kid gets lucky and wins a battle or two, and gets cocky, then the Northerners are truly doomed. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 42 Dany with a sea of guests. Daenerys' eyes flickered as she asked, "Captain, how far is the voyage from Qarth to King's Landing? How long will it take?" The Black Captain, assuming she intended to return to Westeros on his laurel wand, thought for a moment and replied, "Your Highness, you must understand, we are merchants. We can't go directly back to King's Landing. We'll likely stop multiple times along the way at Slavers Bay and Free Trade Castles. We'll sell our Far Eastern goods at high prices, buy local specialties at low prices, and then move on to the next city, repeating this process. In this way, a merchant's profits will snowball rapidly. Therefore, the journey from Qarth back to King's Landing might take a year and a half. Moreover, Qarth isn't my final destination. My ship will cross the Strait of Qarth, circumnavigating the Jade Sea along trade routes. This will take even longer. The next trip to the Sunset Sea is estimated to be 3 years from now. Well, if I don't perish at sea. If we weren't doing business, how long would it take to sail straight to King's Landing?" Daenerys pressed. "Even if we don't do business and just sail empty-handed, we still need to replenish food and water along the way, and the sailors need to rest and recuperate. It will take at least 3 or 4 months, and that's assuming the sea doesn't turn on us." Dany nodded and thanked her. "You've brought me invaluable news. I wish you a safe journey and prosperous business. I should be thanking you. Her Majesty the Queen has bestowed upon me the most generous reward." The captain's eyes shone. "Oh, what reward?" Dany asked. "Dragons." He stared intently at the dragon lying on the ground beside Dany, gnawing on a bone. "I saw real dragons. This is a miraculous moment in my life. I have even more to give you in return." Dany smiled and beckoned to him. "Come and touch them." This. Kuru was surprised, delighted, and a little scared. He stood up, took 3 steps forward and 2 steps back, hesitant and very nervous. "Is it really okay? Will they bite me? Will they breathe fire on me?" "No, I am the mother of dragons. They all obey me," Dany reassured him. Then the Black Captain, sweating profusely, sidled up to Dany, looking at her with questioning eyes. "I give you the highest honor. You can touch the most powerful one. His name is Black Diamond," Dany said, pointing to the large black dragon before her. If he dared to touch the white or green dragon, a tragedy Dany couldn't predict would surely occur. But she couldn't admit to anyone that she couldn't control the dragons. Instead, Dany wanted everyone to believe she was the true mother of dragons, perfectly in control of her dragon babies. In this way, when people felt awe for the dragons, they would feel the same awe for her. At the same time, she would try to prevent ambitious people from having the idea that if I kill that woman, I can get the dragon. In fact, there was a high chance that the green and white dragons would be taken away. The prophecy said the dragon had 3 heads. Dany was only one of them. 3 months had passed, almost 4 months. The largest black dragon was the most imposing, its body already the size of an adult police dog. When it spread its wings, it was enough to cover Dany's bed. Upon arriving in Qarth, Daenerys dared not let them fly freely, keeping their necks bound by thick iron chains for the past few days. To appease the 3 dragons' volatile temper, she had no choice but to provide them with an unlimited supply of food. At this moment, Big Black lay on the marble floor, sucking on a charred bison thigh bone. "Big Black, don't hurt him. He admires you and wants to touch you," Daenerys told Big Black, gesturing for Kuru to touch him. The creature, though clearly yearning, remained hesitant and fearful. Finally, encouraged by Daenerys, he cautiously approached the black dragon, extending his trembling right hand to lightly touch Big Black's wind before recoiling as if electrocuted. Big Black ignored him, continuing to suck the marrow from the bone. The captain, emboldened, reached out again, gently stroking Big Black's back as softly as a falling feather. "Wow, just like the legends say, a true dragon's scales are scorching hot, and only a true dragon can ride a true dragon." Kuru's dark face flushed with excitement. "Have you heard all those legends about true dragons?" Dany asked with a smile. The Black Captain only stroked the dragon for a moment before stepping back and standing to the side with his hands at his sides, his demeanor even more respectful than when they first met. He said, "I've heard Meesters mention dragons many times in the citadel of Old Town. They say that only those with a true dragon bloodline of the Targaryen family can subdue dragons, and others cannot even withstand the intense heat emanating from them. At the time, I didn't believe it. What animal could have a temperature so high that a rider couldn't bear it? At most, you could add a saddle. But today I understand that if a dragon grew to the size of Balerion, even a saddle wouldn't be able to stop its furnace-like heat. Even though the Meesters think dragons are beasts with little intelligence, they are still the most legendary creatures in the world. The Meesters even know how much intelligence dragons possess. Their research on dragons is truly in-depth. Dany became curious. If we don't even study the dragons that represent the wonders of the world, is there any need for the Meester to exist? Kuhiru asked, his tone complex and philosophical. Has the Meester figured out the extent of Balerion's intelligence? Dany asked. Before the captain could speak, Jorah interjected, my Meester told me that he's a 7 or 8-year-old child. Yes, Balerion possesses intelligence surpassing that of other dragons, Kuhiru echoed. How? Dany chuckled and looked down at the big black man, saying, Mr. Kuhiru gave me 3 barrels of wine, paint a picture for him. A picture? Kuhiru was bewildered. Without Dany's instruction, the maid Rhys immediately brought over a large wooden tray with a roll of parchment and a small bowl of ink on it. The maid wasn't afraid of the big black man at all. She squatted down beside him, unfolded the meter-long, half-meter-wide sheet of parchment, and placed paperweights on both sides. Then, she placed the porcelain bowl of ink on the lower left of the roll. Dahui glanced at Kuhiru, then extended its right claw. Like humans, dragons have 5 fingers. Dahui clenched its other 4 into a fist, and its sharp, dagger-like index finger, after being dipped into the porcelain bowl and blackened, began to write with the speed of a dragon, rapidly producing lines on the snow-white scroll. At first glance, the lines appeared chaotic and disorderly, like a child scribbling. Kuhiru hadn't expected much and wasn't disappointed by the seemingly normal occurrence, thinking that at least it hadn't directly pressed its claw into the paper. But as time passed, he began to notice something different. Stripes of varying thickness and depth gradually outlined 1 or 2 figures. One of them, God help me, I'm not seeing things, his mouth agape enough to fit a goose egg, exclaimed. This is me, the scene of my conversation with Her Majesty. Even the gauze curtains by the palace window seemed to carry the breath of a breeze. This. Even the court painters of Bravis cannot compare. Kuhiru swallowed hard, his gaze towards the black dragon no longer filled with awe, but with pure reverence, devoid of fear. In his mind, the black dragon before him had become sacred, possessing the will of a god, unlike a wild beast that would indiscriminately harm people. Actually, he was overthinking it. The black dragon might be relatively intelligent, but it was far from the level of an 8 or 9-year-old child, let alone a god. At this moment, the black dragon could also do some math. If Dany asked Kuhiru to do a few addition and subtraction problems within 100, the black dragon could probably give the answers, carving words on the floor with its claws, but that would be nothing compared to the awe-inspiring meeting with the queen painting on the spot. It was during a cultural class that Dany unexpectedly and shockingly discovered that dragon's spatial awareness had such a tremendous advantage in drawing. Anyone who has taken a sketching class knows that one of the most important skills is the three-dimensional analysis of an object's structure. Why did Leonardo da Vinci constantly draw eggs from different angles? Wasn't it to cultivate body perception? And the black dragon was born with an exceptionally high level of body perception. Its perspective on things was more complete than that of humans. Kuhiru left in a daze, holding a roll of parchment. What he had seen and heard today had refreshed his worldview. The visit of the captain of the Laurel Wind set a precedent for ordinary visitors, and merchants from all over the world, like a trickle, converged into a raging torrent at an unimaginable speed. Merchant ship captains brought Mills lace, chests of saffron from the E region, amber and dragon crystal from Assassin, while traveling merchants offered bags of silver coins. Besides merchants, there were numerous craftsmen, wandering poets, and singers. Silversmiths brought rings and necklaces, and blacksmiths crafted custom-made arachnid scimitars and two-handed swords for Daenerys, tailored to her size and arm length. Dyers gifted her colorful fabrics, their vibrant hues prompting her to exclaim at the great wisdom of the ancients. Then, countless tailors flooded the palace, volunteering to sew the world's most beautiful garments for her. Flute players played for her, actors performed acrobatics to amuse her, and entertainers displayed their magic. Two dwarfs, riding a sow and a large dog, imitated the knights of Westeros, engaging in a jousting contest. A blonde, blue-eyed young Valentinesian begged Daenerys to take him in as a servant, promising to write poems about Her Majesty in the future, poems that would be passed down through the ages. He also repeatedly hinted at his mastery of the 7 spring weeping spells of killing. Daenerys, unable to bear the lecherous look in his eyes, immediately ordered the blood guards to throw him out. Later, even the Jugsni from north of the Elder came, presenting Daenerys with a black and white zebra. Well, the Elder, well, that's the great celestial empire of the ice and fire world. To make it easier to understand, you can roughly think of it this way: Westeros equals England, the city-state of Jith at Slavers Bay equals ancient Egypt, Essos equals Europe, the Dothraki Sea equals Russia, the Dothraki equals Cossacks, Karth equals Suez, the Elder equals the Great Celestial Empire, and the Jugsni equals nomadic peoples to the north of the Great Celestial Empire. Like all Western authors' works, whenever the Great Celestial Empire is involved, ice and fire isn't too negative, it's just that the Elder are so small, while Westeros is so vast. Okay, I digress. Daenerys extended an invitation to the 2 Jugsni who visited, and they accepted with great flattery. That night at the feast, Daenerys told them, "You, like the Dothraki, are warriors on horseback, and I would like to ask you two for some wisdom in leading tribes." Chapter 43 Centaur and Zebra. Like the Dothraki, the Jugsni were a savage nomadic people. They shared no interest in the sea and ships, subsisting on pastoralism and plundering surrounding civilized city-states for resources such as iron. They formed tribes similar to the Khals, led by chiefs similar to the Khals, and lived in tents resembling yurts. Their skin was also similar. The Jugsni had a sallow complexion, while the Centaurs had a bronze one. However, the Jugsni were not as physically imposing as the Dothraki. Their men and women traditionally began binding their faces at age 2, Fat Martin hinting at foot binding, resulting in pointed heads, large heads, and small faces, making them appear quite ugly. Furthermore, they were short and stout, unlike the tall and robust centaurs with their long limbs. However, the Jugsni mounts were more powerful than the Dothrakis. While the centaurs rode horses, the Jugsni rode fierce zebras. One was a centaur, the other a zebra. But compared to the Dothraki, the Jugsni had several customs that Daenerys admired. Honorable guest, please tell my people, how do the great Jugsni maintain the integrity of their nation? Daenerys gestured to a go and a dozen or so centaur warriors dining together in the living room, and asked her guests in a gentle voice. The Jugsni were pleased with Daenerys' implicit flattery, and secretly delighted by her sincere inquiry. I understand Khaleesi's meaning. Your Khaleesi often splits, which certainly eliminates many cowardly KO, but the bravery of one person can never compare to the power of a united tribe. 2 Jugsni, one middle-aged and the other with gray hair and beard, spoke eloquently. The middle-aged man remained silent, while the older one spoke at length. Ultimately, the Dothraki didn't establish a proper marriage system. Ordinary centaurs had no wives, no children, and therefore no blood ties to their tribe, Carl. You see, blood ties are the strongest bond in the world. Most of our tribes are maintained by blood relations, and they can survive for hundreds, even thousands of years. The chieftains, the Jahars, who are responsible for fighting, are not weaklings. They are often chosen from among the sons of the previous Jahar. If a Jahar has enough wives, he will have enough sons, and so many sons with excellent bloodlines are enough to select a powerful warrior. Daenerys nodded approvingly. This system is excellent, we can learn from it. This was the purpose of her dinner party. She could say some of these things herself, but nothing is more impactful than a living example before her eyes. Hearing the dragon mother's praise, the old man became even more enthusiastic, proudly stating, "Ja is merely the tribal leader. Above the Jaha is the Jahoda. All the Jaha of Jugsni are under the leadership of the Jahoda, which is why we Jugsni always unite as one when facing powerful enemies." Seemingly noticing the centaur's dismissive expression, Daenerys immediately chimed in, "That's a wonderful system. Jugsni must have produced many epic hero-level Jahodas, right? Every nation has epic heroes, and Daenerys didn't expect the old man to name a truly earth-shattering hero. She deeply understood one thing: nations with bloodline lineages all boast of their ancestors in ornate poems. Even the primitive savages of the Stone Age would become flying, ethereal beings in their descendants' myths and legends. So, after asking her question, she sipped her red wine, quietly waiting for the shrewish old Jugsni to launch into his boast. The old Jugsnian seemed more excited than ever before. He gesticulated wildly, exclaiming, "Ah, great mother of dragons, you truly have discerning eyes. Only the wise can see the wisdom of another. Without a doubt, you are as wise as our Jugsnian ancestors. You flatter me, you flatter me. I'm far inferior, far inferior. My shamelessness is truly far behind yours." Daenerys smiled modestly, inwardly cursing. The kingdom of Nigel was reduced to a single city by our ancestors, a city teeming with necromancers and torturers. If 90% of the city hadn't been hidden underground, we would have conquered it long ago. Seemingly to embellish this achievement, the old man lowered his voice and added, "Don't underestimate necromancers, and don't think they were frauds. Do you know the long night that shrouded the world thousands of years ago? White Walkers?" Jorah exclaimed. "Hey, I know about the White Walkers. Those living dead are the work of necromancers. It's said that the Long Night was summoned by the Bloodstone King, the ruler of the White Walkers, using necromancy. Yet, such a powerful sorcerer kingdom was almost destroyed by us," the old man said proudly. "Wow, that's really amazing," Daenerys chimed in, though she was still skeptical. "The White Walkers are several continents and seas away from Westeros. Why didn't they bother the Easterners? Why did they choose to attack the people of the Western lands? Putting aside the reason, how did they get there from so far? Did they take a shortcut through the Arctic Circle? Is the far north connected to the White Walkers? That's too science fiction, not fantasy at all. This is a fantasy world." "We also destroyed the descendants of Helcrin," the short, stocky old man continued. "Excuse my ignorance, but why such a strange name as descendants of Helcrin?" Daenerys asked curiously. "They might as well call it the kingdom of the Helcrin brothers. Alice, even as enemies, we Jugs must acknowledge the greatness of Helcalin." With a sigh, the old man countered, "Kalish, do you know the Red Sword of Heroes?" Daenerys thought for a long time before recalling the fairy tale of the Red Sword. "You mean the Lightbringer?" Jorah gasped. 8,000 years ago, the long night fell, and the White Walkers plunged the world into endless darkness and cold. The snow nearly wiped the Seven Kingdoms off the map. At this critical moment for humanity, a hero appeared, Azeroth Hay. Wielding the Red Sword of Heroes, filled with light and heat, he defeated the darkness and the snow, bringing light and warmth back to the world. "That's it," the old man nodded, sighing. "Azeroth Hay is Helcalin. Every nation depicts the same story, a similar heroic figure, about the one who ended the long night. But the hero's name is not always the same. The people of the western continent call him Azeroth Hay, while in the east, the descendants of Helcalin call him Hero Helcalin, the Ye people call him Yetar, the Nigels are known as Neferian, and he is also called Shadowhunter Edric. Even though he died long ago in that legendary age of heroes, the prophecy of his rebirth has circulated in the east for 5,000 years. After the long summer, the stars will weep blood, and a cold darkness will shroud the world. In this terrifying moment, a warrior will draw a burning sword from the flames. That sword is the Lightbringer, the hero's red sword. The one who wields this sword is the reincarnation of Azeroth Hay, and he will drive away the darkness. Such a great hero, it's not surprising that his descendants named their country Helcalin Descendants Kingdom," the old man then proudly proclaimed, "but we Jugsni have destroyed the ancient kingdom of the descendants of Helcalin. Now only 3 fortified cities remain, Shimiliana, Caercania, and Beasabhad, the last remnants of Helcalin's descendants. In my youth, I followed Yehuda on the Steel Road, waging a 3-year campaign against Caercania, and I twice scaled its walls." Daenerys was now truly impressed by the neighboring centaurs. Compared to them, the Dothraki, who only knew how to steal statues of heroes, had almost nothing to boast about. 9 free trading city-states, and they hadn't even destroyed one. How pathetic. However, this was just the appetizer. The glorious history of the Jugsni continued. The descendants of Nigel and Helcalin are merely small states in the east. The true hegemon is the Golden Empire of the barbarians. The Golden Empire? Daenerys shuddered. What a name. Ah, that's no exaggeration. The old man waved his hand, assuming Daenerys doubted the barbarian emperor's worth and thought they didn't deserve the title Golden Empire. He explained solemnly, "The Golden Empire is a land of 1,000 gods and 100 kings, ruled by a single son of heaven." Back then, the Valyrians were still herding sheep in the wild. The Son of Heaven was undoubtedly the strongest hegemon in the known world at that time. His army was unimaginably large, his wealth comparable to the Valyrian Empire at its peak, his palace larger than King's Landing of the Andals, and even the floor of his bedroom was made of gold. "Have you ever been to King's Landing, sir?" Sir Jorah asked sullenly. King's Landing was the capital of the Seven Kingdoms, yet it wasn't even as large as the barbarian emperor's palace. He, a self-proclaimed fake Andals, true first man, was very displeased. The old zebra man glanced at him and said casually, "I still vividly remember the stench of excrement mixed with rotten fish in King's Landing's Fisherman's Square." Impressive? This old zebra man had actually been to King's Landing, tens of thousands of miles away. Dany immediately steered the conversation back on track. Did the valiant Jugsni even destroy the Golden Dynasty? No, the old man shook his head, saying with a mixture of helplessness and pride, "For thousands of years, we frequently raided the northern borders of the barbarian lands, but only forced the emperor to constantly move the capital south. Once, a young and brave ruler emerged in the barbarian lands, Emperor Luobeo. He worked diligently, reformed the court, and almost restored the barbarian lands to the glory of the Golden Dynasty. In his time, even we unruly Jugsni had to pay tribute and submit to him. Unfortunately, Emperor Luobeo believed that the Jugsni were cowardly and lacked gratitude. Those who submitted today would surely rebel tomorrow." Dany nodded. It seemed that Emperor Luobeo was indeed a wise man. The old man admitted, "He's right. When the Golden Dynasty was powerful, we couldn't defeat it, so of course we had to submit. But when the dynasty declined, we'd be foolish not to plunder it." This old Jugsni was so straightforward that Dany didn't know what to say. But what's wrong with that? The old man downed a cup of wine and shouted. "When the Yi people were weak, didn't they send money and women to our Jehuda in exchange for peace? And now that they're strong, they're slaughtering my people? It's only natural for the strong to bully the weak. It's against all reason for the weak to bully the strong." "Did Emperor Luobeo bully you?" Jorah asked. "No, he's not trying to bully us. He wants to eliminate all future troubles and completely annihilate our race of Jugsni." The old man slapped his thigh and shouted angrily, "This is outrageous." Dany sighed inwardly, feeling sorry for that ambitious emperor. Since the old Jugsni was shouting and cursing loudly, it meant that Luobeo was neither Emperor Wu of Han nor Emperor Taezong of Tang. Chapter 44 Dany's Role Model. Emperor Luobeo assembled an army of 300,000 Yi people, dividing them into 13 routes to invade the Jiujisne plain. They burned and killed along the way, coming solely for slaughter, killing indiscriminately, regardless of gender, age, or even slavery. Every Jihu tribe they encountered was easily harvested like straw under a sickle. Our people were slaughtered, our livestock were plundered, and our tribes were burned to the ground. The once lush green grasslands were transformed into a scorched wasteland in the flames. The old zebra man paused, and the hall fell into a deathly silence. After a moment, he sighed sadly. 1,000,000 people, at least 1,000,000 of us died that time. On average, 9 out of every 10 Jiujisne people perished. The entire Jiujisne plain wept, and the zebra man's blood that covered the earth was its tears. In the end, the great Jiujisne people achieved final victory, Dany comforted softly. To be honest, although the Yi region had the title of Golden Celestial Empire, the people of the Yi region had absolutely no connection with the Great Celestial Empire. Their customs, culture, race, religion, political system, and so on were almost entirely different. In fact, they were worlds apart. She felt no sense of belonging to the Yi region, and of course, she felt even less empathy for the zebra people. Comforting the old zebra man was merely a matter of courtesy from a host to guest. Moreover, she thought that Emperor Luobeo was somewhat reckless and not very bright. Why did he lead the entire nation's army into the Jiujisne plain? Was it to kill people? The fundamental purpose should be to eliminate the nomadic invasion at its source. He could have easily divided the zebra people's well-established Jehuda political structure, cultivating a group of naturalized zebra people as traitors. As long as the Jiujisne people couldn't unite, the nomadic people, whose productivity was even lower than that of the Yi region, would never again be a major threat. Killing people was useless. The vast grasslands were there, the land grew grass, the grass fed horses, the horses fed people, and the large population formed tribes. After the Huns died, there were the kittens. After the kittens perished, the Jurchens filled the void they left behind, and then came the Mongols. It was a near infinite cycle. That time, we truly felt the crisis of extinction, and so the Jujesna people united like never before, all tribes obeying the great Zansha Jehuda. The old man's voice rose with fervor. The turning point of the story was approaching. Dany asked curiously, "Why did you only unite under Jehuda after such a desperate situation? Over 1 million of your people have died, and your reaction time is really long," she thought to herself. "Ah, Khaleesi, it's my fault for messing up the order of the story." The old man waved his hand dismissively, sighing deeply. "Back then, we didn't have the Jehuda system. Like the Dothraki today, the Jehus of each tribe went their own way and fought each other. Emperor Lobo did us a favor. His ruthless massacres forced us to change our previously loose ethnic structure, and the first Jehuda were born." Dany glanced at the attentive Mara people in the hall, wishing she could shout at them, "Remember, this is important. I'm afraid you all wouldn't believe it, but the first Jehuda, Zanja, was a female warrior. She was born a warrior, possessing exceptional leadership qualities, and unified over 1,000 rival tribes in the shortest time." Dany was both surprised and delighted. She hadn't expected the first Jehuda to be a woman. These fools. "This is important, I must circle it in red. They'll have to write me an 800-word report when we get back." Dany's inner voice roared at her horsemen. A remarkable woman, truly a model for all women. Dany couldn't help but reveal some of her true feelings. The old Jugsni didn't detect the unspoken ambition in her words, assuming she was genuinely praising her ancestor. His sallow, wrinkled face beamed with a smile in the firelight. "Emperor Luobeo is already a hegemon unparalleled in the history of the Yi people, but Zenja Jehuda is even more valiant and cunning." Faced with the enemy's encirclement from multiple directions, she devised a strategy of dispersal and reunification. Dispersal meant that her people were scattered and hidden, cutting off the Yi people's possibility of plundering on the spot. At the same time, the scattered people also took on guerrilla tasks, burning pastures, intercepting scouts and grain-gathering teams, and cutting off water sources to make them starve. "Khaleesi, you must understand that the situation was too critical at that time. Even if all our tribes united as one, we could not defeat one of Emperor Luobeo's 13 armies head-on. Perhaps we could win against 1, 2, or 3 armies, but if our people were exhausted, we would never be able to wipe out all 13 armies." Dany nodded and said, "So you want to disperse the Yi people's forces again?" "Yes, the guerrilla forces in various places forced them to divide their forces, and that's when Zenja Jehuda's reunification plan came into play. She rallied all her elite zebra warriors, and regardless of how many enemy forces attacked from different directions, she focused solely on one, achieving overwhelming superiority and suffering almost no losses herself. After annihilating 3 armies in succession using this method, Emperor Luobeo finally began to change his strategy. Soon after, news reached the Emperor's tent that the 4th Yi army was being harassed by tribal guerrillas, mirroring the previous 3 incidents. Emperor Luobeo deduced that the main force of the Jiujasne people was near the 4th army. He then led his royal guard at breakneck speed towards the 4th army's encampment, practically racing through the night. Little did Emperor Luobeo know that this was Zanza's true objective. The Yi people wanted to exterminate the Jiujasne, and Zanza Jehuda also wanted to savor the sweetness of revenge. She wanted to utterly destroy Luobeo's empire. The Jiujasne wilderness was full of natural traps, and on the road leading to the 4th army, there was an excellent ambush site. In that battle, Emperor Luobeo's entire army was wiped out, and he himself died at the hands of the valiant Zanza Jehuda. After that, the tide of battle completely turned. Without their emperor, the barbarian army was like a headless dragon. Whenever the zebra cavalry, carrying Emperor Luobeo's crowned head on their lances, approached the barbarian ranks, their courage would vanish. Half of the army would collapse and flee before our cavalry could even charge. The other half of the army's formation was as loose and powerless as a grandmother's milk paper. After a single charge by the zebra cavalry, they would either flee crying or drop their weapons and kneel to surrender. Dany sighed inwardly. Those barbarians were really... Ha ha ha. The old zebra man threw his head back and laughed wildly, as if after a few drinks, he himself had become a zebra warrior under Zanza's command. Not a single one was spared. Those who knelt in surrender, those who fled on horseback, all were hunted down by the zebra cavalry. The wilderness is so vast, and they weren't locals. Where could they escape to? Initially, they ventured deep into the Jiujasne plain, vowing to slaughter every herder. Now, the wilderness, thousands of miles from the Yilands, became the graveyard of 300,000 soldiers. Slaughtering the invading Yi people wasn't the end, but a new beginning. Zanja Jehuda led several thousand zebra knights across the Yilands, conquering cities and fortresses with unstoppable force. The Elans indeed had no soldiers left. In a few years, the Elans repaid the blood debt of Luobeo's massacre of 1,000,000 Jiujusne people with 10 times the number of invading people, thus ending the Luo family's Crimson Dynasty. Exhausted from the killing and plundering, Zanjija returned to the grasslands with countless slaves and treasures. From then on, only the Jiujusne plundered others. No other nation dared to invade the Great Plains. Sir Jorah curled his lip. The entire Elans didn't even have 10 million people. Where were you going to kill 10 times that number? Daenerys addressed the centaurs directly, saying, "You must remember the glorious deeds of Zenjajahoda of Jugsni." This wasn't just a matter of highlighting or circling, it deserved its own title, a grand and elaborate chapter. Ideally, all centaurs should be led to the misconception that Dany Khaleesi equals Zenjajahoda. Unfortunately, this idea came to her far too soon. The old Jugsni continued, "Our Jehoda has a treasure passed down through generations, a goblet made of gold after Zenjajahoda had the muscles removed from Lobo's skull. If Khaleesi ever visits the Jugsni Plains, I believe Jehoda will certainly use it to entertain you. Thank you so much for telling me this in advance. I certainly won't be visiting you in the future." "Oh, I remember now," Jorah suddenly said, a look of realization crossing his face. "A few days ago, I encountered an Eastern mother and son at the docks. Their ship was about to leave port, and the little boy was clinging to the railing, clamoring to go down and watch the pyromaniac's acrobatic performance. The mother threatened him in a low voice, 'If you don't behave, I'll give you to Zanza the zebra-faced.' The child immediately fell silent, his face turning pale with fright, and dared not make a sound again. Was that Zanza the zebra-faced? Was it your ancestor, Jada? Or just a coincidence?" "Ha ha ha," the old Juggane laughed smugly. "That mother and son must have been barbarians wearing silk robes, right?" Jorah shook his head. "I've lived in the Western continent all my life, so I can't distinguish Eastern races. But their clothing is indeed different from ours, it's very distinctive and has a noble air about it. It must have been a merchant from the Golden Heavenly Dynasty." Thousands of years later, Zenjajahoda is still remembered by the people. Mothers whisper her name, using those distorted and terrifying stories to frighten naughty children. Zanjija with a zebra face is just one of the names. There's also Cruel Zanjija, Brain Eater Zanjija, Devil's Bride Zanjija. Because she never had children, they also call her Infertile Zanjija. The old man's attitude was casual, not at all angry about those names. Dany even saw a hidden smugness in his eyes. Just hearing those names, any man would probably lose his erection in the face of Infertile Zanjija. So, she couldn't get pregnant even if she wanted to. Dany didn't want to be called Infertile Dany, Cruel Dany, Zebra. Oh, it should be Horse-Faced Dany. This also needs to be emphasized, but not by the horse people, but by Dany herself, to be reminded and learn from this. She must establish the profession of historian in the future. The most beautiful woman in the world, the unattainable beauty of men worldwide, the faithful saint, Dany with wisdom like the sun and beauty like the moon, the merciful mother, the mother of the free people, the torchbearer of civilization, and so on could all be part of her posthumous title, the kind with hundreds of characters. Oh, and the perfect old man and the greatest emperor of all time could also be borrowed. Thinking of this, a strange smile involuntarily appeared on Dany's lips. Zanza was ultimately no match for her. Even with his zebra-faced nickname, he still couldn't match her thick skin. Chapter 45 Magic Bird. Then the old Jugsni boasted to Daenerys about his ancestor Jehothah's destruction of the Jegavan giant kingdom. Daenerys was stunned. They'd even destroyed a giant kingdom? That was defying the heavens. Especially when the zebra man told her that the Jegavan giants were 7 or 8 meters tall. "I've heard from the Maester that giants might exist north of the wall, but they're no taller than 4 meters, Jorah added, equally unsettled. "Your giants are snow giants. The Jegavan giants are stone giants. Just like you and me, we're both human, but different races, and you're almost half a head taller than me." The old Jugsni spoke with his characteristic wisdom, convincing both Jorah and Daenerys. When Daenerys asked with utmost reverence if they had captured any giants, the old man replied, "Only 3 in total. They couldn't reproduce. Even if the giants surrendered, they would have died of old age over 1,000 years ago." 3. What did you just say? Destroy the Jegavan giant kingdom? Daenerys' expression at that moment must have been priceless. After boasting about the deeds of several outstanding Jehodas, Daenerys felt she had a fairly good grasp of the zebra's social system and inquired about their religious beliefs. "We believe in the Church of the Moonsingers," the old man's first word startled her. The Moonsingers were the singers of the moon, the witch Miri's birth song was learned from the Moonsingers. More importantly, Daenerys knew the Moonsingers held a very high position in the western continent. "I've heard that the founding of Braavos was a prophecy from the Moonsingers," she asked. "That's right. When the Valyrian freehold controlled the world, countless races were enslaved. The plains of Jugsni were also within the Dragon King's sphere of influence. The Dragon King is far more terrifying than any barbarian emperor. They have dragons." He then stared wide-eyed at the three dragons beside Daenerys' table for a long time. "Alice, this is so wrong. I hate slavery the most. Under the seven gods, we should all be equal," Daenerys said, seemingly oblivious, beginning to portray herself as a follower of the seven gods. The old Jugsner neither agreed nor disagreed, but his expression had indeed softened considerably. He said, "Those Valyrians are utterly insane, insisting on mining beneath those 14 volcanoes, active volcanoes belching smoke and flowing red lava. No slave who enters the mines can survive more than a month. Therefore, slave ships from all over the world sail to Valyria in droves. About 800 years ago, a slave revolt broke out in the Summer Sea. After the rebellion succeeded, the slaves became even more desperate, knowing that no one could escape the dragon sight. Fortunately, a group of Jugsner female slaves were on one of the ships. They were moonchanters from the Jugsner plains. Through prophecy, they found a place that could serve as refuge for the slaves. Behind the pine-covered hills and sea reefs, there was a lagoon, perpetually shrouded in mist, which could obscure the eyes of the Dragon King flying overhead. So the fleet detoured north, heading towards the northwesternmost point of the continent of Essos, where Braavos lies. The Moonsinger's prophecy has come true, and the people of Braavos have built a most magnificent temple in their gratitude." "I see. The Moonsingers' achievements deserve that temple. I've been to Braavos." Daenerys, however, shifted her attention to another matter, casually offering a compliment before asking, "Do you know what the Valyrians are digging for in the volcano?" "Red gold, silver, and other ores. Those Valyrians are incredibly greedy. They even dug through hell itself. And as retribution, the poisonous smoke and fire from hell destroyed all of Valyria." Daenerys was somewhat disappointed. She had thought it would be some magical material, but it turned out they were just digging for gold. She had to abandon her useless daydreams and return to the original topic. "What role do the Moonsingers play in your tribe?" The old man replied, "Prayer, healing, judgment, and everything except fighting. Because of the Moonsingers' faith, we fight each other from different races. This should also be emphasized. Alice, we Dothraki should really learn from our predecessors," she said to the centaur. Listeners of Dany's high status and skillful flattery were rare indeed. The old zebra had never encountered one in his entire life. It wasn't until the moon was setting and the night was well into the night that he finally smacked his lips, ending his thoroughly enjoyable boasting performance. The next morning, Dany had to go deliver a chestnut foal as a return gift to the old man. Born in White Cloud City, the foal was only 2 months old and had already successfully traversed the 1,000-mile red wasteland, demonstrating its exceptional talent. In the following days, Dany received dozens more visitors, discovering that besides receiving gifts, she had also gained considerable knowledge. The diverse races of the ice and fire world, the unique crafts of each city-state, the rich and varied products of the world, and people of all kinds of personalities, well, what we commonly call oddballs. For example, a widow of Karth, while weeping, offered her husband's mummified corpse. Covered in a layer of silver leaves, such a corpse was said to possess immense magical power, especially since the deceased was a male wizard. Refusing a gift is far more rude than silently complaining, so Dany could only stiffly place the specially treated mummified corpse into her vault. Afterwards, the wealthy merchant Zaro pulled her aside to a secluded spot to discuss buying the body. When Dany curiously inquired about the reason, he bluntly told her that a sorcerer's corpse possessed far more magic than a dwarf's manhood. Through special blood magic, a sorcerer could transfer its magic to other places, like his own manhood. The portly merchant sadly told her that he had risen from nothing, from a penniless waiter to the current 13 grades, paying a heavy price, a healthy body, a strong physique, and youthful good looks. When he had teeth but no money, he would drool over delicacies but couldn't afford them. Now that he had money, his teeth were failing, and even the finest foods couldn't be eaten. Ahem, The Karth merchant's kidneys were failing, his snotty-nosed manhood needed magical enhancement. This is actually good for you too. Seeing Dany's hesitation, he winked at her and said, you know I've always been madly in love with you. Marrying me is the best choice for you. I have a healthy body, which will only make the best choice the ultimately best choice. Okay, now Dany understood. He wasn't winking at her, he was flirting. She was instantly disgusted. I'm not interested in that wizard's corpse, but that poor widow. Dany hesitated, that was her husband after all. What if she regrets it, or suddenly misses her husband and comes back to me for him, for the corpse? What am I supposed to do? No, a gift given is like water spilled, it can't be taken back. His chubby, boiled egg-like head swayed from side to side. Besides, you are the great mother of dragons, Her Majesty the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms, Karth's most honored guest, the lover I've been pursuing with all my heart. Why should I be afraid of an ordinary woman? I don't like to use my power to intimidate people, Dany said calmly. This guy was treating her like a child. Then just tell her directly, I love you, I want to marry you, my thing is failing, I need her husband's magic to enhance it, that way, it'll be putting her to good use, and she should feel honored to help you. After all, that was her original intention in sending you the dried corpse. Xaro was shameless. Healing his thing was considered helping her? Dany really wanted to slap him. No, one slap wouldn't be enough, she had to kick him 10 more times, and finally have Big Black and Little White breathe dragon fire and burn him to ashes. How much can you offer? She asked. Xaro had a look on his face that said, according to the market price, it's about 200 radiant coins. I'll give you 100, how about it? We're all friends, talking about money hurts feelings. Dany paused, and when his fat face showed a happy expression, she added, let our butler negotiate. Only Joy was capable of handling this matter, she secretly told him to make sure to rip that guy off. Ever since she had repeatedly rejected Xaro's open and covert marriage proposals, she hadn't eaten stir-fried peacock tongues again. After several attempts, she went from barely swallowing the food to slightly appreciating it, and then gradually from appreciating it to loving it. She had finally cultivated this luxurious hobby, only to have him abruptly cut it off. Well, Daenerys couldn't afford that kind of food on her own. Besides the food, the number of servants had also decreased significantly. For example, the beautiful maids who danced and sang for her at each meal had dwindled from 24 to only 4. To tame a woman who had never experienced luxury was actually quite simple. As long as you had money, you could give her a princess-like life, and then make her understand that this life could only continue if she followed him. That's why domineering CEOs are so popular. Whether they're domineering or not isn't important, the key is that he's a CEO. Undoubtedly, Xaro was also a CEO, and he wanted to tame Daenerys in the same way. He certainly didn't love her, but if he married her, he could obtain her dragon. Jorah told her that the people of Karth had a peculiar wedding custom. On their wedding day, the wife could ask her husband for a token of love, whatever she asked for, as long as he had it and could provide it, he had to grant it. He, in turn, had the right to make the same request of her, though only one thing at a time, and he couldn't refuse whatever it was. Xaro will definitely demand your dragon. A dragon would be enough to elevate his power, making him the sole master of this city, Jorah said with a cold laugh. A few days later, Xaro excitedly found her, holding a pair of blue leather slippers. Look what these are. Slippers, Dany couldn't think of anything else. Your persimmons have been accepted by the gate opener, and the final barrier to the Hall of 1,000 Seats has been opened. He waved the blue slippers, proudly saying, this is the invitation from the royal family. Giving blue slippers is their tradition, you can wear them to see the royal family tomorrow. The Temple of Memory represents the clergy of Karth, the register keeper is the administrative official, and the gate opener is the grand steward. She did indeed send large, bright orange persimmons, but at the same time, 5,000 gold coins were carried into the grand steward's backyard. Chapter 46 Meeting the Royal Family. The royal family were descendants of the ancient king and queen of Karth. They were not one person, but a group of direct descendants. Xaro, looking at Daenerys' dress, made a big fuss and warned her that to meet the royal family and win their favor, she must wear traditional Karthian attire, the kind of revealing dress worn by ladies of Karth on the street. Except for exposing her right breast, it was no different from an ordinary dress. I don't mean to disrespect the royal family, Daenerys argued. But as a guest, if I wear the same clothes as a lady of Karth, wouldn't that be an attempt to confuse my own identity? Would that be even more disrespectful to the royal family? She countered. She didn't want to expose her breasts to a group of lecherous onlookers, even though they were rather small. Actually, she wasn't really making excuses. There was never an etiquette for a guest to wear the same clothes as the host when meeting them. Unless the guest lacked dignity, fawning over the host in hopes of getting something in return. In that case, they weren't guests, but beggars and almsgivers. How many dragon seekers have Daenerys received these past few days? They were mostly from different ethnic groups, each wearing their own traditional clothing. None of them donned Dothraki painted vests. This shows that Xaro fundamentally looked down on her. Many civilized city-states feared centaurs, yet they also despised them. Clearly, in the eyes of this Carthian, Daenerys was a barbaric centaur, not the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms or the Princess of Dragonstone. The original Daenerys was single-mindedly focused on restoring her kingdom, desperately hoping for help from the Carthians, and thus consistently tried to appease them. Yet, even when she donned traditional Carthian attire, the royal family didn't lend her a single soldier. Speaking of which, this Daenerys still wonders why the city before her is completely different from Qarth in Game of Thrones. Xaro isn't black at all, on the contrary, he's fair-skinned. He hasn't gone so far as to collude with the warlocks to kill the other 12 grandmasters. Because here there's a city guard, camel riders, and a massive fleet. Even at the height of their power, the warlocks had to keep a low profile. Besides, killing them wouldn't make a difference. The 13 were merchants, countless others would take their place. In the end, Qarth would be incredibly wealthy. Think about it, how could Suez be poor? If Daenerys had truly succeeded in robbing the city as depicted in the TV series, she could easily have bought the entire Slavers Bay, without needing to resort to deception to acquire the unsullied of Apasta. The royal family would never want to receive someone wearing a Dothraki painted vest, Xaro the milkman said, rousing Daenerys from her reverie. She thought for a moment and said, centaurs don't just wear painted vests, we should have our own distinctive clothing, a cheongsam, or a Dothraki robe. Then she had Elizabeth retrieve a long, peony red robe from a chest. It was made of soft, silky Khal silk, trimmed with gold, with short sleeves, a white rose embroidered on the collar and hem, and a slit on one side extending to mid-thigh. When Daenerys appeared before Xaro in the cheongsam that the tailor from Qarth had sewn according to her pattern, his mouth dropped open, and his pig eyes bulged out of their sockets, as if they were about to be turned inside out. Is this really centaur clothing? He swallowed hard, incredulous. This is a Dothraki cheongsam, our centaur clothing, the centaur maid said proudly. How is it? Daenerys spun around, turning her gaze to Xaro. Much better than the painted vest. He nodded, scrutinizing the cheongsam with admiration, praising, simple yet elegant, combining sexiness and dignity, perfectly showcasing a woman's curves and charm. Good, very good. Khaleesi, you've dramatically elevated the Dothraki's level of civilization. These words made Daenerys look at the milkman before her with newfound respect. This guy's aesthetic sense and ability to accept new things far surpassed that of ordinary people. That afternoon, Daenerys, wearing a silver choker, a red and white peony-fitted cheongsam, and blue slippers, arrived at the gates of the Hall of 1,000 Seats in a carriage, surrounded by the blood guards and Jorah. Well, one absolutely cannot ride a horse while wearing a cheongsam, which is why she and her maids, though they already owned cheongsams, had never worn them in public. Beautiful as they were quite impractical for horsemen. As for the silver choker, which resembled a throat guard, it at first glance looked somewhat like the one worn by the Red Priestess Melisandre. Both were gold and silver collars with a dazzling large gemstone set in the center. However, Melisandre's was a ruby, while Daenerys's was an amethyst, a magical amethyst, a gift from Xaro for protection. He said that the royal family had a bad reputation, often giving poison wine to those they considered a threat, and the magical amethyst had a special effect in repelling poison, ensuring Daenerys was immune to all poisons. In another world, Daenerys would have scoffed, but in this fantastical alternate dimension, no matter how bizarre things were, she had to maintain a degree of skepticism. To Daenerys' surprise, the royal family demanded she not bring her dragons to the audience. Xaro scoffed, "Your dragons breathe fire. They're like silkworms huddled in a warm incubator, unable to adapt to the outside world. Even the slightest possible harm will terrify them." Daenerys glanced at him, thinking to herself, if it weren't for these treacherous merchants who have done some terrible things to the royal family, would they be so easily frightened? But the royal family still wanted to see the dragons. She, along with her blood oath guards and the dragons, followed a chubby old black eunuch through the palace gates, entering the drill grounds on the left side of the main hall via the left corridor. Normally, the royal family would stand on the pointed tower at the front to watch the soldiers practice. Now, the square, paved with colorful cobblestones, was empty, while a group of people stood indistinctly on the top balcony of the tower. Mother of Dragons, you can now remove the shackles from the true dragons and soar freely through the hall of 1,000 seats. The old eunuch's eyes crinkled into crescent moons with laughter. Dany sighed, when you're under someone's roof, you always end up doing things that make you unhappy. She removed the iron hoops from the necks of the 3 dragons one by one, silently telling Big Black, others treat us like pets for their amusement. You take your 2 brothers and fly around outside the city. Remember, avoid humans, and don't land on the ground before I call you. Hiss, Big Black leaped, intending to jump into the sky without gliding, as before. But with a single effort, its left leg buckled, and it stumbled and fell onto the cobblestone ground. Ha ha ha, Big Black, you've eaten too much these past few days, you've gotten so fat. Dany laughed heartlessly. Having been in Qarth for over half a month, the 3 dragons had never flown, and with unlimited fresh meat every day, everyone could see that they had gained weight. They were all chubby and adorable. But they were dragons after all, and dragons are born to roam the vast sky. Soon, the 3 dragons flapped their wings and ran a dozen steps on the ground, then leaped into the air, glided into the sky, circled the square a few times, and gradually climbed to a height of over 1,000 meters. The old eunuch, his right hand, which looked like a braised pig's trotter, placed on his forehead, watching the 3 dragons turn into a black dot and disappear. He smacked his lips, his expression one of satisfaction yet lingering enjoyment, and said, "True dragons, those are true dragons, Khaleesi. Couldn't you have let them fly a few more times? Even if I open my mouth wide and shout, they won't hear me," Dany said helplessly, spreading her hands. "All right." Then he led Dany and her group back to the main hall on the high platform, climbed the 99 stone steps, and stood in front of the door for a full half hour. The gilded hardwood door, wider than the city gate and carrying a heavy historical aura, creaked open. A plump, white man dressed in loose, multicolored striped silk blouse and trousers slowly walked out, indifferently surveying Daenerys and her companions. Speaking in an ancient Valyrian dialect tinged with Qarthian, he said to Daenerys, "The royal family awaits you, Khaleesi. Please have your men remain outside." The man's tone was flat and devoid of personal emotion, like a robotic messenger, yet his intonation was surprisingly pleasant. Daenerys nodded to Jorah and the blood guards, then followed the plump, milk-like man into the palace's main hall. The hall was 1,000 square meters, roughly 30 meters by 40 meters in size, with windows on all 4 walls, providing excellent natural light. Upon entering, Daenerys immediately saw the richly dressed Qarthians at the other end of the hall. From the center of the hall, marble steps gradually ascended, leading to a high stone platform between the circular ceiling and the steps. 24 enormous wooden chairs were arranged in an arc on the platform. The chairs were not only enormous but also exquisitely crafted, their gilded surfaces gleaming brightly. The armrests and backs were inlaid with amber, agate, jade, and emeralds. Each chair was unique, like flowers vying for attention. Seated in each chair was a member of the Qarth royal family with milky white skin, dressed in magnificent Qarthic robes. Some were young, some old, some were strong, muscular men, some were frail, sickly men, some stared intently at the graceful Daenerys, while many others had wondering eyes, completely distracted, as if seeing the dragon was enough to fulfill their purpose for the day. "I am Daenerys, Stormborn, rightful heir to the 7 kingdoms," Daenerys introduced herself with grace, curtsying with her hand on her chest. "It is an honor to be summoned by the glorious and ancient Qarthic royal family." After a long silence, a middle-aged man on the left spoke up, "Mother of Dragons, your Chong Sam is truly eye-catching." His name was Windrow, one of the targets Xaro had recommended for bribery. Besides him, 2 other members of the royal family accepted her radiant coins. Xaro advised her that she needed a few people present to speak on her behalf. She hadn't thought much of it before, but now, while Daenerys felt the money was a waste, it wasn't entirely for nothing. Everyone else watched her silently, as if watching a puppet show. Would an audience talk to a puppet on stage? None of the royals greeted her. After a long wait, only Windred complimented her Chong Sam. However, Daenerys quickly remembered her purpose for the day, to eliminate the Karth royal family's anxieties about a potential new Dragon King. Following the script she had prepared beforehand, she began to recount her requests. I am the only descendant of the Targaryens and have the right to inherit the throne of the Seven Kingdoms. The people of the Seven Kingdoms are secretly sewing dragon banners at home, ready to rally all their support when I return. The trade governor of Pentos and the Sea King of Bravis both support my restoration. She seemed like an innocent, young girl full of fantasies, rambling on about her longing for her homeland of Westeros, her optimism about reclaiming the throne, and her expectations for the nobles and kind people of the Seven Kingdoms. Chapter 47 I'm very sorry. A few days ago, Daenerys went to the Temple of Memory to peruse the history of Karth. From the thick parchment books, she gleaned three important pieces of information. First, a world map centered on Karth, revealing the entirety of the world. Second, her speculations about White Cloud City were confirmed. Before Valyria's destruction, Slavers Bay had the Valyrian Road, connecting the major Valyrian city-states. This road, a monolithic structure forged from magic and magma, was wider and stronger than modern highways, connecting almost all the city-states to the Norn River basin of the western continent. To get rich, build roads first. There was no safer or faster route than the Valyrian Road. Merchants back then often traveled routes like Far East, Jade Sea, Karth, White Cloud City, Slavers Bay, Valyrian Road, all over the world, which is why White Cloud City is such a desert wonder. Daenerys was wrong about one thing. The dried-up riverbed she saw wasn't natural, but an artificial one. The Valyrians, driven by slaves, dug an artificial canal nearly 1,000 kilometers long from the source of the Razor River, passing through two white cities and ending at a third. Over 300 years ago, Valyria was destroyed in the Cataclysm, and the entire long summer was shrouded in a strange curse. The Valyrian Road from Slavers Bay to Volantis became a demonic road, feared by all. Thus, the millennia-old Silk Road between East and West came to an end, and merchants could only avoid the route from Volantis to Karth by sea. The White Cities lost their purpose, and the canal, requiring extensive maintenance every few years, gradually dried up. In less than a century, the weakened White Cities were destroyed by passing centaurs. But back to the main point. The third piece of information Daenerys received from the Temple of Memory is related to Valyria. The Valyrian dragon aspects have been capturing slaves all the way to the Far East's Jugsni Plains. How could they possibly spare Karth, which is right beside them? On the day the dragons descended upon the city, the ancient royal family of Karth perished, leaving only a princess to become the wife of a Valyrian dragon king. The two of them were the ancestors of the royal family before Daenerys. Daenerys guessed that the royal family must both covet and fear her dragons. As the mother of dragons, she had the ability to become the next ancestor of the Karth royal family, just as the Dragon King had done. Therefore, Daenerys pleaded with the assembled royal family, great rulers of the immortal city of Karth, I beg you, lend me a fleet so that I may return to my homeland, which I long for day and night. The people of Westeros will be grateful to you for bringing back their queen. At the end, she wiped away tears and wept sorrowfully. The onions of Karth, truly powerful. A little awkward, her soft sobs echoed in the vast hall. It was so empty and silent, no one gave her a response. What? Perhaps the royal family also felt the awkward silence, for a sobbing sound came from the high platform. It was that same tower again. Windrow, who had accepted 777 gold coins from Daenerys, said, Daenerys, your words are truly moving. Your emotions have deeply touched me. He wiped away tears. Daenerys' eyes widened, hoping he would continue. If he could give her dozens of warships, that would be wonderful. But I am devoted to music and have no interest in business, unlike the 13. Each possessing a vast fleet. Though I am richer than a kingdom, I do not have the large ships you need. Daenerys' heart sank. You bastard, she thought, you claim to be richer than a kingdom, yet you are so stingy. Kalish, another member of the royal family who had accepted bribes, known as Elegant Aegon, said tactfully, her voice trembling with tears, I am a member of the royal family, but I am also a poet. I would like to compose a poem for your plight. She then began to recite the poem in the melodious ancient Valyrian language, tears streaming down her face. The poem roughly tells the story of the last princess of an ancient kingdom, how she overcame countless hardships and ultimately, through sheer luck, gained the support of her many subjects, defeated the usurper, successfully married the handsome prince, and rose to become a queen. Even if a fleet couldn't be sent to escort Daenerys back to restore her kingdom, this was a way to fulfill her dream. Why, so touching. I wish you all the best, Your Majesty, Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. Many people spoke for the first time. Well, it was a refusal. Some followed Aegon's example, using tactful words to refuse, while others remained silent, a silent refusal. Suddenly, the fat steward, who had been quietly standing at the bottom left of the steps, moved a few steps to the center, neither disturbing the royals on the 5-meter-high platform nor failing to catch Daenerys' attention. Daenerys noticed him subtly gesturing to her, indicating that today's petition was over. What? That's it? Even if they didn't send a few warships, shouldn't there be a return gift? She had spent over 10,000 radiant coins on bribes. To raise money, she even sold most of the gifts her visitors had given her. The Qarth royal family was truly a bunch of scoundrels, utterly disregarding etiquette and completely stingy. Dany cursed the royal family's ancestors in her heart, but outwardly remained mournful, wiping away tears as she expressed her gratitude to the royal family before politely requesting her leave. After leaving the palace, she waited for another hour in the training grounds of a side hall. As dusk fell, the 3 dragons landed beside her, and she refastened their shackles. The group then followed the path they had taken, leaving the Hall of 1,000 Seats. When she had arrived by Oxguard at noon, the sun was high in the sky, making the weather too hot, and the streets were sparsely populated. Now, nearing dusk, the wide road was blocked by a throng of people. Horhair, riding ahead, had to crack his whip in the air while shouting from his horse, "Make way! You milk people, clear the road! Make way for the Mother of Dragons!" But his broken Valyrian only attracted curious glances from many people, doing nothing to improve the congested situation, and the Oxguard could only inch forward. The wealthy merchant Xaro seemed unfazed by this, leisurely reclining on the cool, mahjong mat-covered backrest. He poured ruby-red wine into a pair of matching emerald and gold goblets, steadily handing them to Daenerys opposite him. "My ray of light," he said, "I see your swollen eyes filled with deep disappointment. They rejected you?" Daenerys took the goblet and gulped down more than half of it. "You have keen insight, you see the truth of the matter. Yes, the royal family rejected me without hesitation. Or rather, they never intended to help me in the first place. They only summoned me out of curiosity about dragons and their own boredom." Xaro showed no surprise at this, casually asking as he poured himself more wine, "What did they say?" "Windlow said he had no ship and couldn't help me. Elegant Aegon recited a poem for me while crying, and Mathis, who took my 500 glory coins, didn't even bother to refuse." Daenerys sighed and asked, "Can I ask Ser Jorah to get the money back from him?" "Alice, these Qarthians are truly untrustworthy. Those without integrity cannot survive in the business world, and Qarth is the largest trading city, so the royal family's power is waning and their reputation is declining." Xaro scoffed contemptuously, then looked at Daenerys solemnly and warned her, "Don't mention the return of the gift again, unless you don't want regretful one sneaking into my palace one night and murdering you while you sleep." Daenerys nodded at regretful one, and didn't mention getting the money back from Mathis. Besides their tendency to cry easily, considering tears a sign of civilization, the Qarthians also have another characteristic, politeness. Even Qarthian assassins, when killing, politely say "I regret" to their victims. Thus, that long-established assassin group became known as the Regretters. Self-important politeness. This afternoon's encounter at the Hall of 1,000 Seats didn't make Daenerys think the Qarthians were polite at all. "Oh, my love, don't be too sad. What you've experienced today isn't unique." Xaro stretched his arms wide, resting them on the back of the soft chair, a wine glass between 2 fingers of his right hand swirling gently. "There's a saying in Qarth, it's harder to get money from royalty than to milk the stone bull of Pharos. Do you know Pharos? An island in the Jade Sea, where people worship stone bulls. Isn't that peculiar? If you're willing to marry me, my luxury yacht can take you there to see the local sights. In fact, my caravans are all over the Jade Sea, you can go wherever you want. We can travel to the barbarian lands, search for the city of dreams in the poet's verses, and go to the plains of Jugsni to drink the wine of wisdom from the heads of the dead. I will sail to Westeros to drink the wine of revenge from the heads of usurpers. Why don't you come with me to King's Landing? The scenery of the Sunset Lands is more beautiful and mysterious than the Jade Sea." Daenerys winked at him, smiling. "Besides the awe-inspiring wall, I've heard there are White Walkers in the far north. Do you know the White Walkers?" Terrible monsters that bring eternal night to the world, much more interesting than those stone bulls. Let the White Walkers come. Eternal night is nothing compared to being rejected by you again. The fat man wiped his face, squeezing out a few more tears. Indeed, every Carthian can cry under any circumstances. I've told you many times, I'm a merchant, and all merchants are pacifists. War is the killer of stable trade. We may hope for war in others, but we never participate ourselves. Besides, I don't understand what's so great about that iron chair in King's Landing. I heard it was forged by your ancestors from thousands of swords, cold, hard, and sharp, a veritable iron monster. Aren't you afraid those jagged spikes will slash your shapely buttocks? The merchant rejected Daenerys once again. Boom. On the street outside the carriage, countless citizens suddenly shouted in unison. The huge sound wave seemingly about to overturn the ox cart Daenerys was sitting on. Screech, the ox cart also came to a sudden stop at this moment. What happened? Dany asked loudly through the gauze curtain. Chapter 48 Magic Resurgence. Kalish, there's a fire mage up ahead, putting on a show in the street. He's got a huge crowd of healers, completely blocking the street. Aggo shouted, leaning close to the ox cart window. He had to shout, the street was a cacophony of noise, like boiling porridge, more chaotic than a train station during the spring festival travel rush. A fire mage? You see them everywhere, in the streets, alleys, docks, and taverns. Nothing special, Xaro said dismissively. He'd probably gotten used to the traffic jams in Qarth. Even in this environment, he calmly pulled a bottle of red wine from a small compartment under his chair, waved it at Daenerys, and said, "Aren't you missing your homeland? This is a premium golden wine from Green Pavilion Island. Let's have another glass." "No, fire mages aren't that common in the Western continent." "I'll go check it out," Daenerys shook her head. Actually, fire mages were frequently encountered in the streets of Bravis and Pentus, and even in King's Landing, under the Seven Gods doctrine, there was a pyromancer guild. The fire mage Daenerys had encountered earlier was more of an acrobat or magician than a mage. However, Daenerys didn't want to waste any more time arguing with Xaro. She was exhausted. "Get me a horse," she called to the blood guards, sticking her head out from behind the curtain. "Kalish, your Chongsam isn't suitable for riding," Jorah said, stepping forward. 3 blood guards stood guard, one on the left, one on the right, and one leading the way. Ser Jorah stood at the rear, guarding the dragon cage on the next cart alongside Quello. "Ugh, this is troublesome," Daenerys sighed, looking around and realizing she wasn't tall enough to see over the dense crowd. Suddenly, an idea struck her. "I'll stand on the bull's back, and you can hold me up," she laughed. This cart was one of Xaro's gifts to Daenerys. It was crafted from ebony and gold, and the bulls pulling it were exceptionally fine, one as white as ivory, the other as black as jade, both incredibly majestic and remarkably docile. Her horns were inlaid with jewels. With that, she leaped down from the ox cart, squeezed beside the white ox pulling it, and stood lightly on its broad back like a nimble monkey, without needing Aggo's help. A single glance startled Dany. The fire mage was a small, dark-skinned man in a tight red robe, with a monkey-like build. Now, like the most magical monkey, he conjured a blazing staircase of flames 2 meters above the ground with a wave of his hand. He leaped, landing on the swaying, red staircase without landing. Dany saw no hiding place for support. In fact, this was just the beginning. Standing on the non-existent staircase of flames, he waved his hands repeatedly, and staircases of orange-red fire appeared in an orderly spiral, extending towards the lattice-like ceiling above. Then, like a nimble monkey, he climbed the staircases, each step vanishing behind him, leaving only a wisp of silver smoke. He climbed higher and higher, reaching a height equivalent to 4 stories, until he waved to the cheering crowd below, then suddenly fell backward, vanishing without a trace, along with the last step of the fire ladder. Daenerys stared wide-eyed at the empty, yellowish sky, inwardly screaming, "This can't be. If street pyromaniacs are this good, how am I supposed to survive?" "Argo, Ser Jorah, what do you think?" she couldn't help but ask the 2 men guarding the white bull. They, riding their tall horses, had witnessed a miracle with Daenerys. "A very good trick. Many court magicians are not as good as him," Jorah exclaimed. "Did you understand? Where did he go? How could he stand on the flames? Could it really be magic?" Daenerys asked repeatedly. "Ha, Your Highness, you're overthinking it. It's just a trick by charlatans, they make a living this way." If they can't fool us, they're not qualified, Jorah laughed. This isn't a trick, a woman said in common. Hearing the voice, Dany noticed that Quellis had somehow appeared beside the white bull, still dressed in a gray linen hooded mage's robe and a red lacquered wooden mask. She wondered how long she'd been there. The others had completely ignored her. A wizard, yet she'd maxed out her stealth skills. Dany silently grumbled to herself as she flipped onto the bull's back, greeting it with a smile. "My lord mage, long time no see. How have you been?" After the greeting, she quickly inquired, "Do you know the trick to that magic trick? Or was it really magic? But how could that be? If it were 6 months ago, I wouldn't need to see it with my own eyes to agree with you, but things are different now, Daenerys. You've brought the power of magic back to this world." Quellis's eyes reflected a moist luster behind her mask. Dany blinked hard, but couldn't make out the color of her eyes. "That's too much? If I had that kind of ability, I wouldn't be completely ignorant of magic myself," she laughed. Quexy pointed to the fire mage who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the crowd and said seriously, "I know him. 6 months ago, in the same place, he couldn't even start a fire with dragon crystals. He could only deceive ignorant fools with gunpowder and wildfire. Daenerys, look more closely. That fat man in the colorful robes, Karth, is a priest of the Temple of Memory. Look at the girl in the felt hat behind him." Daenerys focused her gaze in the direction she was pointing. About 7 or 8 meters away, a girl wearing a felt hat and a magenta dress, dressed like a wealthy lady, leaned against the fat priest's waist and then casually squeezed past in another direction. "That girl is a pickpocket. I saw her cut open the cloth bag at the milkman priest's waist with a razor blade," Aggo exclaimed. "Now you understand?" Quexy looked at Daenerys and said calmly, "That fire mage uses magic to attract the audience's attention, and then his hired pickpockets take the opportunity to do the work. But what does that mean?" Daenerys murmured. "He's not a proper fire mage. You saw the fiery staircase with your own eyes. Just 6 months ago, he could only perform feats like walking barefoot on burning coals or making burning roses bloom in mid-air. I don't need to explain, you can probably guess the trick yourself. Compared to this performance, it's like comparing heaven and earth." Finally, she sighed to Dany, "The reason is simple, the tide of magic is surging, his own magical power is increasing, and the power of every mystic in this world is rapidly increasing. What's the point of telling me this if you don't want to teach me magic?" Dany retorted non-committally. Even though dragons brought magic to this world, she didn't even know a basic spell. After hearing Quexy's words today, she was even more determined to abandon the idea of studying an assassin. If she really went to that wizarding capital, would she learn witchcraft from the wizards, or would the wizards research witchcraft from her body? "I must warn you. Daenerys Targaryen." Quilthuzad suddenly stepped forward, grasping Daenerys' right hand, which was braced against the bull's back. "You must leave this city immediately, or you will not be able to leave. Child of shadows, do not touch the mother of dragons." Jagger's eyes flashed, and he swiftly tapped Quilthuzad's fingers with the handle of his whip. Daenerys winced and immediately withdrew her hands. Daenerys frowned, raising her right hand to examine it closely. Her skin was fair and delicate, without a trace of redness. Was it just her imagination? The moment Quilthuzad touched her right wrist, a sharp, stinging pain shot through her at the point of contact. It came suddenly and went quickly. She wasn't even sure if it was a hallucination. "Is there any danger?" she asked. Quexy remained composed, unperturbed even after being struck by Jago. "The royal family has seen your dragon. You've repeatedly rejected Zaro, and you'll continue to do so. The warlocks have always coveted your dragon, you should understand that. None of the major powers in Karth are your friends. Isn't that dangerous enough?" Daenerys glanced at the oxguard behind her, remaining non-committal. "Where do you think I should go?" "I won't go to Ashel." Quexy said calmly, "To go north, you must travel south. To reach the west, you must go east. To advance, you must retreat. To reach the light, you must pass through the shadows. This is your destiny. Sigh, why do you insist I go to Ashel? Even a mediocre witch easily ruined my life, yet there are countless wizards researching mystical powers there," Daenerys said helplessly. "There lies the truth of the world you must know," Quexy said. Then, without waiting for Daenerys to ask further, she bowed and disappeared into the crowd. Aggo watched Quexy's departing figure and scoffed. No one with a clear head would believe the Shadow Child. "Ha ha ha, your barbarians possess a wisdom they are unaware of. Zaro, who was in the carriage, had overheard the entire conversation. He drew back the curtain, inviting Daenerys back into the carriage. "Even if you continue to reject me, I will remain your most loyal friend and most ardent suitor. You can make my palace your home, stay as long as you like." "Thank you, you are my most trusted friend, Gentleman Xaro," Daenerys said with a smile. "Believe you my foot." It was time to leave. As the sun set, they returned to Xaro's mansion. After dealing with Xaro, Daenerys immediately summoned Jorah to her study to inquire about his opinion on Quexy's remarks. "Although I don't trust her, Quothuzet is absolutely right. The longer we stay here, the more dangerous it becomes. Even from the perspective of guest rights, a short visit makes us guests, but if we linger too long, our stay becomes a temporary one, and we can no longer be considered guests," Jorah reiterated, quoting a tradition from the north. "Where do you think we should go next?" she asked. "To the east. The Far East isn't just about assassin, the Jade Sea has many trading cities," Jorah said. Daenerys said calmly, "Going to the east almost means giving up the chance to return to Westeros, and abandoning allies like Illyrio who support the Targaryen family. Illyrio is not trustworthy. He's obese, which means he's gluttonous. As the saying goes, a glutton is bound to be greedy. He's also a powerful ruler, and as another saying goes, those in power are bound to be cunning. How can you trust someone who is both greedy and cunning?" Jorah said seriously. "If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels." Chapter 49 Nightcrawler Arisen. "As for Westeros," Jorah said somberly, "I don't know if you should relinquish that dangerous Iron Throne, but I understand deeply that the longer you stay in one place, the more likely you are to be discovered by your enemies. The Targaryen name terrifies traitors, especially after they learn you have dragons." "Sir, thank you for considering my needs so thoroughly," Daenerys said sincerely, then looked him straight in the eye and countered, "Westeros is just a dream to me, but what does it mean to you? No longer the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms, can I still have a truly trustworthy Queensguard?" Daenerys had never intended to vie for the Iron Throne. All her ambitions for Westeros were merely a means to deceive. To deceive Xaro, to deceive the Carthians, to deceive the Quothuzed, and even Jorah Mormont was a key target. Westeros meant nothing to Daenerys, but it was an inseparable homeland for Jorah Mormont. Jorah Mormont himself couldn't deny that his loyalty to Daenerys stemmed in part from her strong desire to restore the Targaryen dynasty. Daenerys became queen, and as her bodyguard, he could wash away all his stains and return home in glory. "Daenerys, you can completely trust the loyalty of an admirer," he said, addressing her by name. "That's the problem," Daenerys sighed. "If I can never reciprocate your affections, and can't let you return home in glory, what's the point of your loyalty to me? Your Highness, why be so cruel?" Jorah smiled bitterly. "Keeping you as a backup plan is truly cruel," Daenerys thought. "You are a reliable brother, a trustworthy friend. I don't want to lie to you, so please don't lie to me," she said. Jorah's face flushed red with emotion, but upon hearing the last sentence, his face suddenly paled, and he blurted out, "I'm not lying to you, and I won't lie to you. You are deceiving me right now. Today was such a good opportunity to confess. If I had just seized the moment and revealed my identity as a spy for King's Landing, I would have forgiven you, thus ending your agonizing life as a double agent. But why couldn't I seize it?" Daenerys could entrust her safety to this Queen's Iron Guard, but complete trust was impossible, at least not yet. "Sir, tomorrow take Argo to the Blacksmith's Guild to order a batch of leather armor." Daenerys had originally intended to say iron armor, but considering the situation of the Malfoys, she immediately changed her mind to leather armor. First, traditional views hadn't changed. Malfoy warriors rejected iron armor, considering fighting hidden in metal a cowardly act. Second, light cavalry warriors lacked the combat skills and awareness of heavy cavalry. Simply put, the Malfoys hadn't yet acquired the heavy cavalry skill. Third, Daenerys recalled the bronze armor of the camel cavalry, and the fact that the city guards weren't wearing iron armor made her somewhat doubtful about the Carthians' iron armor technology. She explained the three reasons to the bear. "With your knightly training, choose a light leather armor that can protect against arrows. You could add a breastplate to the chest and back. This." Jorah hesitated for a moment, then said, "Your Highness, you haven't participated in battle, so you probably don't understand. No leather armor can meet your requirements. Daenerys, being called a war novice, was immediately displeased. It was true she hadn't been to the battlefield, but she'd watched plenty of anti-Japanese war dramas and historical novels. Who didn't know that iron pots could stop bullets and that tanned leather and cotton armor could withstand arrows? My requirements are very low, Daenerys said sternly. I only require to withstand a barrage of arrows. A large-scale archer force? The bear shook his head, his bitterness deepening. Iron arrowheads can pierce iron armor, let alone leather armor? That must be extremely rare, right? Li Guang could even shoot through boulders, but how many heroes like that are there? Well, let me put it this way, besides the double-string dragon bone bow, the golden wood bow from the Summer Islands is the most famous. An elite red archer using a golden wood bow can pierce thin leather armor at 400 meters, PS. But I understand your requirements, hoping that the Mammon will charge into battle amidst a hail of arrows. At that distance, they really can't withstand the arrows, PS. This is the original setting. The swan ships of the Summer Islands are often equipped with a group of red archers to defend against pirates. Golden wood is the best material for making bows and arrows. The daughter of Captain Q, hero of the Laurel Wind, the dragon visitor who obtained the painting of the Great Black, is a red archer who can hit enemies at 360 meters. Dany asked with a blank face, are you sure it's 400 meters? Not just one person, but a group of people can do it? Jorah nodded and said, if you don't believe me, you can go to the dock area and take a look. There are many Summer Islands merchant ships docked there, and each ship has at least one elite archer. By the way, that Kuru from the Laurel Wind is from the Summer Isles. It's a pity he's been out of port for days. The high seas are teeming with pirates. Even if you win a boarding maneuver, you'll destroy a lot of cargo, so strong archers are essential. Ah, I see. Daenerys sighed dejectedly, waving her hand. Let's get a set of leather armor, with an iron plate in the chest. A layer of protection is better than nothing. Early the next morning, Jorah and Adger went to the Blacksmiths' Guild. It was an alliance of weapons merchants and a large number of blacksmiths. They had swords, spears, halberds, cleavers, hoes, sickles, leather armor, saddles, and horseshoes. Little Carl's army only had a little over 100 combat-ready warriors, so it was just a small business for the Blacksmiths' Guild. They could complete Daenerys' order in a few days. During this time, a small incident occurred. Jorah and Adger argued about the helmet. The Westerosi knights understood Daenerys' intention to protect her warriors, so they specially selected a full-body iron helmet. Yes, it's a helmet with a face shield, throat guard, and a skirt-like neck guard. Wearing that kind of helmet would be a huge burden for the long, thick braid at the back of the head, which the centaurs disliked. The two argued in the blacksmith's shop, eventually reaching Daenerys. After thinking for a moment, she had the blacksmith make a hole in the back of the helmet so the braid could be let out. It's too ugly, and an extra hole means an extra problem, Jorah muttered. Well, that leather armor is full of holes, one more won't make a difference, Daenerys sighed. Besides the leather armor, Daenerys also ordered a large number of crossbows, both single-handed crossbows that were cocked by hand and heavy two-handed crossbows that were cocked by foot. Almost every centaur had a bow and arrow, but crossbows were relatively rare. Apart from Drogo's collection of a single-handed crossbow inlaid with gold and black wood, none of the other centaurs had one. Daenerys equipped each warrior with 2 crossbows, hanging them on either side of their saddles, and women, children, and the elderly each had one, instantly more than doubling the army's firepower. Besides weapons, Dany also ordered a batch of camels. This immediately caught Xaro's attention. Buying weapons could be seen as strengthening their defenses, but buying camels, it meant she wanted to leave. Starlight, what have I done wrong? Why are you leaving so soon? The merchant lamented, wiping away tears. You are a hospitable host. Daenerys' eyes reddened at his words, and she said helplessly, but I want to go back to Westeros. My people are waiting for me. The usurper is dead, and this is the best opportunity for me, but I can't get any help here. Alice, it's so sad. Xaro cried for a while, then asked seemingly casually, my heavenly star, are you planning to ride a camel back to White Cloud City and then return to the great grass sea of Dothraki? Perhaps. If you would send me 2 large ships, I would certainly take the sea route directly. If there are no ships, I can only ride camels. Xaro pondered for a moment, wiped the tears from his face with a silk handkerchief that exuded a strong fragrance, and said, My heavenly star, you don't need to be in such a hurry. Perhaps things will change. What change? The royal family has clearly rejected me, and the 13 lords, represented by you, have consistently disappointed me. Could it be that the Brotherhood of the Tourmaline or the Spice Guild have changed their minds? Daenerys asked curiously. No, no, no. Xaro shook his head repeatedly, his face showing disdain. They'll give you nothing but flattery and lies. The Spice Guild is a bunch of hypocrites and braggarts. Another name for the Brotherhood is pirates. Besides these few forces, who else in Qarth can help me? Do you remember the male sorcerer's mummified body I bought from you? Xaro countered with a question. Daenerys' beautiful face twisted slightly. She had actually been keeping an eye on Xaro's magic bird, so she told Jorah and the Blood Guards about it, asking them to keep an eye out for Xaro's condition. Jorah didn't disappoint. He quickly found out about Xaro's health through the servants at the manor. Jorah told her, the person who performed the spell on Xaro was Arizon, a somewhat famous sorcerer from Qarth, nicknamed Nightcrawler. After the ritual, servants heard a little boy crying and a merchant cursing coming from Xaro's room. I suspect it had some effect, but far less than expected. Actually, whether the spell improved his condition or not is irrelevant. He probably doesn't need it most of the time anyway. He added with a disdainful look, all his words of affection to you were lies. He doesn't like women at all. I've noticed that his palace is filled with boys of various races dressed in beautiful silk clothes, including centaurs and people from the Summer Isles. They're all heavily made up, their clothes so thin, it's simply. According to the Seven Gods doctrine, Xaro will surely go to the Seven Hells. Snapping out of her reverie, Daenerys carefully examined the short, fat Xaro before her. His greasy, milky white face resembled freshly baked white bread, and his nose was adorned with emeralds, gold, and gemstones. Combined with his colorful silk robes, he looked like a bald, plump, colorful bird. Don't judge a book by its cover, she asked. Is the sorcerer's magic unusually powerful? Xaro didn't notice Daenerys' strange expression, mainly because his situation wasn't unusual in Qarth. Like some men in modern society wearing women's clothing, everyone was used to it and wouldn't give you any special treatment. It works, but it must be used in conjunction with the sorcerer's potion, he said frankly. Daenerys felt a pang of jealousy. Was it the potion's effect, or had the sorcery truly worked? So, she asked. The sorcerer's power is recovering. They may very well regain their former power, Xaro said gravely. Daenerys understood his meaning. As time went on, the sorcerer's power grew stronger, and they would naturally become one of the powerful figures in Qarth. If the sorcerers were willing to help her, then perhaps the sorcerers are deceiving you. Even if it's true, why would they help me? Daenerys said. Let's give it a try if we have the chance. Things can't get any worse anyway, Xaro suggested. The Hall of Dust of the Warlocks is very dangerous. Let's not get close to that great warlock, Payabali, for now. I know a more worldly warlock, the Nightcrawler Arizon. He has a desire for money, and anyone who loves money can be trusted, because I have money. Chapter 50 Glass Candles. Daenerys didn't immediately agree to Xaro's request to see Arizon. That evening, when she asked Jorah for advice, the knight advised her against associating with such mysterious figures. Sir, she sighed, this isn't Westeros, the magical wasteland. I also want to keep my distance from wizards, but you're always out and about, and there are fire mages, sorcerers, priests, and the like everywhere. There's no escaping it. Even in Westeros, the far west under the Seven Kingdoms doctrine, a series of unprecedented magical events were unfolding. Lord Barricoat, repeatedly murdered, was repeatedly resurrected, the Red Woman used the Shadow Children to kill remotely, the Leech Curse brought Catelyn, nearly rotting in water, back to life, and then there were prophecies. The skill of prophecy seemed incredibly easy to learn, as if every wizard in this world could foresee the future, and almost every major event to come was successfully predicted. In such a fantastical world, the idea of respecting the gods and avoiding them was useless, there was no escaping it. So Daenerys directly asked him about Arizon's character and whether he was trustworthy. Xaro wasn't lying. Arizon prefers a comfortable life to seeking the truth of the world. He's far less of a threat than that Paya. If he allows us to go with you, it shouldn't be too dangerous. Of course, the best option is not to go at all, and not to interact with any wizards. Without contact, without blood and hair, wizards can hardly harm others. Ser Jorah tried to persuade her one last time. Daenerys didn't heed his advice, For a simple reason, she couldn't avoid it. Did Renly deliberately engage with wizards? He was still killed by the Feldal with a single blow to the throat. Westeros relentlessly suppressed those with mystical powers. Fire mages and red priests, almost commonplace on Essos, were completely unknown to the people of the Seven Kingdoms, yet the White Walker crisis erupted in the north. Old Mormont led a group of Night's Watchmen away from the wall to scout the White Walkers' movements, but only Sam knew that Dragongless could be used against them. Even Sam had only just found the information at the last minute, rummaging through the Night's Watch library. Daenerys, possessing a dragon as her ultimate weapon, didn't need to force herself to master magic and sorcery, but she at least had some understanding of those mysterious powers. At the appointed time, around 8 o'clock in the evening, Daenerys and Xaro, escorted by Jorah and others, rode in an ox cart through 4 streets and 2 brightly lit night markets, arriving at the small merchants' quarter in the west of the city. Arizin is much more normal than a wizard, but to us, he's still a strange fellow, Xaro said, moving his obese body as he stepped off the cart. He chuckled as he walked. Almost no one has seen him during the day, but after midnight, people often see him in his grey wizard's robes on the streets, in the square fountains, and at the docks. That's why they all call me Night Stalker. Daenerys rubbed her eyes. The previously tightly closed, red bronze inlaid purple wood door was now wide open, and standing in the doorway was a middle-aged man with medium-length black hair. He had typical Carthian pale skin, a long, horse-like face, blue lips typical of a wizard, and a black pearl piercing the left side of his nose, strikingly visible against his pale face. "When did you come out?" Dany's mouth dropped open in shock. She moved swiftly, jumping off the carriage first, her gaze never leaving the gate just a few steps away. One moment the wooden gate was tightly shut, the next, in the blink of an eye, the master of the house was out greeting guests. "Ha ha ha, Mother of Dragons, you are the source of miracles, you shouldn't be surprised by such petty tricks," Arizin laughed loudly. "A wizard's little tricks are nothing special," Xaro shook his head, looking nonchalant. "Compared to Quel'Thuzad, that shadow child, he's not even an apprentice." The merchant spoke rudely, but the Nightcrawler wasn't offended. In all of Qarth, aside from the possible immortals within the temple, who can claim to be stronger than Quel'Thuzad? "Welcome, Mother of Dragons. It is the greatest honor of my life that you have graced my humble abode with your presence," Arizin said with a gentlemanly bow. "To express my gratitude, I will do my utmost to demonstrate the power of magic for you tonight." After speaking, he clapped his hands 3 times in quick succession. Amidst the bewildered gazes of Daenerys and the others, he extended his right hand in an invitation. "Please follow me." With a sense of doubt, Daenerys stepped onto the stairs and crossed the threshold. "My God, how beautiful!" she couldn't help but exclaim. Beyond the gate was a red flagstone path, 2 meters wide, with flower beds on either side, filled with plants resembling sorghum, slender and over 2 meters tall, their stems like opaque white glass, their brown leaves shimmering with a faint blue light. Walking among them felt like entering a magical world. Daenerys was captivated by the strange beauty, her steps unconsciously slowing. "Ghostweed!" Ser Jorah suddenly exclaimed, his expression changing drastically. Clang, clang, clang. The blood guards, initially startled, immediately drew their scimitars and stepped forward to shield Daenerys. "Don't be agitated. This is a sorcerer's residence. Ghostweed is just an ornamental plant," Nightcrawler said calmly. "Kalish, this is a cursed land. We must leave quickly. Only cursed souls can make ghostweed glow." "Everyone knows that," Aggo shouted. "Everyone knows that," Ricallo echoed. "Ghostweed is an ominous thing. The moment it covers the world, all other life will perish." "Everyone knows that," Jagger shouted. "Calm down. If ghostweed is so terrible, would the Carthians allow it to exist?" Daenerys pushed Jagger and Ricallo aside and continued walking. "Mother of Dragons, you have wisdom beyond the reach of ordinary people," Arizin complimented, then explained, "The centaurs fear ghostweed simply because this plant is extremely invasive. Wherever it exists, other plants cannot survive, and cattle and horses cannot eat ghostweed. How, your barbarians also call seawater poisonous water. Any water that horses cannot drink is poisonous water, and any grass that horses cannot eat is cursed grass." Although Arizin's words made sense, Daenerys disliked his tone of belittling the centaurs. If ghostweed is just an ordinary plant, why did the warlock plant it in his garden? Arizin gave her a deep look and nodded. "That's right, ghostweed is anything but ordinary. It's a natural water level gauge for magical tides. When the magical tides surge, ghostweed begins to grow. When the magical power of the world recedes, ghostweed withers and cannot sprout again. The growth of ghostweed is determined by the magical level of the world. The centaur's worries about it potentially covering the world are completely unnecessary. Daenerys touched the white, glass-like stem in surprise, feeling nothing unusual. "What did you do with your hands before you came in?" she asked. "To cast a curse on them," Arizon smiled strangely. "The newly dead souls make them phosphorescent." Arizon didn't stand on ceremony and led Daenerys and the others directly to his laboratory. Jorah and the centaurs were filled with awe at the bottles and jars, but Daenerys had a strange expression, as if she had entered a chemistry lab. Glass beakers, graduated cylinders, volumetric flasks, brown reagent bottles, iron distillation racks, a strange heating lamp. "What's this lamp?" she asked curiously, pointing to a heating device resembling a small liquefied gas cylinder. "Secondary wildfire reagent." "Wildfire?" Jorah exclaimed, quickly pulling Dany back a few steps, yelling, "Seven hells! Are you crazy? Just leaving wildfire on a table like that?" "In Qarth's heat," Arizon interrupted him, "in Qarth's heat, it should have exploded long ago. But as you can see, my potions lab is still intact." "Did you find a more stable wildfire formula?" Jorah asked, startled. "What exactly is wildfire?" "Wildfire equals a low-powered version of Amaterasu. Besides needing oxygen, it possesses Amaterasu's ability to burn and incinerate any object. If it weren't so easily ignited and extremely unstable while moving, explosive, the war patterns in the world of ice and fire would have already changed. Yes, we've entered the era of thermal weapons. If Arizon could develop a wildfire that wouldn't ignite in the sweltering summer, then Qarth could rule the world." "Ice was added to the jar," Dany said, touching the gray iron jar. "Yes, each time you use it, you take a portion and put it in a combustion dish," Arizon said casually, then pointed with a gleaming gaze to the milky white glass rod on the marble base, saying, "While the production of wildfire is also related to magical tides, it's ultimately just a juggler's trick. The glass candle is the true manifestation of a mage's extraordinary power." "A glass candle?" It was a twisted glass rod over a meter long, milky white and opaque, stuck in a half-meter-high square stone platform, with nothing outwardly unusual. Dany asked, "What's it for?" "Watch closely," Arizon said solemnly, walking to the glass rod and chanting in a sharp, high-pitched voice in a language Dany couldn't understand, the incantational language of a warlock. Wow! The dimly lit laboratory seemed to have been suddenly switched on with a 200-watt light switch, the glass candles recklessly casting bright, snow-white light into the sky. The light appeared in wispy strands, like willow catkins falling, or like goose feathers dancing in the midday sun, dreamlike and illusory, as if time and space had shifted, transporting her to a strange world of light. "Try to enter the void realm?" Arizon's voice drifted over. Dany's dazed mind was jolted awake by his voice. "If you hadn't told me, I probably would have actually entered the void realm," she thought to herself. Suddenly, Dany's mind stirred, her soul ignoring the distance of several streets, finding the black dragon in the mansion. Whoosh! She entered dragon spirit mode, the black dragon soul merging with her. But she shifted her gaze back to the gleaming glass candle. Buzz! Her mind jolted, the white light before her eyes blurred for a moment, then cleared, revealing a vivid scene. She was plummeting rapidly from the boundless starry sky, stopping abruptly 10 meters above the ground. Below her lay a vast grassland, yurts dotting the landscape like mushrooms after rain. Most of the tents had dimmed fires, a few glowing with an orange light. "Django, my precious son, you can really eat." A voice rang in her ears, and the scene shifted again, suddenly placing her in a spacious thatched palace. The palace was familiar, the voice familiar, the silver-haired woman familiar, the chubby baby familiar. Yam. The silver-haired baby boy, still suckling, suddenly opened his eyes, meeting Dany's gaze. Ouch! Dany was startled, her shoulder nudged. Turning around, she saw Jorah looking at her with concern. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all, see you in the next video.